Ooh, and there we go. Let me just check a couple more things here. 1 second, everybody. No, definitely not. Shut up. Anyway, welcome in everyone to the Offensive Charm Podcast, episode 59. I am Alex, the most just call me Jazz. I'm the charm, of course. And you know, the horrible green thing over there, that's our, that's a relegated amount of offensive. That's Rada. Everyone say hi.
Hi, Rada.
And of course, we've made a new friend today. Well, it's Rada's old friend, but it's a new friend to me. We have...
It's a pleasure to meet you. You've been an absolute sweetheart.
Hey, I'm glad we're making friends so quickly, man. I am. But this is the one and only Leon Idol of the Words of Paradise coming in to be our guest tonight. Thank you for being here, Leon. How you doing?
Dude, I'm happy to do it. Hara hit me up. She's like, hey, would you want to do a stream with me? And I was like, well, I would love to. You've been with me so many times. Like, it sounds like an absolute blast. And now I've gotten to meet you, and I've truly no idea what sort of show this is. But again, like I was saying backstage, saw the thumbnail, had Kanye doing a Zieg Heil. I was like, it's called Offensive Charm. This is gonna be my people, my show. Let's fucking do it.
Yeah. I mean, well, so typically what we cover here is just like pop culture news in general, you know, movies, music, video games, anime, manga, whatever like is in that sphere.
Ayatollah. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, no, that's usually Humsman's thing. He covers like world news and whatnot. We typically just stick to like the inconsequential, you know, Hollywood and video game industry bullshit. Typically,
are you trying to tell me that Palestine is consequential? Come on, I'm not joking.
Damn. And yes, we love the thumbnail king. Great job, well done. Also, I just noticed I just now noticed the Trafalgar Law shirt. That's good. I like that.
Oh, dude, you like that? All above me right here. Maybe I'll grab one. I've got various different One Piece hats. We got Law's hat, Ace's hat, and Luffy's hat.
Hey, that's sick. I have some hats too, man.
I got up in my place. Ooh, that weird.
I have an Inosuke hat up in my closet somewhere as part of my Inosuke cosplay. So,
can I tell you an amazing story about his English voice actor?
What's up?
So yes. I was at a con about 3 or 4 years ago, and one of my best friends, she's got a degenerative disease basically, and so like she can walk around the house, but when we go out in public and stuff, she needs a wheelchair.
Fair.
She'd always been too afraid to go to a con because like she didn't know if it would be like too taxing on her body. Think Tiny but Fierce if you know her. And
I love her. Yeah.
So we went to the con, and unfortunately there was a situation where she ended up passing out. EMTs had to be called in. They had to send her away, the whole nine, before she got. And the whole reason she wanted to go was to meet Bryce Papenbrook, the English voice of Inosuke, because she's a big Demon Slayer fan. And so her boyfriend was with her at the hospital. They were only going to have so many people allowed in the room. So I stood in line. So I'm going to get her, get his autograph for her. It sucks she can't do it, but so long as she can get it. And I wait in line. And this line's like 4 fucking hours long. And so by the time I get to it, I'm like, I look at him and was like, hey, my friend was hospitalized like here at the con trying to see you. Could you maybe do a video for her? And he's like, oh, I heard about that happening. That was yours. I was like, yeah, that was my friend. And so he's like, yeah, give me your phone. I'll do a video. And I thought he was going to do just the regular, like, oh, hey, get well. Sorry you weren't. But no, he puts on the Inosuke voice and goes, hey, you can't train when you're in bed. Get the fuck up. Or like something like that. I was like, in character, didn't ask, just went for it. That was awesome. So yeah, good dude.
No. You know what? You should have pushed it a little further and be like, hey, so she's in the hospital right now. She's in the bed. Could you like go in her room and just like hang out on the ceiling like Inosuke in that one episode when Tanjiro woke up in the hospital?
I bet he could do it, dude. He's a short little dude. He's a short guy.
Yeah, like put the fucking boar head on and everything. Just put yourself up on the ceiling. Just it would have been amazing.
Yeah, Holy shit. Love telling that story. Thank you for indulging me. My bad.
No, that's perfect. Because here's the thing, right? Typically how we start these is just by going through like the last week that we've been through and just whatever we've been playing, watching, reading, any of that shit, right? That's typically how we start the session, and then we get into the news after that. So if you got a bunch of stories to share, by all means, go for it, right? Before that, though, I do want to just address the audience real quick because we have a couple of things. So guys, as you already know, for those of you who have been here, but I know there's a few who are new, came with our friend Leon here. How we typically do this is we have questions that you can ask at any point during the show. Rada, questions are up?
Yep.
Okay, yes, the questions are up. You can ask us anything throughout the entire show, and we will answer them all at the end, right before we finish. But if you want to ask us something on the spot, we are monetized now, just barely, but we're monetized, so we can do super chats. And any super chats you guys do, we will read right then and there. So if you got any questions for anything we're talking about right there in that moment, send a super chat of any amount. Could be 1 fucking cent for all I care, but we'll go ahead and read your comment or question right then. So you could do that too. 2 options. There you go. Yeah, it's pretty much it, I would say. Yeah, let's get right into it. I don't know, Leon, what have you been up to? You wanna start us off on the weeks, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, you said things you've been, playing, doing. I won't lie, I don't get near as much time to play video games as I would like, due to the fact that being I more or less full-time content creator. Like, I also still have my day job and whatnot, but I do full-time energy and YouTube. However, I've thankfully been able to play some games lately, whether it be streaming with my friend Cinevere on her channel. We've been going through Resident Evil 5. She had never played it before, and now we're on like our 3rd or 4th playthrough because she got so addicted to it. So we've been replaying that, and then on my downtime, I've been trying to platinum various games on Steam. Spyro Reignited Trilogy, various Sonic games, Fallout 3, just Devil May Cry 5, just going through and being like,
yes!
What
Good shit.
difficult trophies can I try and get? So that's been my existence lately.
That's been fun.
Oh, and I've been playing a lot of go on.
No, I was just gonna say RE5. So out of curiosity, how many black people have you killed in the game so far?
Oh, in that game alone, all of them. Multiple times, actually.
Lovely,
all
well
the black
done.
people. I am
shit.
literally a one-man colonizing army.
Good stuff. Well done. Man, I hope that game gets a remaster soon.
I hope you're fucking joking. That's been one of my biggest. I don't like the Resident Evil remakes. I don't. None of them.
No, really?
The original one. I do. But look, 2 is fine. 3 is fucking
good.
terrible. Yeah,
could have been better.
I still think 2 is a worse version of the story. I like the way it plays. I like the atmosphere, but they fucked up the story. 3 is just a bad game, not even a bad remake. It's just a bad fucking game. And then Resident Evil 4 is a good game, but I think it's a terrible remake of the original Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil is my favorite franchise, so I'm a little biased.
I agree, because the energy's off, right? Like, they kind of got rid of some of the campiness, some of the more crass humor. And it's like, why did you do that, man?
Yeah. Leon doesn't have the back and forth on the monitors with some of the villains. Like, it's just not as fun.
Yeah, and it's like, what's is it Salazar is the short guy, the little
Salazar. They play him so serious.
Yeah, and it's like he looked weird in the remake. Like, just his redesign was very strange looking. I'm not a fan. But yeah, we got a story about like weird updates to older titles in the news, so we'll get into that later for sure.
Oh, all right. I wonder if it's the same one that I covered not too long ago, because we might have some good to talk about. All right, let's do it.
Maybe it's about Onimusha, and apparently they're doing a re-release of Onimusha 2. So that's the one.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, there we go. We're gonna talk about that a little bit. But out of curiosity, since you mentioned Devil May Cry 5 as well, did you manage to get around to watching the Netflix Devil May Cry?
So the Netflix Devil May Cry.
Did you check it out?
Not only did I check it out, I did go in with good faith. I want to preface this. Me and Vex Electronica, because we both love Devil May Cry 5, me and Vex Electronica sat down, we watched the first 4 episodes together, and we basically trauma bonded. And then I finished the show, and I did a video on it. Video did fucking numbers. Thank you, everybody who watched it. And let me tell you, that is my Last Jedi. Like, the way that everybody riled around how much they fucking hated The Last Jedi. This Devil May Cry 5 Devil May Cry adaptation is my Last Jedi.
Man, I don't know, for some reason you said Last Jedi and immediately thought of, well, still not as bad as The Acolyte, so.
I'll be 100% honest. I would honestly probably rather watch The Acolyte than ever attempt to watch Devil May Cry again. I haven't seen The Acolyte. I haven't seen The Acolyte, so I don't know how bad it truly is. Because
I've seen both. I've seen both, so I have a proper point of reference here. I've seen both. I think that I would still rather watch the new Devil May Cry over The Acolyte, if only for the fact that some of the animated parts are, some of the animation's good, some of the fights are solid in Devil May Cry show. Some of them, not all of them.
But that's the thing. The show is so inconsistent because some of them look worse than the PS2 graphics.
Exactly. But having watched both, I would say that I think it's close, right? It's very close. Ever so slightly prefer the Devil May Cry Netflix. But it's not saying much. It really isn't. Me and Asta,
I've been
me and my.
telling people-
Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. After you.
No, go on. My bad. I thought you were finished. Continue.
Oh no, I was just saying that me and our other co-host Asta, who's on every other week, we went in all into it. We talked about that shit for like an hour and a half on the podcast a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, we both essentially had the same sentiment. It was just so fucking god. Well, you were there for that, Roddy. You were getting married at the
I was
time.
there.
But you were there? I thought you
Was it there that time? Okay, thank God.
I thought that was the week you were getting married.
I don't know. I know you guys talked about something for a long time, and I didn't pay any attention.
First time you streamed together since your marriage, by the way. A beautiful fucking wedding, woman. Beautiful wedding. It was great.
Yeah,
I loved it.
Leon was there. It was a great one.
Aw, I wish I could have been there too, man. I was working.
He was working.
No, there was a black limit actually. Like she was allowed to be there, Kay was allowed to be there, but we're like, property value, Vegas. Like we gotta.
Well, and then we had to invite Sheep's family, so that further decreased our black, limitation.
You can't do that shit when I was just drinking, man. You're about to make me fuck up my laptop.
There's a delay with the YouTube screen. This is like into your face. I didn't know you were drinking until the YouTube. I was like, oh shit, I saw it.
No, you're good. It's fine. That's good. Oh fuck. Oh god damn it.
Yeah, no. I haven't seen the Acolyte, but here's what I tell people is that my thought is that Obi-Wan and Ahsoka are probably actually worse because at least the Acolyte, as bad as it is all original characters, as opposed to Acolyte and Kenobi destroy existing characters that we all love. Destroy Thrawn, destroy Kenobi, even destroy Ahsoka to an extent, which I'm one of the rare people that do like her as a character. Just think that she's overused and is being treated like the new main hero of the series, which I disagree with. But I do like Ahsoka in theory.
Yeah, I mean. Because I don't know if you count Ki-Adi-Mundi, he showed up in the Acolyte for like a second. About 60 years before he should have been born, but yeah, he was there.
Got his age wrong and everything. Yeah. Yeah, fuck Ki-Adi-Mundi. He's a dick anyway. Read some EU stuff on him. Ki-Adi-Mundi's a dick.
I can believe it because look at the shape of his fucking head, right? It's right there. You can just see.
Exactly. Instead of being on the nose, it's on the head. Right.
Oh fuck! There's got to be some sort of joke there. There's a joke there for sure.
The entire joke is the Dave Filoni Star Wars vision. Like that's the joke. It's Dave Filoni Star Wars.
Fair enough.
That's one way to make a dickhead, but okay.
Yeah. But I'm sorry. Was there anything particularly in your week that you wanted to talk about, or you kind of went over like the cliff notes there? But is there anything you wanted to get more detail with?
Just did some awesome streams. Put out some videos that in my opinion are awesome. Covered the Kirsha drama.
I got that in the docket too. We can talk about that a little bit because there's some funny shit there, man.
You and I on the same page in terms of like what's popping in terms of the shit that nerds care about. So
I think so.
Almost
yeah.
Like I know who to invite on a podcast.
And I got to thank Chad a little bit because Chad definitely helps too. I let them propose stories that they want to talk about, and we grabbed a few of those from there too. So thank you, Chad. Appreciate you guys. Big love. But I mean, that's all you. She's just being soon today, chat. She loves you too. Don't worry about it. I mean, I know it's more soon than dere dere, but the dere comes eventually. I promise. At some point.
I don't even know what the fuck any of that means.
You don't know what a yandere or a tsundere or anything like that is?
No. Well, I take that back. I know what a yandere is, but that's only because of Yandere Simulator, and I've been kind of following that out of morbid curiosity for a long time. I don't know anything about the other one.
Tsundere is like they're sultry and very or maybe surly might be a better word.
Hang on.
Surly sounds accurate.
That's going to be one
I
of
don't
the
know
possible.
what type of Dare Android 18 is, but whatever type of Dare Android 18 is my type of Dare.
I think that's tsundere, or like maybe kudere. Might be kudere, because kudere is like the whole like not very like no. That's the one where it's like they don't really show a lot of emotion like ever.
Yeah, she'd probably be kudere. Yeah.
Yeah. At least I'm pretty sure that's the one that is. Fuck, there's like 7 of them. I get it mixed up sometimes. I do.
Who initially acts cold, expressionless, and is different. Okay, yeah. I think you're right. Yeah, she'd be a kudere. Okay. Absolutely. That's my girl. Gotcha. Her and Revy from Black Lagoon, top 2 anime waifus of all time.
Does she count as kudere or is she more tsundere?
No, Revy is probably. I don't even know what she means.
Revy's like very angry a lot of the time, so I feel like tsundere is kind of closer on that one. Anyway,
I
love
Venture chat.
bitches that can kill me. Like I just love bitches that can kill me. Like IRL, real life celebrity crush is Ronda Rousey. Like and women that can beat my ass is my thing. So
there you go, man. The man knows what he wants. Man knows what he likes. But yeah, the Dead A comes eventually is going to be one of the possible titles. That's another thing we do here, Leon, is we, like, whenever somebody says something we think would make a good possible title, we just make ahead and make a point of that so we can write it down. And the audience gets to vote on it at the end of the show of what the title is going to be for the episode. So I think it's pretty fun.
I love the audience involvement. That's great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we like
try
the
and
audience. Well, kind of.
Yeah, see, there it is. There it is, chat. She doesn't like you or anything, chat. Ebonics. Oh fuck. Okay, all right. Oh fuck. Anyway, yeah, if that's all on your end,
Yeah, it's all on my end. Absolutely, it's your world. I'm just living in it, homie.
Fair enough. All right, well, I suppose I can go next then. I haven't doing a whole lot new, right? Because fucking I can't play Doom Eternal or Doom Dark Ages until tomorrow. So I can't talk about that yet, but next week for sure.
Fuck you! I can't wait until I upgrade my PC later this month. So.
Well, I got the PS5, so it's like, you know. I'm okay for most of these. Like most of these bigger titles, they're gonna come out on console anyway, so I'm good. I can handle it. But yeah. So barring that though, more Expedition 33, obviously, of course. Nice. Yeah, and I know Rada's been wanting to talk more about it. Yes, I know, Rada.
Yeah.
I know. So let's start with the fact that we met our fifth party member, our gestural party member. We've met Monoko, and Monoko is just delightful, man. He's so good. Leon, are you playing Expedition 33 at all, or no?
No, that's another one. Like, because I plan on just not even upgrading, just getting a whole new PC at the end of the month. And when I do, because my PC is pretty beefy, but my graphics card is outdated to where it's not getting updates anymore. So I can play things like Resident Evil 4, the remake. I can play even the Warhammer, the new Warhammer game, Warhammer Space Marine 2. Like I played that.
Yeah. Okay.
But some of these newer games that have been coming out within the last few months, it started with like the Marvel Rivals era.
Even
we
played a
my
lot of that.
PC can handle it, like in terms of its strength, because the graphics card will no longer update. It will not recognize those games, so they just sit on launch screen. So I have to, since my motherboard is also seemingly going out, I was like, fuck it. Rather than upgrading the graphics card, let's just do a whole new PC. So that's my goal for the end of the month.
Okay, very cool, man. Hope you reach it.
Expedition 33. It looks like if Persona was American, and I'm down.
God, I love Expedition 33 so much.
It's more like if Persona was French, like very aggressively.
But yeah. If Persona was Western,
very French.
Yeah, very aggressively fucking French. This game, and I kind of love it for that. To be honest, it's very charming in that way. But yeah, I just met one of the most charming party members in the game. Is Monoko. He's a Gestural, and the Gestrals, of course, they love to fight. It's all they ever fucking want to do, and this guy is no different. But he's definitely got his own kind of unique charm to him, and he's just great. I love him. I really love every time he's on screen. Every time he says anything, it's just he's great. He's right up there with fucking. That? He's right there with SK pretty much. Okay, so yes, I did. Oh,
what?
We lost Leon.
What?
Oh, there he is.
Sorry, I turned my camera off for a moment. My roommate came in and asked me a question, so I turned my roommate off. So yes, I was trying to talk to you. My bad.
No, you're good. I was making sure we're not having like a technical difficulty or anything. But I guess he'll be back in a second, chat. The real-time active system is reminiscent of Legend of Dragoon, FF8, etc. Yeah, and like, what was it? What's the one they always bring up? Lost Odyssey? Is that what it's called?
I never played Shadow Hearts, but that's me.
I never played it myself, but I feel like I definitely played something that had like the ability to like block or dodge when you're actually getting attacked. Like a Dragon. That was it. I was playing fucking Like a Dragon with Ichiban.
Oh, damn it. That's another game. Like, somebody gifted me on stream, and I'm so appreciative for it, but I haven't gotten to play it yet. It's Pirate Yakuza, but like, I haven't even tried. I'm afraid my PC won't run it properly. So it's like, I'm going to get to Pirate Yakuza when I get the new PC. I really want to play it.
Enough. Well, that's one of the action combat games. The one I'm talking about was the turn-based game that was Yakuza 7, Like a Dragon.
Pirate Yakuza not turn-based like a Dragon Nation? I assumed it was.
No, that one. Well, wait. Like a Dragon Ishin was also action combat, because Ishin was the one where they're like ancient, like Japan, or like fucking, gotcha. Yeah.
I haven't played a proper Yakuza game since the PS2. I think it was Yakuza 4.
Yeah.
So I'm actually behind on Yakuza.
No, I got you. Like, so they were all like like Yakuza 4 with the action combat where you're just kind of like moving around a small arena on the street and just whacking dudes, right? But in 7, they switched it to a turn-based system because the main
I didn't know that.
because the main character is a fucking schizophrenic crazy asshole, and he's like also a massive fan of Dragon Quest. So that kind of like carries into his fucking combat style and the combat style of the entire game. And it made it so now it's a turn-based game, right? Which is really funny because in Infinite Wealth, right? You know Kiryu, obviously know Kiryu because he's the main character of like all the games.
Because there's so much controversy around the voice casting. Yeah, I know Kiryu.
Yeah. So the funny thing is, there's a thing that Kiryu gets in the game right after that in Infinite Wealth, the one in Hawaii, right? The first one in Hawaii, obviously. Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii is also in Hawaii. It's in the fucking title of the game. But the first one that they're taking most of the assets from, Infinite Wealth, Kiryu is in there as a party member, right? Like you can get him to, essentially fight with you and whatnot. And later on, the party gets split up and you got to do stuff in Kamurocho as Kiryu. But around that time, you unlock an ability that lets you just fucking destroy the entire turn-based like HUD around you and just go back to doing like action combat. And only Kiryu can do this.
That's
it's
amazing.
fucking incredible.
It's
love
so
good.
Shit like that in games. Like
it's so good.
Dude, anytime developers put in the effort to do shit like that, like we were talking about Resident Evil 5 earlier, and like if you do the Lost and Nightmares DLC, if you investigate in the very first door like 5 times, it switches it to being fixed camera angles again, like the OG games. Like anytime developers put in something that like adheres to the way of games, I love that level of detail. I know there's a lot to bitch about in modern AAA gaming, but I focus on the positives as well because there's some good shit.
I've heard good things about Pirate Yakuza, especially from Fleekazoid. I fucking love his videos. They're great. I definitely want to get on that game, but I need to go back and finish Infinite Wealth first.
Funny as shit videos.
I wish I was as clever as that motherfucker because he's just, he just goes, man. The shit he writes,
Dude, I'm working on like
the jokes he comes with.
Fifth rewrite of a script because most of my videos are unscripted, but every now and again I drop something scripted, and then I watch videos like his. I was like, no wonder I'm on my 5th fucking draft. How do these people do this shit? Like.
It is crazy, man. Just off the top, off the jump, right? The bit at the end where they had the gag with the golden toilet, and like one of them kills the other. It's like, no, I'm the one who shits, and I'm like, fuck, that's so good. I don't know if you watched the video about Schedule 1 yet, but that you got to check that one out. That one's great.
I watched Asmongold react to it. Yeah, it was great.
Oh, okay, yeah, super solid. Wait, what were we even talking about? Oh yeah, Expedition 33, right. So getting back to that, yeah, I met SKA. I did the next part, the next big part of the story after that. I found out that a certain party member has some daddy issues, right? And that was a big revelation. And and now we got to go deal with the Axons, I guess is what they're called, right? And I met the first one, and I've done a little bit in that area. The guy with all the masks, the one with all the masks and shit. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm dealing. Which way you want, so the first one could be vague, but yeah. Yeah. So I did notice that. It's like, hey, if you want the harder one, it's over there. But it's like, yeah, fuck it, I'll just take it in order. I don't need to fucking show how big my dick is on stream. All right, everybody already knows how big my dick is. I'll just do it normal. That's fine. But it is funny though because hard, so. I mean, you'd be surprised. But anyway. But I also. Like right after meeting Minoko at the little train station area, I got the mission from one of the what do they call them? The big guys with the mask, the chubby dudes. I don't remember now.
Grandis? Yes. Is that what they're called?
That's
the Grandis. Yeah, one of them gave me a mission. It's like, hey man, I need this like never melt ice from the fucking mountaintop over there. Could you maybe go help with that? And I'm like, oh yeah, fuck it, I'll go check it out. So I go up there like right after getting Minako, and I go and fight the first enemy. And I'm like, oh, clearly I was not supposed to come here yet. I see.
I was not prepared for this. Unfortunately, the problem isn't that you weren't that you're not supposed to be there. The problem is how you have to fight those.
Which is
dodging, at the very least, or parrying.
So
I was about to say to get through that.
Yeah, I was about to say it's like in that game, I know there is a dodge option, but my options in my head are parry or die. That leads to a lot of dying. Yes,
surprising because like, dude, you're black. Think of it like child support payments. You should be able to dodge like a motherfucker. Like,
well, maybe if I had children, which I don't. Fucking all right.
How do you know anyway? I said that you know about.
Christ. Anyway, I had to practice a bit. Lunar didn't want to play like Smash GT, parrying with my face. Exactly, yeah. No, I bang my head against that wall. I will learn how to parry or I will die. And that's kind of what I did with the first enemy there, like the weird kind of ice lady that's got like fire shit going on inside.
Well, the one, yeah, they switch stances back and forth, yeah.
Yeah, so that one.
They're fire and then they're ice.
Yeah, because they fucking like dusted me. They folded me as soon as I like tried to fight them. So I got pissed off. And in the stream itself, I just kind of went at him over and over at the end of the stream until I actually won. And then all my characters went up by 2 levels in the one fight. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. Okay, yeah, definitely wasn't supposed to come here yet. I understand what the problem is here. Got it. So I then ended up grinding a little bit, even out everyone's levels, because people who aren't in the active fight don't get the experience, right? So I had to switch them in and out to make sure everybody's on the same level. So I ended up over leveling a little bit, but yeah, I'm probably gonna switch it to expert mode on the next stream just to like even it out, So I'm already doing a little more damage, I have a little more health than I should currently. If I make the game a little bit harder, it should probably balance that out a little bit. So yeah, there's that, and that's kind of where I left off. It's just halfway through the fight with the masked guy. But yeah, man, that game just continues to be fucking incredible. Like every new revelation in the story is great. The story itself just keeps building and building, and it just keeps getting better and better. And I'm assuming you're still twice as far in as I am, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, it depends on what you do between now and the next part as to how far ahead of you I really am, because I stopped and I did a lot of. You'll actually you should have got the thing, I believe, at the end of the rock for Esquier.
Oh, to break through the coral, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so never mind.
Oh.
There's another rock for Esquier, and I went and I got that rock, and I ran back and tried to do all the things I could with.
I bet I already know what it is. I already know what it is. It's those fucking weird like tree trunks that have like the blue veins all over them, right?
Yeah. So I ran back all the way. I literally went all the way back to the first area, and went through all the areas that I'd found so far looking for those. So I've burned just a lot of time just doing random shit around the map.
That's fair.
So there's you're close-ish to where I am, but not like really close at the same time. It's kind of because I've beat both Axions, and I've started my way into the monolith.
Oh, you go in it? I thought you go like to it. What the huh?
Well,
I say don't say shit.
Don't spoil.
We'll just leave that for later. I'll figure it out as I go. But yeah, loving that game. Gonna be playing more of that, most certainly. But I also finally got around to the fucking Zenless Zone Zero story update, and man, I just like with that game, it's like. It's so funny because you see like little trailers for it and it's all bright and colorful and flashing lights and all that shit. And then you get in there and it's like everyone has depression. Everyone's fucking backstory is just the most awful shit possible.
That's anime is fucked, to be fair though. Like that is every good. Like watch One Piece and like, oh, Robin is so happy. Oh, Nami is so happy. Zoro is, well, maybe not Zoro. Usopp is so happy. And then you get the backstories. Like every single one of these motherfuckers needs therapy. All of them.
Man. Like just to paint out like a small picture for you. There's a bit in the latest story where essentially a character ends up getting drugged. And the fucking like fever dream is like him having to relive all this shit from his past, right? And like the first memory is his mother, essentially, like this is a bit paraphrasing, but something along the lines of, "Mommy can be happy if you just die, okay?" And then she just goes after him with a fucking pair of scissors. And I'm like, holy shit, man.
Dude, that's wild.
Are you okay?
So a few years ago, that's a real thing. A few years ago, I was drugged and robbed at a resort.
Jesus.
Someone roofied me, and I have no memories of it because that's how fucking roofies work.
It wasn't your mom, was it?
No, it was not my mom. But the girl I was dating at the time, who I was at the resort with, kept saying that I was having like a mental breakdown and telling her that she's just like my mother. And like, oh wow, I don't remember any of this. And it wasn't like a drinking thing. I had one, like my first drink of the night was spiked, and then I passed out again. Wallet stolen, the whole nine. I'm glad I'm not a female. I probably would have been trafficked, but they're like, oh no, this is a guy. Let's just rob him. But so yeah, I was telling the girl I was dating at the time. They're like, she's just like my mother. So I guess maybe that's a thing that just comes with being drugged.
I
I wouldn't know.
Yeah. So there's that guy.
Yeah, your mother's awesome.
Yeah, that's true. You met my mother. My
Same.
mom's
Rada is
fantastic.
fucking awesome. So
My mother's awesome too. Hey, high five, Rada. Awesome mom. There we go.
Yeah.
Got it.
I see it. Happy belated Mother's Day.
Well, hey man, if it makes you feel any better, my father's a piece of shit. So there you go. All right.
So was
There we go.
mine.
Okay. See, we can make the trade off there. My father's my hero. So yeah, my
Yeah.
mother sucks. All right,
Well,
there we go.
I mean, I'm one of 5 sons born to 4 different mothers. So there you go. Yeah, that should tell you all you need to know, right?
Damn. You are black.
See, I was trying to figure out how I wanted to word it, but you beat me to it. Damn it. Timing.
God damn it. Okay.
He's gonna have to stop drinking for the rest of the stream.
Oh fuck. I mean, I don't drink, so
I mean,
I'll let Leon drink my
in
share.
your mouth, you know.
This
my
is just
roommate's going out
this
to
orange
the podcast.
juice.
Yeah,
This is just orange juice in a normal red cup.
I didn't mean alcohol.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, everybody's trying to get me to just spit up on my fucking computer. I swear to God. Anyway, yeah. So there's that, and that's fun. Now I'm just chilling until the next big update, I suppose. But other than that, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I really did that was new. I haven't really been watching anything, I've been considering, should I watch Ironheart? Should I do it just to have something to talk?
You shouldn't.
No, listen. Let me
Why you
finish.
hate yourself?
Let me finish. Should I watch it to have something to talk about on the podcast? Is where I'm going.
because
I'm not.
I don't know who you're going to talk
time-
about it with because I'm not going to see it.
Yeah, time is valuable, and there is nothing that's in Ironheart that I think will be worth the time spent talking about it on the podcast. That's the thing. Is I'm all for watching something that like maybe you got some sort of hope in or whatever, or might could go either way. Like again, we were talking about Devil May Cry. Hey, I went in with good faith. I don't think there's any good faith built up to even attempt motherfucking Ironheart.
I mean, listen. Some people enjoy hearing about your suffering, right? When you watch shows like that, it works for it works for Critical Drinker and the open bar, right? So
True.
fuck it, sometimes
Difference
you gotta.
is he's got the people built up behind him already who want to watch that.
Yeah, true. Fair enough. Look, we're getting there a little bit at a time. Yeah. All right. Spare of your pure heart, crime. Thinking Ironheart, if written, will be so cool.
Could be. I
if
mean, it's
written,
an idea.
Well,
If
written well will be so cool. I mean, well, because the original comic was kind of stupid with it, wasn't it? I always remember seeing that one bit where it's little baby Ironheart in elementary school, giving her teacher a fucking hard time because her teacher won't be racist at her or some shit. And I'm like, what is this?
She's not discouraging her. She's not suppressing her enough, so she just doesn't have to fight against it. It's like, Jesus Christ, really?
Or something.
And then
I
she
don't
just steals everything from Iron Man anyway, so.
know. Yeah. So, and apparently there was a rumor, I don't know if this has been substantiated yet, but there might end up being a Robin Hood-esque thing with the Ironheart show where she ends up doing more stealing.
Robin Hart, you mean kind of like Robin or Robin Hood or whatever that Canadian show by director X Men?
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly. Yeah, we remember that one.
Bro,
With the black girl,
one.
yep.
Got to interview him, and let me tell you, he's 50-50 cool, 50-50 absolute fucking dumbass piece of shit. He's schizophrenically interesting.
That's, you know what? Fuck, that's a podcast title right there. That's good. I like that. I'm gonna take that one.
Schizophrenically interesting.
Yeah,
You can have it.
that's
All
good.
yours.
But yeah, other than that, I don't really have anything else. Roddy, you got anything?
Yeah, I played a bunch of Expedition 33.
Well, yeah, we kind of already talked about it. But if
Yeah,
there's anything
yeah.
you want to add, by all means.
Hold on, I'm thinking. I am actually trying to go through and revamp my schedule so that I have an actual schedule where I'm putting out
You're
videos
Schedule
and doing
one
streaming.
because you're a drug dealer and you want to talk about drugs. Schedule 1.
That was a
everybody.
fantastic game. I played that. I played the demo. I didn't actually buy it, but I did play the demo, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I played about 2 hours with Piranha Pat. Maybe not even 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half with Piranha Pat in the chat there. And I was having a great time with it, but I've just been really busy and haven't been able to get back to it. But yeah, I understand completely why people
That's
are
fair.
loving it.
Yeah. But no, just trying to get myself a schedule together so people know when to anticipate stuff from me, and then actually have time to stream more instead of kind of being spotty the way I have been, and just get myself together and take things a little more seriously. The wedding's done, so I don't have all that stress as an excuse anymore.
That's good. That's good. and the Bloodborne playthrough, the rematch against Bloodborne is coming up soon. Yep. I'm gonna be in your corner for that one. So
yeah, we gotta get that planned together. So and I figure if I get my stream stuff figured out, then we'll have a better time planning out that and all that kind of stuff. Monday nights are probably good for me. So
sounds good. Oh my fucking god! Jazz showed the Jav version. Wait, what?
The Jav version? Jav version of what?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Angel, what are you talking about? I didn't say Marvel did a good job. We're Robin. Hang on. Someone sent a DM. What's going on here? It's from Angel.
Uh-oh.
Ironheart Japanese adult video pair. Oh god. Jesus Christ.
The porno version, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like I can't really show that, right? Show the Jav version my ass. We're on stream, man. That's too much.
Now, if you want to go watch it, we won't judge you, but we don't want to watch it with you.
Oh, I will judge the fuck out of you. Anyone that watches an Ironheart porn parody, I'm going to judge the fuck out of you. Like, just so you are well aware. You will get shamed. You will get mocked. There will be a modicum of intrigue, but mostly shame and mocking.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Well, I suppose it is what it is then, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's my week is... Oh, and I'm actually managing to lose some weight. Grok and meal planning actually works.
Good shit. Well done.
Carnivore diet.
I can't do the carnivore diet. I need the vegetables.
I know. We've talked about this before. I just love bringing it up.
But I have been doing a modified kind of primal diet, which is kind of the same thing, only there's a lot more vegetables involved. And, 2 meals a day, lots of fresh vegetables and lots of meat, and basically absolutely nothing that's been pre-processed, with the exception of, a little bit of something here and there. And difference is that I actually put raw milk, and I can't stand sweet potatoes, so I do eat white potatoes, but less of them than I would normally. And, just sticking to the calorie count.
I'm not even joking. Grapefruit is great for weight loss.
I can't stand grapefruit.
It's too
I understand why grapefruit doesn't have a good taste, but if you want to lose weight, grapefruit is great for weight loss.
Yes, because I wouldn't eat. That's how I would lose the weight, as there would be no eating going on. When I say I cannot stand grapefruit, I mean it tastes like earwax.
Yeah, it's too tart. It's
no,
overly
it's not tart. Literally, I don't know what it is. It gets on my tongue and it spreads all the way across my tongue in this nasty way. It crawls up the back of my throat. No, I can't do it.
Aren't there certain people that a certain fruit or vegetable or something tastes like soap to them?
A lot of people, I think it's 1 in 20,000 people, cilantro tastes like soap. My mom is actually one of them.
Okay, I don't have that. I put cilantro on all kinds of shit, but no, that's so wild.
I only taste it that way if too much cilantro is in the food. Like if someone literally takes an entire cilantro plant and puts it in the food, then I can taste it.
Cilantro is something you're supposed to use. I mean, it's like ginger or garlic. A little goes a long way.
I agree with the ginger, but garlic, you put as much as you want in everything, as far as
I agree with you on that, but people tell me that I over garlic my food. I think they're retarded, but
you come in my house and tell me I've over garliced my food, you get the fuck out. You leave.
Fair.
There is no such thing as over garlicing food.
I do appreciate some garlic myself, so I'm with this. I'm with this sentiment. I agree.
So yeah.
Oh man. Also, somebody Villain said that the Ironheart JAV thing happened before Ironheart in the Marvel comics. If that's true, that's hilarious. That's really funny. That's real. Oh fuck, that's great. Oh, that's beautiful. Love to see it. I really do. Oh man. But I suppose if we don't really have anything else for the weeks, I need to start watching more things. I have stuff to talk about.
More anime.
On the podcast. Yes, absolutely. I do want to. There's a few anime I want to go and that too. We could read a little bit. Not a lot.
Don't read. Men shouldn't read. Reading is low T. Men don't read books. Read
You pick up
articles.
the book after Moses, and you picked up the book Theft of Fire. You read those two books, and then we will talk about them. Those are both fantastic, hard science fiction books that cater to the male fantasy.
Men don't read books. You do audiobooks while you pump iron or something. Or again, you read articles, you read popular mechanics, popular science. Men, you shouldn't read. You should listen to what other people have written. I'm just saying retarded shit. I'm just saying retarded shit. I know Zach would agree with.
What?
I used to read a lot when I was a kid, man. Like a lot of chapter books. You know, I was a big fan of fucking what was it called? The Divergent series. I read that whole thing. Like the Harry Potter books, I read those. You know, yeah, and like just other little like adventure-y chapter books and shit. There was this one called The Seventh Tower. That was a fun series. I read all those books. And it's just stuff like that. I also tried reading Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies. It was still too hard of a read.
In high school, I liked Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies back in the day.
It's still too hard of a read for me. I don't know.
I mean, probably because it's written in that bitchy. You know what? Never mind.
Yeah, no, because Pride and Prejudice itself is already a very difficult read, but even with the zombies mixed in, it's still like very flowery in its dialogue. So it's like,
I make jokes about not reading, but I actually do love reading. My favorite book series of all time are the Dune books. I adore Dune. I adore Frank Herbert. That's my favorite book series of all time. I love World War Z. I love the Dresden Files. Like, yeah, there's great books out there, but I am at a point where I'm so fucking busy. I do listen to almost everything on audiobook at this point, just because I need to be up and moving, cleaning house, making videos, editing, doing laundry, whatever it may be. So,
I mean, hey, at least you're still ingesting the book somehow, even if you're only listening to somebody else, like, you know, read it to you. But I mean, yeah, it's still something. I did that with the fucking Aragorn books way back in the day. Like I would listen to the audiobooks before I went to bed.
Back in middle school.
Not Aragorn. Aragon.
Oh, yeah,
with the dragons.
It makes way more sense. I'm like,
my bad.
Yeah, I
loved Aragorn and his bitches. That was a great scene. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Leo?
No, I was just agreeing with you that like in middle school, high school, like I think it was Aragon, Eldest, Brissinger. Like I loved those books.
Absolutely. Yeah, those fucking Scholastic Book Fair type shit, right? I miss those, man. That shit was fucking awesome when I was a kid, right? Like the books were cool, but they also had all those like little stickers and like finger doodads and all that other little like bullshit that like that 10-year-olds love, right? But that shit was crazy, man. Back in the day, like going into the library where they set up the whole bazaar with all that shit.
Yeah,
like
dude.
you have they give you like little tickets so you can buy stuff with. It's like, fuck, it's awesome.
I remember scrounging. Because my mother didn't ever want to give me money for things like that. She's like, no, we'll go to the library or we'll go to the bookstore, like anything. She didn't want to do shit with the school. I don't know what it was, but my prostitute mother didn't want to do shit with the school. I wonder why. I remember scrounging the house and I found scattered about 50 quarters. And so I took 50 quarters of the book fair and I bought the Pokédex, the book, and a book about human anatomy that came with a toy skeleton that you could pose around and stuff like that.
Hey,
nice.
That is cool. You should buy Harley Quinn's fart book for nostalgia. I will not be doing that.
Ew, no.
Nope, not gonna happen.
Nope.
No, you're gonna go DC.
What you got back there?
You're gonna go DC. You're gonna go this right here. I haven't gotten the rest of the issues, so I'm sure there's because there's supposed to be 5 issues. I don't know how many.
The Sonic crossover thing. Yeah.
DC crossover. Ooh, baby. Ooh, or you got let's see. There's another crossover that came out recently. It was fantastic. Where is it?
Little Leon was based.
Here, we got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Naruto crossover. Go for it.
That's pretty sick. I did see a lot of the panels for that on Twitter because people were talking about it the other day, and it looked great. Like I saw fucking what was it? Shadow was giving fucking Darkseid the business. Like. Like y'all were struggling with this bitch. Pathetic.
I've only read the first issue of each of those, but dude, they are so much fun. That's how you do a crossover. Normally crossovers like fucking gimmicky and stupid, but like I've been loving the Ninja Turtles and Naruto crossover and the Sonic DC crossover. Like Knuckles and Superman are like fighting one of Darkseid's kids, and Knuckles is going over the final hit, and Supes takes it, and Knuckles is like, "That was mine," and Superman's like, "Sorry, Knucks, I'll let you have the next one." Like it was so good.
And people getting pissed off because apparently Sonic is faster than Flash.
He is.
right?
Sonic, dude, motherfuckers, I've been saying since like 1998 that Sonic's faster than Flash. Read the Archie comics, know your fucking lore. Sonic is faster than Flash.
All right. Fair. I have not read the Archie comics, but I know there's like some crazy fucking power scaling in there. So
The Sonic comics are like the only power scaling that could probably compete with DBZ. I'm not even joking. Like,
no, I believe you.
It sounds
I believe
so weird
you.
to be like, oh, Sonic the Hedgehog power scales to Dragon Ball Z. It does.
I believe you. I do believe that. Oh man. This reminds me of like those fucking amazing like sprite fight videos people put up on YouTube of like Sonic characters having Dragon Ball Z fights and shit. I don't know if you've ever seen those. Those are a lot of fun to watch though. I used to watch those all the time.
That sounds right up my alley. Sonic and Dragon Ball are like, if he's like, yo, Leon, what's your Mount Rushmore of fucking nerd shit? It's Sonic, Dragon Ball, Resident Evil, and I don't know, probably Zelda.
All right, I know there's a really good one called Mario Bros. Z. And this was like a weird crossover between like Mario sprites and Sonic sprites, and they're just doing like Dragon Ball Z fights and shit. This is extremely well animated though. I will send that to you.
That sounds
great.
right up my alley. There's a series of rap music videos that do that about like Waluigi, and they're awesome. But I would love to watch those sorts of videos, 100%.
All right. I will find those and send them over to you for sure. But yeah, I guess that's kind of it. What I really actually, I was gonna say there's one comic I really want to get into. I want to get the second omnibus for Common America because I got the first one a while back.
I've heard Common America's great. I haven't.
It's really good. It's got a great sense of humor to it.
I've heard Common America's
and
great.
the art's awesome. The art's really good too. Like
I've
you
seen the art,
absolutely look into
it. It's adorable.
It's got a great sense of humor. It's got great art. It's just a lot of fun to read. It's just a fun comic book to read, man. So I definitely recommend it. And I want to get the second omnibus so I can continue the story because I tore through that first one quick as hell, like in less than a day. So, anyway, that's because Sonic is Dragon Ball, Shadow and Silver are literally Vegeta and Trunks.
This is correct. This is correct.
I see that. Well, I mean, Shadow doesn't get bitched out as much as Vegeta does, though.
Yeah, I will say that the Sonic team respects Shadow more than Toriyama respected Vegeta. No shit, Toriyama, he was the GOAT, but yeah, Vegeta got sideways a lot.
A fucking lot, man. Like every time, anytime something important was happening, you just get smacked, just bitch slapped. Oh man, but anywho. I suppose with that we could probably just start moving into the news unless anyone's got anything else for the week.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it. Let's see, where should we start? We could start with, apparently Nintendo is being a shit still ongoing,
no.
with the whole Power World situation is apparently still degrading. That's unfortunate, but let me get this up on screen for the audience real quick.
Okay, as a Nintendo shill, even I loathe the treatment of the Power World stuff.
Yeah, same, big same. Because I grew up with Nintendo, right? I fucking loved my GameCube back in the day, but like this whole thing with Nintendo being like extremely anti-competition is just awful.
Well, it's not even that they're anti-competition so much so as they for the last several years had no competition, and now there is competition. They're shaking in their fucking boots, and they are doing everything they can to just ruin actual competition. It's so. Because like for years I've been singing Nintendo's praises. Like, yeah, they can do whatever they want. They're not in competition with Sony or Microsoft. They're Nintendo. People buy Nintendo for different reasons. But now that Power World, ever since the beginning of 2024 when Power World came out, Nintendo, the Pokemon Company, Creatures Inc., whoever you want to blame, because Pokemon's technically 3 different companies altogether. They're terrified.
It's honestly just kind of sad to see at this point, man. It's just. But it may end up being like worse as time goes on, like the precedent this is setting, that's the word. But anyway, the Power World company, the guys over at Power World, they did release a statement about what was going on. So let's have a quick read through and then we'll talk about it. Regarding the lawsuit, changes to Power World and the future. We would like to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for the continued support of our fans over the past few months. We apologize for not being able to share as much information as we would like, but we trust our fans understanding how difficult it is to be fully transparent while litigation is ongoing. Yeah, obviously, legal stuff can only say so much. Currently, we remain involved in prolonged legal proceedings regarding alleged patent infringement. We continue to dispute these claims and assert that validity of the patents in question, which you fucking should, because a lot of these were made after fucking Palworld came out. Dick-ass Nintendo. That should automatically be grounds for bullshit. That should be thrown out of the court the moment it's like, if somebody says they made this patent after the thing, like the other thing was being made, like, no, fuck you. Throw that out. That's horse shit. If we already made it and then you make the patent for it, that's not fucking fair. That's horse shit.
I mean, you can make the argument that it was on Palworld for not patenting it themselves, but even so, like, okay, even if that's logistically or legally true, fuck Nintendo, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, well, because I think at least Palworld realized that, like, trying to patent something so, like, broad would be a massive asshole move. Didn't stop Nintendo.
It's not like they're the first people that did it. They're still using a mechanic that's already been done. In most cases, when you have... and the reason this is happening is because some places actually let you go back and post afterwards, actually patent things that have been out forever, and which shouldn't be allowed realistically. If you didn't patent it at the time and somebody else comes along and uses the idea, well, you should just be fucked. That's the way it is.
Right.
But the fact that they're letting them backtrack and patent these things and then sue people who used it after they patented it is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. So that's fucking nonsense. But they're not backing off, and apparently they might be going for like a fucking death by 1,000 cuts thing here, because what actually ended up happening is worrying. But I'll get into that. Where was I? Oh yeah. However, we have had to make certain compromises in order to avoid disruptions to the development and distribution of Palworld. For example, the first thing they had to do was fuck with the ball throwing mechanic to summon the Pal. Right, because apparently Nintendo patented that
one,
like you're throwing a ball.
Like that. Name any other game besides Pokemon where like the ball throwing mechanic. Like think of Digimon. Pokemon's ultimate rival. It comes from a Digivice that's on their hip. Or think of Bakuman or even Yu-Gi-Oh to an extent. So like the patent of throwing a capsule-like device that houses a monster, I actually do give Nintendo that one. Think of a different way to summon your mons.
Yeah, fair enough. And that's fine, I guess. And they turned it to like a PAL Cube now or something, I think. I haven't actually checked into the game in a minute. I've been meaning to, but again, like you, Leon, time is a thing I don't have nearly enough of to play all the shit I want to play. But on November 30th, 2024, we released patch version 0.3.11 for Palworld. This patch removed the ability to summon pals by throwing pal spheres and instead changed it to a static summon next to the player. Several other game mechanics were also changed with this patch. As many have speculated, these changes were indeed a result of the ongoing litigation. Everyone here at Pocket Pair was disappointed that this adjustment had to be made. We fully understand that many players feel the same frustration. Unfortunately, as the alternative would have led to an even greater deterioration of the gameplay experience for players, it was determined that this change was necessary. So I guess, lesser of two evils situation. They did only use so much as they had to do just to get Nintendo off their fucking dick. But Nintendo, unfortunately, did not let go of the dick. They are still gripping as hard as they fucking can, because now there's been a new change. Furthermore, we regret to inform our players that with the implementation of patch version 0.5.5, we must make yet another compromise. From this patch onward, gliding will be performed using a glider rather than with pals. Pals in the player's team will still provide passive buffs to gliding, but players will now need to have a glider in their inventory in order to glide. We understand that this will be disappointing for many, just as it is for us. We hope our fans understand that these changes are necessary in order to prevent further disruptions to the development of Palworld. We also want to extend our apologies to our fans for the discomfort and concern this ongoing litigation has caused. We remain committed to developing Palworld and delivering excitement new content to our fans.
Does the gliding mechanic change at all in terms of like the way it controls, or is it just visually, hey, it's not your pal anymore, it's a glider? Because if the mechanic itself hasn't changed, again, it's two things to be true. It can still be shitty for Nintendo to do this, but also not necessarily a bad thing for Palworld that like, okay, you know what, mechanically nothing's changed, it just looks different. That's better than the mechanic being altered and or removed.
I mean, the
Yeah, but
difference
it's like-
is that you don't get to use the PAL as the glider anymore. So you have to use an actual glider, and then you get bonuses from your PAL.
Yeah, so that's the change. But my problem with this is that, like, if you can copyright something as simple as, oh, you get to grab the leg of a flying creature and then like glide down while hanging on to it, like that just seems way too fucking broad to me. And there's like many other games that do this, right? I think of fucking Wuthering Waves, for example. They have like these little flying manta ray things that you can latch onto, and they'll carry you off to another area of the game, right? Or God, I think somebody said that Ark Survival Evolved also does this, where like you can like grab onto a pterodactyl and like use that to glide down from wherever, right?
The pterodactyl. I don't know about gliding.
Well, maybe there's a different dinosaur that you glide with, but like essentially it's the same kind of thing, right? So I just feel like this is, again, setting a bit of a precedent for something very dangerous to creativity and gaming in general, right? And especially if Nintendo's just going to keep going after them for any little like fucking nitpicky thing they can get away with, right? Which they probably are, because I imagine they hate fucking Pal World. They hate Pocket Pair at this point. They want to destroy them if at all possible. If they can just eradicate Pal World and Pocket Pair, they'll do it. Right? They'll find any little, like those Nintendo ninjas are putting in double, triple overtime to fucking get these guys any way they possibly can. But that's just going to be like such a fucked thing for game design in general. If people get this idea where they can just start nitpicking every little copyright of like any little broad topic. And it's like,
here's what it boils down to, if I had to wager a guess. Because look at there's been mobile games that are Pokemon clones. There's been things like you said in Ark that have similar mechanics. Here's why Nintendo never. This is my theory. I don't know if this is true. Just so I'm not speaking on my ass. I'm just letting you guys know this is my theory. Here's why Nintendo's never gone over these mobile games that are often made in China, or Ark, which is made in America. Just that they're not made in Japan. Pocket Pair is a Japanese company, so they have to follow the same whatever overly litigious Japanese rules there are. I bet Nintendo did not have an avenue to go after all these other copycats until now with Power World, because it's within Japan. If I had to guess.
Yeah, I suppose so, right? Because Digimon was also like based out of Japan, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I think Digimon is
like different enough, though.
Like Digimon games don't play anything like Pokemon games. The anime may be similar in terms of the way the stories and worlds are done, but game-wise, Digimon games don't play anything like Pokemon.
Yeah. But yeah, I just overall, like with something like this, and especially if they're going to keep pursuing them, and like what's the next thing going to be, right? Now, like you can't ride the flying pals to fly around on, right? Or maybe you can't ride the ones that like run like a horse, right? Like you can what's the next thing going to be if they're going to keep at this, right? And how bad is it going to get? Like how much can they push this, and what effect is that going to have on the gaming landscape as a whole and creativity as a whole? It's the problem with fucking what was it, like the Nemesis system with WB? Everyone brings that one up all the time, but for good reason, because that system is fucking incredible, and it's locked behind WB's fucking gates where they're doing nothing with it, and no other studio ever gets to make anything like that again because they're just holding on to that shit.
Well, not ever again.
Well, WB were smart. They would license that system out.
Yeah, they should,
because they're retarded.
Idiots.
Pride.
Yeah, straight up. But yeah, and this is the problem though, because like if people can just lock these amazing mechanics behind gates of litigation and bullshit, like what are these other companies, these up and coming companies, right? Like AA developers, indie developers who want to make these incredible things or take these incredible ideas and like put a new twist on them. It's like there's so much shit that gets destroyed by this. And it's so bad, and it's bad for these bigger companies too, because it gives them just another avenue to be even lazier and lazier, especially the fucking Pokemon company, who has done nothing but be lazy with all their games for years now. God, I think of Scarlet and Violet and how me and my friends went and like jumped in to play that when that first came out, and how fucking awful that game is. God damn it. It's like playing a shitty, like it's playing an N64 game if the cartridge is fucked up a little bit, right?
It was terrible.
It was so fucking bad.
And to be fair, Sword and Shield wasn't exactly good either, but at least I had fun with my friends playing it with them. Like the camaraderie made it enjoyable. On its own, I didn't enjoy it, but I liked the time I spent with my friends. There's not been, in my opinion, a good Pokemon game. Maybe goes the wrong word. There's not been an innovative Pokemon game since Gen 4.
I'm gonna hold that Pokemon Coliseum DX is still like the best Pokemon game ever.
Yeah, but
on the GameCube.
That was
That
before
shit
Gen
was so
4, to
good.
be fair. So I love
Yeah.
Coliseum, I love XD Gale of Darkness, but like those,
Mhm.
I'm telling you,
That
like,
was-
in
them so
terms of
fucking good.
mainline entries, Gen 4 was the last. And to be fair, I'm a huge fan of Pokemon Snap. Pokemon Snap is my favorite. Like the OG is my favorite non-main Pokemon game in the franchise. I loved the Pokemon Snap 2 game that came out on the Switch. I
Yeah,
put
which was made
hours
by a
into that.
completely different studio, right? Pokemon Company didn't they outsourced that one, and that's why it looks as fucking amazing as it does. But like the fact that we're talking about a company, a franchise that is like the highest grossing video game franchise on earth, right?
By a
I
country
believe,
mile, by the way.
yeah, I believe it still holds the record, and yet
It does.
like it
I actually
makes
said
the
it the other day.
shittiest looking games in its mainline series, right? Like even what's it called? The new one coming out, Legends.
Bro, how you gonna have Poppin'? Like, you're on the Switch. You're on what was at the time one of the newest, consoles. You got the Switch, the PS4, Xbox, whatever the fuck they're naming their shit, because I still don't understand their naming convention. You're on the Switch. You're a Pokemon game. You are going to be a gangbuster seller, and you got Pop-In that's happening like 40 foot in front of you, dude. Like, I get the Switch is underpowered compared to the other two, but you should know better. You're the fucking Pokemon Company. Like you said, you are the highest selling IP of all time. This is complacency. This is laziness. People are gonna buy this shit anyway just because of the name Pokemon. They don't need to fucking try.
Yeah, and we just saw this in effect with Nintendo in general, with everybody was like, "Oh man, I can't believe they're trying to charge us so much for the Switch 2, man. That's way too much." And now they're gonna do like $80, $90 games. This is bullshit. The moment that shit hit pre-order, gone instantly.
To be fair,
It took like an hour.
I'm one of the defenders of that, but even I haven't pre-ordered a Switch 2.
Yeah.
So I'm
But
actually a
it's the
defender
same-
of the pricing and stuff for the Switch. But
Yeah.
I know I'm on the minority side for that one.
No, I get you, but what I'm trying to say is that like this is kind of like the overall Nintendo issue. Pokemon definitely more than say like Mario or Donkey Kong, or like those games
Right.
still typically look and play pretty good. But the Pokemon
Yeah.
company's just been falling off, making bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. And part of the problem is that they're trying to put these games out like so quickly. Right? The turnaround's what, like 2 years between these games, something like that. Like, it's not enough. It's not nearly enough time for them to put out a proper, like, well put together game that doesn't have shit tons of glitches and bullshit going on. Like, God, I still get those compilation videos, the glitches in Scarlet and Violet when they first came out, and like that one where the guy's like having a battle with one of the gym leaders in one of the cities, right? And it's like out in like a public area, and an NPC just walks straight through the fucking battle. Right, just clips straight through the Pokemon.
That happened when I played Scarlet and Violet.
It was fucked,
bored
man.
by him.
That too.
Scarlet and Violet came out the weekend it came out. We had our pre-orders in, Pokemon fan, the whole nine. We went to the midnight release, which was not really a midnight release because they don't really work like that anymore. It's not like a 9 p.m. release or whatever. But we brought them home, and like I was supposed to be driving out to Arkansas to do a road trip to Georgia for a Magic the Gathering tournament that weekend. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna have a Pokemon game to play throughout the weekend. I beat it that weekend. It was so fucking bored. I resold it back to GameStop by Monday.
Yeah, and this is the problem, man, because with shit like this, with like proper actual competitors getting beaten down again by litigation, by the fucking Nintendo ninja lawyers, right? It's a problem that's not going to get any better, because they're just never going to have to actually improve, because they're never going to have a proper competition, because anybody who gets anywhere near what they're doing, they're just going to beat the absolute shit out of them with like literally. It's like, I don't know.
I don't want to defend to play devil's advocate.
No, say what you got to say. It's all good.
Pocket Pair, if there's one thing they should be sued for and they need to fix, is reused assets. Because now I don't know if this is still an issue, but when it first dropped, I was streaming with my buddy Blaine from Blaine's Escape Corner, and he was streaming the game. We were watching it. We were because he was the only one playing, because it was at the time it was a single player only. But we were going through the game with him on stream, the whole nine. And I found at least 3 different instances of reused assets that were ripped directly from Legend of Zelda. Like, just straight up, they stole the shit, like that data mine shit from Legend of Zelda, put it in the game. Like, all right, that's illegal. You can't. They had Lon Milk as an item in the game, and they changed the name of it, but the actual the 3D model was the Lon Milk model. That's not okay. I get Nintendo going after them for that. But that being said, that was in like January of 2024. We're in halfway through 2025. They may have fixed that a long time ago. I don't know. Yeah. But so yeah, just throwing that one out there.
Oh, absolutely, and I get that, but like my main concern is just shit like this, right? Shit where it's like it's just a broad sort of mechanic that Nintendo decides they have
Oh, it's awake again.
Oh,
I'm awake. I'm just listening.
Her camera does weird shit sometimes when she.
It was all like, I'm dead now. Sorry. Anyway, sorry.
Nah, her model does weird shit sometimes when she moves around too much. You get used to
Someday
it.
I need a better
Sort
model,
it
but
out
I
in the
need money
tracking.
first.
No.
True.
I need to get you in touch with my gal Cinevere. I'm sure you've seen me stream with her. She knows some good artists and riggers and stuff like that. But that's an after stream talk. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Raw's got people too, but again, it's a money issue because VTuber models are expensive. They're very expensive.
God,
I want to be paid, and it sucks. If I could just, I and the sad thing is I can't even offer to pay them an exposure. I don't have any of that for them either. So,
Yeah, fair.
I have to
One
go
day.
with money.
No way, our podcast is definitely going to blow up one day. Look at the quality here. It's going to be amazing. People are absolutely going to be all over it in time, soon. Don't worry about it.
Well, I mean, these lovely people are already here. We have 22 people watching us right now, which is fantastic. And we thank
you,
them
Chad.
all
Love you guys.
for being here and participating. And then they should make sure to stop and ask some questions, preferably ones that would seriously embarrass Jazz would be great. So,
wow. Just not even gonna put yourself in the firing range with me, huh? Just
I'm the one who reads them, so they might as well embarrass you.
I see. Okay, well, I'll remember that shit. I'll tell you that right now. Okay,
If
but
you
yeah,
want to play that game, I know who wins. So,
well, okay, fucking. At any rate, final thoughts on this one. I just think this is a bad road we're going down. I really hope Nintendo maybe just starts laying off a bit after this, because at this point they've already like twisted their arm a few different times, and if it goes any further than this, we're going to start getting into territory that's really dangerous for the wider gaming landscape, in my opinion. So
my final thought on this, and I hate this being my final thought because I'm never the black pilled guy. I'm actually usually the white pilled guy. I'm very much positive and excited and exuberant, and even when bad shit happens, like, yo, as long as we talk about it, as long as we bring it to light, we can get people to change their minds, change their stances. Like, I'm very white pilled. This is one of those rare instances where I do take the black pill, and that I don't think that Nintendo is a nearly 200-year-old company. The way that Japanese tradition and law and all that works is so severely different than what we have here in the West. I don't see this ending, and I also don't think I don't think it's going to impact their finances in any dramatic enough manner for them to see the error of their ways. So, unfortunately, this is going to be one of those things where, like you said, people were bitching about the Switch 2 and then all ran out and sold out the pre-orders anyway. Nintendo is kind of too big to fail. And I want to be wrong, mind you, and I hope I'm wrong. I'm not advocating for this, but yeah, I don't think we're going to see any changes. I think we're going to see Nintendo continue to be Nintendo, and people are going to bitch and moan online, but by the same token, they're still going to buy the next Mario and Zelda game because, god damn it, it's Zelda and Mario.
It'd have to be something like massive at this point, right? Like, it'd have to be like you buy Pokemon.
Nintendo was like storing children in their basement, and using like
No, I mean massive in a way that actually affects the customer, right? Nobody gives a shit about that. I mean, like that sounds awful, but I mean,
that was awesome. That was awesome. Anyway, go on.
I mean, like the Switch 2 comes out and everybody buys fucking Pokemon ZA, like Legend ZA, is it? And then they just stick that in their new Switch 2, and it just bricks their console. Like,
right.
Or like it'd have to be something like that, right?
It's got whatever the Nintendo version of like a Red Ring of Death would be, like things like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we'll get into that later too, because there's a little story about the console bricking, as a matter of fact. But that's a little later on. We'll save that for the end.
I've got really mixed opinions on that one, actually.
Okay, so but going into the next story here, we got some notes about. We were talking about Ironheart a minute ago, but apparently there have been some attempts to market the show that have, apparently include good old Robert Downey. Marvel uses Robert Downey Jr. to sell Ironheart ahead of Disney Plus release. Explains why Riri is more remarkable than Tony Stark.
They're using a white
black.
man to sell a black woman.
Female. Bro, if I was RDJ, they already paying him like $90 million to be in Doomsday. If I was RDJ and they're like, we also want you to promote Ironheart, I'd be like, bitch, you only pay me $90 million. If I'm gonna promote this, you gotta be paying me $100 million. Like, I would try and upsell them motherfuckers. Like,
Is that all it costs? Your soul, Leon? Is that all your soul costs?
Look, all I'm saying is that
Because it's all mine costs. I'll be honest. 100 million.
You truly underestimate what a motherfucker can do with an extra 10 milli.
I'll suck the black lady dick for 10 million. Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll do.
Oh
For
god,
10
that
million,
should so
man?
totally be a title.
I don't even know that, but I don't even
Hold
know
on,
that
I'm
RDJ
typing that in
really-
now.
I don't even know if RDJ agreed to this. I think it was more of like the Disney execs came in and they're all like, "You're gonna do this," and he was in like a vegan coma because he can't eat real food and shit like that, and he was always like weak and like, "Just keep me alive, Disney." Like that's what I assume happened. I don't think that RDJ is really all there because you can't just be eating tofu, soy, and like green beans and know what's going on in the real world.
Dude, all of
That's
these
fair.
people in Hollywood and everywhere that have gone off protein, you can see how seriously the lack of animal fat actually changes their ability to comprehend and reason. They go so far off the edge, it is absolutely ridiculous.
How did RDJ look healthier on copious amounts of heroin, meth, and cocaine than he does on vegetables?
Because he was still eating steak. It's that easy. That's why I can't be vegetarian.
I'm not advocating people do meth. As somebody that's been down that road, I'm not advocating people do it. But like, if your choice is meth and steak or only carrots, go meth and steak. Like,
Or you know what? Skip the meth. Just do the steak.
that's the better option.
That's good.
yeah.
That's a better option. Yes. I don't know, man. Like, cause I see this headline. I immediately think of that shit where they had like a few of the Avengers actors on the Skype call or whatever for like trying to come up with a fucking campaign slogan for Kamala Harris. Remember that shit? Oh my god! Please tell me you guys remember that.
I don't remember that.
You don't
They were
remember?
trying to come up with a campaign. I remember a bunch
Wait.
of Avengers people doing a thing for Kamala Harris, but not trying to come up with a slogan.
Oh my
Maybe
god,
it's
Yeah,
did you
just-
see
they're
that
on
one
the
with
Skype
Wonder
call.
Woman Linda Carter?
I know.
Oh
I don't,
my God.
No,
Oh my
I don't think so.
god, she must have been on some kind of drugs or something that whole time.
I
You
don't
watch her and
remember
she
this.
was, oh my god, she went totally unhinged. It was ridiculous.
I was just thinking that stupid shit where fucking Scarlet Witch lady comes on. Not Scarlet Witch. No, it was Scarlet Witch. No, wait, who was it? Was it Scarlet Witch or was it Black Widow? But one of them was in the call. No. In the Skype call for the Kamala Harris thing. I just remember that, and then like Don Cheadle, and then Don Cheadle comes in like, "Hey, I think you mean assembling," and I'm like, "You motherfucker." God damn, I want to punch you in the face so fucking bad. Oh
No, that one was Don Cheadle that said that. Yeah, Don Cheadle
that was Don
the one
Cheadle.
like, I think you mean assembling. Like, oh, you,
yeah.
God, that was cancer, bro.
Yeah, but
I
this
didn't
is the
do a
same
video
vibe
on
I'm
it.
getting. Like,
I started doing a reaction video to that, like on my back when it was a big thing on my channel. I was having the recording, and I was just like, "Fuck this." Like, I just walked off and didn't do the recording, dude. I covered something completely different.
you know what? I can't even fault you for it. That's pretty fair. But yeah, no, I'm just this headline is giving me that same energy. I'll be honest. But let's see, what did they actually have him say? I was about to say, what did he actually say? But no, what did they have him say is the better. That's the more accurate statement here.
What was the provided script?
Marvel is invoking the name of Robert Downey Jr. in an attempt to justify its upcoming Ironheart series. Imagine having to justify your show on your own fucking service, man. Oy. Anyway.
Bro,
Was
the
Ironheart?
silent villain. That's a wild, diabolical comment, and I love it.
But Don Cheadle is the fair addition into being the house N-word. Yeah. Straight up.
Irony.
Oh man. What people the thing that's funny about people calling me an Uncle Tom is that I'm actually like the most liberated Negro you ever met in your life. Like, let's be real here. Let's be real.
It's funny. So, I tell that to
No,
my
there's always
audience.
my husband.
the word woke. Like, I tell it to my audience about the word woke is that like, because I'm not a big fan of it in terms of like it's lost its meaning. Everyone uses overuses it the whole nine. However, by definition, by the original definition of the word, we're the woke ones because being woke meant originally like being aware to what's going on in the upper echelons, and like we're the ones calling out the government. We're the ones talking about how there's these agendas and whatnot being put in the media. We are actually, by the OG 60s definition, woke.
True. He's got a point there. He got a point. But getting back on topic. Marvel's Ironheart is gearing up to close out Phase 5 of the MCU on Disney+. Damn, this is our closer, huh? Oh, it's just kind of sad, but it's really funny at the same time. The studio appears to be going into full damage control mode ahead of the premiere. Despite fans still scratching their heads over her inclusion in Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, Marvel is now rolling out legacy name drops, strategic comparisons, and emotional appeals in a thinly veiled attempt to build hype and legitimacy for a show that few asked for. A spiritual successor with no actual link. In a new feature with Empire, Dominique Thorne, who plays Riri Williams' Ironheart, recounted her brief encounter with Robert Downey Jr., describing the interaction as an exciting exchange where the actor gave her a few words of encouragement and literally 2 thumbs up. Okay, cool. The story is being framed by Marvel as some kind of symbolic torch-passing moment, with articles declaring Riri and Tony Stark to be spiritually linked to the MCU. There's just one problem, there's no actual link. You know where there is a link, though? Between Tony and fucking Peter. Oh, well. Yeah, I was gonna say in Marvel, in the context of Marvel, there's a link between Tony and fucking Peter, right? But I guess we kind of killed all that with No Way Home.
The greatest sins, but yes.
Yeah, we killed all that with both Far From Home and No Way Home, right? Because first we killed the passing of the torch, right? The inheriting of the Empire in Far From Home, and then No Way Home we just killed Peter's connection to literally everyone. So with the whole like everyone forgets him shit. So it's like fuck. What do you do at that point?
As a diehard Spider-Man fan, as Spider-Man is my favorite comic book hero of all time. I loathe the MCU attempt at Spider-Man. So kill all that shit off. Fine, I'm a-okay with it because I fucking hate what's been done with Spider-Man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Tom Holland as an actor, and I think he actually does a pretty good job as Spider-Man. But just like everything around him and like the way he
does a good job playing what has been written for him, but what's being written isn't Spider-Man.
Well, what I'm saying is that like the way he characterizes, right? Like the way he does the character, I don't necessarily mind that. It's just like everything around that, like the writing around the character, the other characters around the character, like the way they did MJ, the way they did fucking Flash Thompson. Like how they turn a jock into a nerd?
No, I hate all that as well. But
into a nerdier nerd than Spider-Man, even, right?
No, I just don't think the character that they've written is Spider-Man. I think Tom Holland is doing an adequate acting job with the characters written, but I don't think that character is Spider-Man. It's honestly kind of an affront to everything that originally Spider-Man was. And I mean, I don't know. I walked out of Far From Home seething. I fucking hate that movie. I hated it out the theater. I don't like any of the Home movies. Homecoming, I guess, is okay at best. The only time Spider-Man was written properly was in Civil War.
Yeah,
I like MCU, that is. I love the Raimi trilogy.
Yeah. The trilogy was cool. Yeah, and I definitely loved him in Civil War. And I do think it started getting a little weirder when he was in his own like solo films and all that. I don't know. I like him as an actor. He did a good acting job, but as far as his story goes throughout the MCU, he just kind of got shafted the same way he apparently is getting shafted in the comics right now. Tom
Holland is a good actor. I mean, watch the movie The Devil All the Time. Tom Holland is a good actor. It's really unfortunate what's happening with Spider-Man because I think Tom Holland really could be like, or could be whatever, one of the new Hollywood it guys. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. But anyway, getting back to this for a second.
I guess if you're into 12-year-old boys.
Damn.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
at least 16.
Leonardo DiCaprio started off as that sort of teen heartthrob type guy, but look at him after he does.
When he was a teen, yeah.
Wait, how old is Tom Holland now? He's like in his early 20s, right?
Yeah, he's like 25 or something. I that's what I'm saying. That's why I said he could have been the new Hollywood it guy, because I wanted to see him grow beyond that sort of teen heartthrob thing, and I don't think he has. And I don't think that's his fault. I think that's because Hollywood demands twinkie fake masculinity.
I'm just talking about the way he looks.
Oh, gotcha.
He just looks like a 12-year-old boy to me.
Yeah, no, I thought you meant the character he plays in his role.
No. I don't even care about that. I just mean literally, he looks like a young boy. And I mean, I was never a big fan of Leonardo DiCaprio and the way he looked, because he was also kind of childish looking to me until he actually got into his 30s.
Yeah. Until like it was like around the time of like Shutter Island, if you remember that movie. That was the first movie, or maybe The Departed, because The Departed that was the first time I took Leo like seriously as a grown man actor. Like, when you watch Titanic or Romeo and Juliet or the Beach or anything like this, like okay, this is just he's just the guy that girls want to be with. He's just.
I didn't think that about him. I thought he looked like I always thought he looked very effeminate.
Well, you are an out of the norm kind of woman. We know.
I like
this.
my men to look a little rougher. I like them to look like they've been out there and they've lived and they've done something. Not like they've been fucking sitting under some kind of cabana with getting no suntan and they've got this smooth childlike skin and this frumpy little girly haircut. And that doesn't work for me.
I will give Leo DeCap credit, though. I know this is off topic, I'm sorry, but I will give Leo DeCap credit. I didn't ever see the movie What's Eating Gilbert Grape till like 2010, 2011, and when I saw that movie, I didn't even know it was Leo DeCap. I thought they hired a retarded kid for that movie. Like,
he's a good actor. But until he got older, he was. But I also didn't like Brad Pitt until he got a little more rugged looking either. When he was just basically the pretty boy, it didn't work for me.
I agree.
And DI definitely makes a good point, though. That when they tried to make him Nathan Drake in the Uncharted movie, it's like,
oh my god, dude,
no,
you could have just had fucking Marky Mark be Nathan Drake. What do you mean, Marky Mark?
That would have been perfect. Drake? Yeah, that would have been perfect.
Nathan Fillion was the person for that role, but I'll die on that hill.
I mean, I don't know who that guy looks like. If you send a picture of him, I might agree with you. But
did you ever see Firefly?
No.
Oh, you're missing out, homie. You guys see Firefly.
I missed out on a lot of things, man. I didn't watch that. I didn't watch Grey's Anatomy.
I haven't seen something, but you're that age. You should have seen this.
Well,
Firefly is a goddamn masterpiece.
I don't know. I was watching cartoons and shit at the time. I tell you.
Oh, maybe you are younger. Maybe you are.
There was like not a whole lot of live action shows I really gravitated towards. Maybe you should like Criminal Minds, House, Scrubs.
Well, I love how horror says you're younger because like I have no idea who you are. You could be like 22 or fucking 45 because black don't crack. Like I have no goddamn idea how old you are.
32.
Okay, so you're actually a year older than me. Okay.
Yeah. I guess
oh my god, you're both children.
How about that, eh? Let's see. Rugged. There's this.
You were like maybe 35 Vegas. Tops.
Oh, that's very sweet. I'm 43.
Yeah, no, I never would have guessed. I've known you for this long. I never would have guessed.
Yeah.
I'm just old.
Okay. What? Is this him?
No.
I heard you like suck in air. I thought you were about to say something.
No, I was just breathing in.
Oh, okay.
I think she was just
needed some of that oxygen.
I was 35.
I heard you breathe. Are you sure I heard you breathe. Are you sure there's something you want to say?
No. I just didn't want to die in that moment. That's all.
I see. All right. I'm watching you, though. I'm watching you.
I hope so. I'm on the screen. I'm right here.
Let's see. So Tony Stark died in Avengers Endgame before Riri Williams was ever introduced. They never met. They have no shared screen time, no storyline overlap, and no established relationship in the films. Calling them spiritually connected is pure marketing spin, a way for Marvel to claim legacy without earning it. It's also a way to reassure fans that Iron Man approves of his replacement, even though that replacement is arriving with little of the narrative weight that made Stark iconic. That is, like, so in her original run in the comics, like, did she actually meet Tony Stark at some point, or like, was he still alive when she first showed up?
I'm going off memory. She dumpster dives and builds the Ironheart suit and whatnot based off of like seeing Tony on TV and in the news because I mean he's super famous and she meets him later. But I could be wrong because I never read those comics. That's around the time I stopped buying comics, but I was buying ones that were tangentially related in the stories. So
right, yeah, okay. So I guess they at least met at some point in the actual comics, but obviously that can't really happen here. So because he's dead. He's very dead, unless they do, multiverse shit and they just bring in another Tony Stark and he just comes back. I don't know. Fuck it. Who knows what stupid shit they're planning on doing at this point, right? They're already having him be Doctor Doom.
Aren't they bringing him back as Doomsday or something, or Doctor Doom or something like that?
Yeah. Like he's gonna be Doctor Doom, which This is a weird casting choice in my opinion, especially because he's been like the heart of the MCU this entire time as Tony Stark.
And you're just
gonna
this could have worked if you have had him never take off the Doom mask, or if he did, him have a fucked up, super scarred up face and shit like that. Where I think RDJ is a talented enough actor where he could do it, but that's not what Disney's gonna do.
They would also have had to, like, one, hide the fact that he was playing the character. Two, had like a heavy voice modulator on there so you wouldn't recognize his voice. Like, they would have to do so much shitting around just to make sure you don't know that's RDJ in there. Because if at any point you learn that's RDJ in there, and it's still going to fuck up the whole thing. Yeah, it's going to fuck up the whole thing. Because again, he's held such a place in the MCU for such a long time. Like, God, what, close to a decade? Something like that. How long is it since Iron Man 1 to Civil War? Like, when did those movies come out? Yeah, I like to think it was probably
2016, if I recall.
Was Iron Man 1 or
No, Iron Man 1 was 2008. I thought you said when the Civil War came out. My bad.
Oh, not Civil War. Endgame, because Endgame's where he actually dies.
Endgame was 2018, 19, something like that.
Okay, yeah. So about a decade that he's been in this MCU doing the Tony Stark thing and kind of just essentially being the beating heart of it, right? Him alongside what's his name? Chris. Which Chris is Captain America again? There's 3 Chris's. I always forget which one he is.
Chris Evans?
Yeah, Chris Evans. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, him along with Chris Evans. And it's like now they're both gone, but like just trying to bring him back as someone. I mean, it kind of worked with Chris Evans when they did the Human Torch thing in Wolverine and Deadpool, right? Because he already did that. Like, so the joke is there. Like, obviously the connection is there because he was there in the original Fantastic Four movies. So, obviously that's fine. But trying to bring Robert Downey Jr. back now, and especially bringing him back as a villain, and it's like, it just feels weird. It feels off. And it feels kind of desperate considering the place that the MCU is in at this point.
The word. It feels desperate.
Yeah. So this whole thing is already just kind of fucked. And then now we're doing this whole fucking thing. And it's like, then there's the quote that's raising eyebrows. Thorne compared her character's background with Tony Stark's. She's dumpster diving, whereas Tony Stark was this bajillionaire. What she's able to accomplish is remarkable. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I guess the character, as written.
Okay, so they're both smart. Like, that's not really a comparison. A lot of people in the MCU are smart. Reed Richards is smart. Peter Parker is smart. Fucking Black Panther is smart. He's part of the Illuminati. Like, we're the similar. There's a lot of smart motherfuckers. That's why they're able to be superheroes successfully. Give me something more, bitch.
At first glance, it's meant to emphasize Reeves' resourcefulness, but it dig a little deeper, and it reads like an unnecessary and frankly dismissive contrast. Stark's origin story didn't begin in a Manhattan skyscraper. He built his first suit while kidnapped in a cave, with shrapnel near his heart, using scrap metal and pure genius to survive. His wealth wasn't a shortcut, it was part of a larger arc about responsibility, sacrifice, and redemption. By framing Tony as the spoiled billionaire in contrast to the gritty and remarkable Riri, Marvel seems to be engaging in the same messaging we've seen before, propping up new heroes by downplaying the old ones. Instead of letting Ironheart stand on her own, the narrative is that she's more authentic because she comes from less. It's a tired playbook and one that's turning off longtime fans. And yeah, absolutely. Like the whole thing with the first Iron Man movie, and that intro, like that whole sequence with the cave and everything, like that shit's amazing. That's iconic. That's incredible. And this whole thing where it's like, oh, she's just a poor black girl who somehow has like the quantum brain power to be able to like make her own Iron Man suit. I don't know, man. It just doesn't hit the same way. It just doesn't. At least not in my opinion. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I mean, even it didn't work in the comics. Why would it work on a show? These comics sold like dog shit.
And it's like, I have to wonder if they're just going to be as like in your face with it as they were in the comics, again, with that whole bit with the teacher, and the teacher's like explaining to young Ryu, it's like, well, yeah, no, I'm not going to be racist to you because, you had very talented and amazing black people come before you to make sure that you wouldn't have to deal with that. And then she's staring at her like, but I want to though. But I want the racism. What do you mean?
To oppress me.
Yeah.
So that I can use that oppression as something to fight against. Like, that's not how, like, okay, look, when I go to the gym, I don't like going to the gym alone. I like going with my buddies. Why? Because I see them lifting more than me. It gives me that friendly rivalry. Like, okay, I need to be able to be better than him. It's a friendly competition thing. But like, I don't actually, nobody sincerely in the real world wants more oppression because it'll make them strive to be better. No, it just gives you a fucking excuse. When people want competition, they want some sort of friendly rivalry. That's why throughout the course of anime, dynamics like Goku and Vegeta have worked so well, or Yusuke and I'm blanking on his fucking name now. I'm gonna get kicked in the dick for that. But the point is, there's always the archetype of friendly rivalry. There's always the archetype of friendly rivalry. Why is that?
I'm actually gonna say Kuwabara.
Well, Kuwabara works as well. Yeah, Kuwabara actually works as well. Kuwabara is more of like a Piccolo and Goku than a Vegeta and Goku. But either way, yes, like there's always an archetype of friendly rivalry. Why? That archetype exists because it exists in the real world. People don't want some sort of fake ass systemic oppression to be a rival to them, because that does very, very, very rarely is that an actual incentive for people to do their best and like come out on top of that. That it takes a special kind of human for that. And I'm sorry, I'm not buying some fucking 17-year-old girl that's telling her teacher to oppress her is that kind of human.
Yeah, so essentially I feel like most of the rest of this article is just kind of going over what we're going over, where it just feels forced. It's not really there. There was never really a connection between these two characters. And I mean, great if the actors get along. That's cool, I suppose. I don't really care all that much in the context of the ongoing story of these movies or shows. I don't really care if the actors get along or not. I'll be honest. I'll just be honest. I don't care if they get along or not, as long as they're making a good narrative for me to watch on the screen. That's what I'm here for as the viewer. But there isn't really anything there between these two characters for that, right? And what's more, like, again, if we're talking about visuals, this suit is fucking ass. This suit is so fucking bad. This is like off-brand Power Rangers bullshit, man. Like, I don't know, man. She looks like what's that one fucking website? God damn it. Temu. Yeah, it would look like a Temu like a Temu Common Rider, right? Like, what are we doing here? Oh fuck. Which is really saying something, because like the main charm of like Kamen Rider costumes, they already look kind of cheap, but like this is even beyond that, right? Like, god damn it. I don't know. I got nothing else to say about it. I'll be honest. I got nothing else.
Yeah, I'm checking out Ironheart. I mean, we're gonna get more information as it comes, and all that information is just gonna lead to the same conversation over and over, because we are all tired of this, and Disney knows we're tired of this. Bob Iger pretty much admitted it after the Thunderbolts, but for whatever reason, they can't scrap this. They have to put this out. It's been done for 2 years.
Yeah, because like I think a lot of people said is that like a lot of the ideologically captured have just been like hired by Disney, and now they're just in there, and getting them out, because there are so fucking many of them at this point there, like it's going to take years to properly get rid of them. And it's going to be hard. It's going to be a hard fought fucking battle, because, you know, you can get sued for like wrongful termination and all that shit. So they got to like tiptoe around all that, you know, et cetera and so on. It's fucking problem.
Disney does seem like they're on some semblance of the right track. Thunderbolts didn't have a message. Lilo and Stitch doesn't look like it'll have a overt message. I mean, it'll have the original message like family and whatnot. But even Inside Out 2, I loved Inside Out 2. Guess what? That didn't really have any sort of woke messaging or anything. It was just like a timeless story about puberty. Like Disney has put out some stuff recently that I'm on board with. Inside Out 2 is probably the best thing they ever released since Tangled. When was Tangled? Like 2013.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I haven't seen Inside Out 2, but I do need to. I heard it's pretty solid, so at some point I need to sit down and watch it.
I'm a cheap Disney fucking hater, and I watched it with my kid, because I would never watch it not for my kid. My kid wanted to watch it, and I was like, fuck. And then by the end of it, I was like, that was actually really, really good. I didn't even know Disney had that in them.
There you go. Fair enough. Though it's like that could have gone a whole other way, right? Because apparently, I remember hearing about this back when the movie first released, but there was like the rumors about how apparently there was a initial plan for what was his name, Riley, in the movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
To have like a whole like gay relationship thing, and there was going to be like a big LGBTQ like positive
I heard those
spin
rumors as well,
and a whole deal, and it's like, you know. But apparently that got scrapped. So
it either got scrapped or it wasn't true to begin with, and it was just insiders doing insider shit. Like who knows? Because so much of this stuff isn't just Disney. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to wash Disney's hands of it. They're a fucking culprit here. But also so much of this is the media that wants you to accept this sort of stuff and lays it on you thick in every single article. Yeah. And so it's a two-headed giant, and even more heads if you want to throw in like the government, the World Economic Forum, the things to that effect. So Yeah, it's a hydra of it's a hydra of agenda and propaganda that curing one does not inherently fix the issue. So Disney could overnight tomorrow be like, you know what, fuck wokeness, pro 2A, pro America. They ain't gonna fix the media apparatus. It's not gonna fix the World Economic Forum. Like,
No,
I mean, I
2A could fix the World Economic Forum, but that's not something that I endorse.
Neither here nor there. But honestly, I can kind of believe that might have been true just based off like 2 other instances that we have like actual full confirmation that they were going to do, which was that one show Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, I think it's called, and how they had that whole episode with the trans girl and then she's gonna like fight against the Karen.
Even admitted
that. Yeah, and then the other show, I forget what it's called, like Game On or some shit. But there was that thing that got leaked. Right? Yeah, softball show, and then they leaked the fucking what do you call it? It's when it's the concept episode or whatever. They're going to do a trans thing on that as well. Yeah, it was like I forget what the exact word is for it, but it's when you just see like the moving images and it's all black and white and it's like the sketches, right? Yeah, essentially.
Storyboard. That's
story. Yeah, it was like they leaked the storyboard of that. And that was going to be in the show, but apparently they swerved around the time the elections were kind of going the way they were going, and they started noticing the turning of the tide on that. So I guess they figured probably not the best idea to go with that after all, because the world was changing at that point already. But yeah, so I don't know, man. We'll see if Disney can actually bring themselves back from the brink on this one, but if they keep going with the same people writing the same shit and all these characters that nobody gives a fuck about, like. And I do feel bad, right? Because they've kind of already done as much as they can do with all the characters that people do care about, right? They kind of exhausted the Hulk, they exhausted Captain America, Iron Man, Hawkeye, I guess, and Black Widow. The Guardians of the Galaxy, they've done probably as much as they can do with that. All they really have left is most of the characters that nobody really knows or likes or gives a fuck about. And then, Captain Marvel is probably not coming back anytime soon. Nobody fucking likes her at all. So, it is what it is. You know what they should do? They should get on that fucking Marvel Rivals strategy, because I feel like Marvel Rivals could pull some like Z-tier fucking hero.
Tom Brewer, the editor for X-Men and Spider-Man in the comics, straight up said they will not be going with the Marvel Rival strategy. He addressed this because he said, and I quote, "There is no correlation between characters' popularity in the games and whether or not their books are selling." That was his reasoning.
Okay, so I honestly think, because like Marvel Rivals, with every single design they've done for every character in there, I've said this before. I've been on record saying this several times. Most of those designs are the best designs those characters have ever had in that game.
But
like
straight up, had in a long fucking time. I completely agree. Completely agree.
I mean, with some of them, I would straight up say ever had. With some of them, I'm telling you. But a lot. But my point is that like all the designs in that game are really, really strong, really good.
They're great. Agreed. Yeah.
And I believe it's to the point that like Marvel Rivals could pull out some Z-tier fucking bullshit, like some character nobody's ever even heard of, and make them like a headliner if they make the design good enough, right? Which they probably would.
Once again, thanks Disney. You're making us give props to the fucking CCP. You're so bad. We're rooting for communists.
Yeah, it is a bit of a bittersweet moment for sure, but. I mean, the game's still fun and the characters are fun, so yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, but I suppose we kind of whinged as much as we can on this one. This is fun. So, Rada, you brought this up earlier, and we have the story about this. The skippable boss fight discussion that apparently has been going on.
I did a video on this and it flopped. So good, I'm happy. Let's talk about this because more people
my video
hear
flopped too, but that's fair.
Live video on it. Oh, you did one? See, yeah, dude.
I did.
This topic. Normally, your videos are recommended to me on my fucking YouTube. Your video on this, I didn't even know you did one. It didn't come up. So I don't know if YouTube just didn't. I don't know if it didn't click in the algorithm what it was. But there's so much.
Or somebody's trying to squash it, right?
I think in my case, my videos aren't probably getting pushed out as much since I haven't really been making them regularly for about since December, honestly, since wedding planning. But that I'm gonna fix that. So.
Yeah, I got you. So anyway, could we be about to enter a skippable boss fight utopia? You know,
Fuck no.
utopia is not the word I would use for that, to be honest.
I mean, I guess it's
No,
utopia if you're a
it's
lazy ass game journalist.
Yeah. Hellscape is the word I would use. The direct opposite of utopia.
There you go. Okay, so in a gaming world increasingly built out of Souls-likes, where the concept of the boss battle becomes the central game mechanic, some of us have been left behind. I've always hated boss
Hasn't
fights.
it always been? What?
Let's stop right because this was one of the biggest gripes of this article. The opening of the article, your thesis, effectively, your thesis statement, the entire base of this article is predicated on the idea that the Souls-like genre is what made the boss fight important, as if they were going to ignore the roughly 30 to 40 years of gaming where boss fights have been a prevalent, honestly, ultimate game mechanic in gaming. But to add like
Anybody
this
remember Donkey Kong?
genre within the last 10 to 15 years, yes, thank Donkey Kong. In my video, I use the example of the Mario castles. Every 4th level, you go to Bowser's castle and you fight him. You jump on the axe, the whole 9. Boss fights have been a central mechanic in gaming for at least 40 years. But this article tries to frame it out the gate as a recent thing with the Souls-like genre. You immediately have lost any intellectual honesty you could have by just dismissing the last 40 years of gaming.
I mean,
these off of other people's let's
boss
plays.
battles have been an important part of gaming since the very beginning of gaming. Literally, not even it. There's always, I mean, let's think about Galaga. There was always the big one at the end, or what's the name of that other one? Fuck. The one with the aliens that move back and forth down the screen. Alien Invasion.
Space Invaders.
Space
Invaders. Yeah, that one. That one basically had a boss battle in it. So what are you talking about? Fucking Souls-likes and boss battles. Boss battles are just a firm part of any video game genre that includes attacking.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's just part of gaming. Oh my god.
If I may
go for it. My bad. Sorry.
I was gonna say, if I may, like, devil's advocate here slightly, if I may attempt to see where they're coming from just a little bit, I'm wondering if this is maybe they're trying to imply that like boss battles become more of a point of contention with Souls-likes, right? Because with Souls-likes, I mean, at least in my experience, as somebody who's played a lot of video games since I was a kid, boss battles have never been so much of a fucking like task as they were in a Souls game. Like the first time I picked one up, right? Where it's like, oh, I got to fight. Oh, there's a bigger guy, and if I hit him 3 times, maybe I'll win the fight, and then I can move on. No, in a Souls game, you get fucking crushed with a giant hammer, and then you're dead, and you got to do it again and again and again, and so you win. That sort of thing, right? I started
this stream talking about Devil May Cry 5. At the end of like every second or third Devil May Cry level, you've got some, and this has been happening since the first game. You've got a boss with a long ass fucking health bar. You got to chip him down. Or go back to Legend of Zelda. The end of every single temple, there's a boss that you have to use. Well, like the reason that boss battles in Zelda were always so amazing is because the mechanic to beat the boss was always something new, because it was always predicated on whatever unique item you found in the dungeon. Maybe it was the bombs, maybe it was the hook shot, maybe it was the boomerang, but whatever it was, you could only beat the boss by exploiting that new item you got. And so, yeah, boss fights in gaming have always, if done proper, challenge the player in a way that, like, here is a way to test test your mettle for what you have learned in the game up to this point. Kingdom Hearts. There's a reason that in Kingdom Hearts, I don't even like the Kingdom Hearts games. There's but when you play the Kingdom Hearts games, like you get to your first boss and you're limited to the one or two keyblades you have and like a couple of spells. By the time you're fighting Xehanort or Xemnas or whatever at the end, you got a gajillion keyblades with different powers, different stats, and you've got Piraga and all this shit. Like, it is meant to test how much you've been taking in these new abilities and skills you've learned. It is literally a progression test, and the boss is just a mechanism for that.
I mean, I can name so many games from Nintendo, Super Nintendo that had boss fights that were more than just hit the boss 3 times. There was actually strategy behind them that you had to deal with, that you had to plan for. And the fact that anybody would, unless the only game you ever play are puzzle games, there is no way in hell.
Dude, and that was what I said in my video, Horror, was that, like, okay, if you grew up playing Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing, sure, maybe we're going to have issues with boss battles, but that's not how most gamers fucking grew up.
Well, I mean, there's always been a section of games that didn't necessarily play the same way. I mean, there are non-action games, Tetris or other puzzle-based games that there's actually no combat in. But that's the thing, there's no combat, thus there is no boss to combat. So
Right,
unless that is the only type of game you're playing, then you're going to run into a boss eventually. And even in those games, you're going to have a puzzle that's going to be made up of all the previous puzzles. That's basically a boss puzzle, except for the fact you're not having to deal with timing or shit. And at this point, just admit you fucking hate gaming. You don't like gaming, and you want to be able to just watch the game and then tell us how great the game is because it included a black trans character.
Or well, but to add to that, not even combat-based games. Think of racing games. Do you know how many racing games have you'll go through 3 races, and then the 4th race will be it's a one-on-one with you and the dude who's supposed to be the ultimate fucking racer in this city, and it's just you two on the track, and you beat him, and you'll move on to the next 3 races. That's still a fucking boss fight because that AI is programmed to be exponentially harder than any of the other multiple racers you had on the multiple tracks. Again, Kingdom Hearts. To take it back to that, Sephiroth is known as being one of the fucking hardest secret bosses in gaming. Why? Because the developers know that gamers love challenges, and they wanted to put in an ultimate badass secret boss for you to be if you think you're good at this game, get ready, motherfucker.
Exactly. I definitely felt that in Kingdom Hearts 1. Not so much Kingdom Hearts 2. I feel like he was a little easier in the second game. But,
yeah, I think in my video I said Kingdom Hearts 2 and I meant to say 1. I felt like a fucking idiot when I was doing my editing.
No, you're good. I mean,
he's still putting a subtitle on the screen at that point.
He's still a challenging fight either way, but the whole action command thing made it a little easier to deal with him in Kingdom Hearts 2 is all. But I do get where you guys are coming from. I'm not trying to argue that this makes any kind of sense. I'm just saying it's maybe what they meant was that they kind of meant it from a difficulty perspective. But it is still kind of stupid because fucking Bear brought up Mega Man, and Mega Man the whole fucking game was extremely difficult in Mega Man games, right? Those games are hard.
You're punishing this shit, and then you get to the end, and there's a boss at the end of every level, and they are even more punishing than that hard-ass level leading up to them.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like maybe these guys are coming from fucking Mario 64, where you just got to get behind Bowser, grab his tail, swing it around, and you're done, right? As opposed to a Souls game where, again, you're getting your fucking shit pushed in by a giant monster with a giant sword or whatever. But yeah, it just seems like this whole thing is just kind of whinging for whinging's sake, and it definitely is antithetical to the idea of a video game in general. Especially, I say this as somebody who plays a lot of Monster Hunter, right? Monster Hunter is my fucking deal. I fucking love that series. All that is boss fights. It's boss fight the video game. That's all you do is fight bosses in Monster Hunter. So it's what would you even do in a fucking Monster Hunter game if you had a boss fight skipper, right?
But this article is even more insane. I don't remember in this first paragraph where you have to scroll down or whatnot, but at one point in this article they say
I do want to take it step by article. I do want to read through the whole thing for sure.
Okay, my bad. It sounded like you were about to say, there's
no.
My bad. Okay,
we hit the points as they come for sure. No, you're good. You're good. You guys are very invested in this, and I really love the energy. Exactly. I do love it,
bro. I haven't used Kotaku as a source in ages. This article pissed me off so hard. This is the first Kotaku article I'd probably covered in 6 months when I made my video.
It's the first one I covered ever. I'm not even gonna lie. It's the first one I clicked on and actually read because they pissed me off that bad.
Yeah, to be fair, when we go for a Kotaku article here on the Offensive Strong podcast, it's usually just a shit on it for funsies. So
yeah,
excuse me. Sure. Yeah, but anywho, where are we leaving? Okay, so you start me right here. Some of the stuff left behind. I have always hated boss fights. Scrub.
Good, you're a fake gamer. Thanks for
fucking bitch. Anyway, while I have no interest in convincing anyone else to agree with me, I have long lamented the lack.
You wouldn't be writing this article if you didn't want people to agree with you. No, you're right, Sohara. You're right.
Chad, I'm never gonna get through this with these two.
Sorry.
You're good. No, it's okay. I get it. Okay. I have long lamented the lack of accommodation made for the many other people who are already with me. But sniff the air, something's changing.
That's your fart.
Is it? Yeah, it does. It might be a fart. It might be a fart. I recently loaded South of Midnight, interested to check out such a gorgeous looking game. Was immediately delighted by the art of the extraordinary performances in the cutscenes, but then, as Zach warned us, I was immediately underwhelmed by the repetitive combat. However, while idly fiddling through the game settings to see what was what, I saw a toggle I absolutely was not expecting. Boss skip option.
See, let's see here. You're playing a game with repetitive combat. Why wouldn't you include a boss skip option? Because really what you wanted to do was make a goddamn movie, and now you have an excuse to let people just watch your game as opposed to actually play the game. Because you were too lazy to actually develop a good battle system.
Not only do I agree with every single sentiment that you just said, this is also coming from somebody who was excited for this game. I actually thought that South of Midnight was like, because my ex-wife's from Louisiana. I spent a lot of time in the Deep South. I love that their sort of lore. Like Deep South Louisiana got some Mississippi, Alabama, the whole area got some wild ass Americana black people lore, and it's like, dude, you can make a great fucking game around this sort of shit. And so I was really rooting for this game, even though SBI was involved.
That's what put me off. So
yeah, well, dude, and I was like, you know what? I'm still gonna play it on Game Pass. That way, I don't give money to it or whatnot. And then Epic Mike was like, no, Leon. My friend was the voice actor. I'm sure you guys heard this story at this point. What happened to the voice actor?
Not sure. Remind me.
Oh, you mean the one where they replaced?
Maybe not. What
the
remind me.
Voice actor for this game got replaced because even though she was black, she didn't sound ethnic enough. So you
remember this? Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah. Compulsion Games hired a black chick. Sweet Baby Inc. came in and said, "You don't sound black enough. You're fired. Let's get someone who sounds blacker."
See. So this gets me specifically, right? And I think you know why, Leon, because you said it the moment you came into the fucking call and you said, "Hey man, you don't even sound black," and I'm like, like I just had to lean back and like just like smile and like taking a sharp, just close my eyes, smile, and taking a nice deep breath, and I'm like, yeah, I know. Just like, because like it's I used to get frustrated about it, right? I used to be frustrated because like, what the fuck is sounding black? Right, and I know what sounding black is. Yes, I get it. If I talk a little more like this, maybe I sound a little more. Maybe I sound a little more. Maybe I sound black enough for you. If I talk a little more like this, right? If I sound a little more like this is how I normally talked, right? Maybe you think I was actually black. Maybe you catch that as soon as you came in the call, right? But that's not how I was raised to speak, right?
No,
like I had a mom who was well spoken. Like I had a mother who was well spoken. My father was well spoken, and it's how I came out speaking, right? This is how I would.
No,
but like, because of that, though, I don't sound black, even though my fucking skin is still brown.
I would immediately assume, oh no, dude, but yeah, no, you are entirely correct. Like this game had everything going against it from a people behind the scenes standpoint, even though visually it looked like something that I wanted to fall in love with. South of Midnight might be the biggest missed opportunity in gaming of the last 3-4 years, at least for me.
Oh man, maybe I need like an Ebonics speech coach to.
You know what we need to do is, because Sheep is actually really great at code switching. Because I mean, he doesn't really sound black most of the time, but there are moments where he definitely sounds black. So he will teach you how to code switch.
Yeah, wait. What do you call? Black. He does. Okay, well, he just sounds blacker than me for sure. But what do you call the opposite? What do you call the opposite of like a speech improvement coach? Because that's like a thing, right? When you're learning English for the first time, you get like somebody who can help you improve your enunciation. That's what I need. I need a speech depreciation coach or some shit. Like,
I will tell you, for 3 payments in $19.99, I have a new Wonders product called Hooked on Ebonics.
That's it. That's the one. That's the title. There you go. Hooked on Ebonics. Got it. Thank you. Well done. Appreciate that.
But no, real quick, horror. Sheep sounds black. He doesn't sound uneducated. Like he has a quality to his voice that sounds like the same way you could tell someone like is Asian. They're speaking English, but like they're from the East or whatnot. There's like an accent there. Like Sheep has a natural accent. It's just not unintelligent. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, no, I get you. I mean, I don't know why I sound particularly unblack. It's just how things turned out, I guess.
You sound educated, like and I don't mean that in a black way. It's like I really know that sounds. I grew up in the Midwest around a bunch of white people who also couldn't read beyond a 3rd grade reading level, and so when I hear them talk, like when if you're in reading class in 9th grade and you guys are doing The Outsiders and you hear the Hicks say socks instead of socias, you're like, okay, you're just retarded. You know what I mean? It's socius. COCS was socius because they're socialites. But you had these fucking hillbillies that would be socks. Like, motherfucker.
It's funny you made the hooked on Ebonics joke. Because I actually had hooked on phonics when I was a kid. My mom made me do hooked on phonics, and that's like that's why English was my best subject, like all throughout school, right? English/language arts. That was my best shit. I loved it. I actually really liked hooked on phonics. I enjoyed it.
I'm literally auditory. I have auditory dyslexia, so certain sounds don't sound right to me. So I can't. It's weird to explain.
I'm impressed you speak as well as you do. Knowing that, honestly. I didn't know about that. I wouldn't have ever guessed.
What are you saying as well as I do? Are you saying I speak poorly?
Bro,
you speak no. I'm saying you speak well. But like it sounds like that would have had. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So Prime about the chat says I called into a radio show once to discuss black issues. The host asked me, "But wait, are you black?" Yeah, I've called Prime out many a time, and like. I think she sounds like maybe 30% black, but like if I had to put a number on it, she definitely sounds. She doesn't sound as black as other black women I know. I've never once heard her say we can't hang on Discord tonight. I got to get my her did.
Yeah, Jazz, you sound like you grew up in a good neighborhood instead of the ghetto. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Oh, who is it? Is it David Weber? He a radio personality guy. He had this lady call in and was talking to him and talking about how dare he say this stuff, and he's obviously a white supremacist. And he goes, "Ma'am, have you Googled me?" And he's a black man. He's just a black man, and he does not sound at all black.
Okay.
So you're not alone, Jazz. There are people like you out there.
No, I know these people like me because I've heard. Yeah, I've heard many people like throughout like YouTube videos or like Twitter clips or whatever. Black people like me talking about how like they got called all like uppity or whatever because they didn't speak like this all the goddamn time. You know what I'm saying? Like, like I know that this is a common thing. It's just like it's funny because it never fucking goes away. Because talking black is talking like a fucking retard apparently. Because I feel bad saying it like that because like I know there's some people who just they grew up in the ghetto and like even if they've gone like for higher education or whatever.
To use sheep as an example, like sheep goes nah like NAH. She goes nah instead of like no. And like it's like that's still an acceptable fucking phrase because like we type it on our cell phones, our text, the whole nine. But like that to me comes off as like that's a dialectic like that's a black thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. It's so stupid because like sounding black, sounding white, these things are they're just stereotypes of like it's just kind of racism by another like kind of thing, right? Like you don't think about it much when you say it, but it's kind of racist when you think about it. It's like why am I supposed to sound a certain way just because I'm black, right? Like,
because you're black, that's why.
Well, I don't know. It always struck me as something that was fucking dumb. Like just straight out. Like to be real for a second, to be actually not fuck around for a second. It always struck me as something that was just so ridiculous. Like because I don't think there should be any particular way I'm supposed to sound just because of the way I look. That's ridiculous. That's fucking retarded. It's just retarded.
I guess it's strange because I've known white people who speak the same kind of broken English as as most people associate with, being black. So for me, it's never about it. It's more about actual tonal quality of the voice that comes with being having a certain DNA structure as opposed to a certain vernacular that you use.
Well, first of all, Mr. Ebear has a good comment before that. So, like, when again, like I said, my ex-wife is from Louisiana. I've spent a lot of time in Louisiana. Black people and white people, they talk the same down there. You know how they talk? Southern. Like, and that's the way I think it was like, it's not you sound black, you sound white. It's, you sound Southern, you don't sound Southern. He says the issue is that skin color has been conflated with culture. Like, dude, if you were to put a dude from Harlem, a black dude from Harlem and a black dude from like New Orleans in a Discord call, cams off. I'm not gonna know that the Louisiana guy is black. I'm just gonna be like, okay, he's some sort of Southern. The Harlem guy I will probably know is fucking black.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
that's a culture thing, not a skin color thing.
Great example is Yellow Flash is the only reason his avatar is black is because he doesn't sound stereotypically black. That's somebody else I would love to have come guest on the podcast sometime. Yellow Flash is awesome.
Wait, Yellow Flash black?
Yes, he is. He is black.
I didn't, dude. Me and Yellow Flash talk all the time. I never knew that.
Oh,
about
really?
him, I'm gonna be real. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
dude. I've streamed with Yellow Flash a few times. He's in my comments all the time. I did not know Yellow Flash was black. I'm being real.
Yeah, cool.
Yellow
Like
Flash
that's
is
I've been talking to him off and on for like a year and a half.
yeah, I love his tweets.
Hold on.
I check in on his videos. I've seen him in podcasts and whatnot. I'd love to talk to the guy sometime. He seems great.
Oh yeah, he's a sweetheart. I actually used to not particularly care for Yellow Flash because I actually
I've
like.
been
really?
informed that Yellow Flash is not black.
Oh, he's not? Wait, are you referring to Yellow Flash 2 because he's a white guy? Is he? Actually?
He's white.
Oh. Oh shit! I assumed he was black.
To be
Again,
fair,
because the avatar. Fuck.
We didn't know,
Oh.
and it doesn't fucking matter because Yellow Flash put
Well,
out
yeah,
good
obviously.
content. And good
We
content
met him.
creators. Like,
Yeah, we met him. We met him in Anime Matsuri.
Oh, so
He's
he's
not-
white. Oh
definitely
shit.
not black.
Well, shit.
to
Okay,
be
well,
fair,
whatever then.
people accuse Hypno of being white all the time. People have also said that Hypno is black. Hypno's fucking Latino, by the way. Like,
Oh,
Yeah, Hypno's definitely Latino.
hypnotic, you mean, right?
yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Man, shit. It is crazy, man, how far this goes. And it's funny because, like, I also think about, like something you might have dealt with at some point in Leon, where it's like, oh, you sound like a white guy. But like when somebody say like sounding white really only refers to like American white, right? Because you could be a German, it's like, oh, he sounds German. You could be a fucking French guy.
What do
Oh,
you
he
mean
sounds French.
angry.
Or
He
well,
sounds angry.
well, yeah. What I mean is that like typically you're not gonna get, oh, he sounds like a white guy if you hear like a German accent or a French accent or a fucking Italian accent, right? Even though all these are technically white, but you're not gonna. But
Yeah,
you only hear it sounds like a white guy if you're talking about an American white, right? So-
Yeah, well, and people have called me out for my accent before, just because like even when I'm not drinking, I slur my words because I've got what I call Midwest mush mouth. A lot of us in the Midwest, we just don't enunciate. We just like string everything together. It's like a slightly more educated Cajun, and yeah, we string everything together in one long sentence, and so words run together. And I was like, yeah, I do probably sound unintelligent because I don't enunciate the way I should, unless I focus on it like I'm doing now.
I got you. Ah, fuck. Anyway, man, we went into a whole tangent on that one. That was crazy. But
Hey,
get
why
back
not?
to the blast. Yeah, no. To be
It's
fair,
not
yeah,
the
we
midnight.
got
You did this video game given more racial division. Way to go! You could have been a good fucking fun Southern action game, but no. Instead, you got to bring out the racist in people.
You could use bold voice accent oracle for it to guess what nationality you were from. I laugh when Rima Evenstar used it with Parrot and Usagi on stream. I've never heard of that, but that sounds interesting. Maybe give it a try sometime. I'll do it with normal voice, and I'll do it with the voice I use when I'm doing Spark, right? Because when I'm doing Spark, actually, I try to talk a little more like kind of jivey, right? Because I'm doing a lounge singer thing, right?
Yeah,
So
it's
black
like a
lounge
jazz
singer.
thing.
Yeah,
I like that.
sound a little more jazzy with it. That's kind of what I do when I'm doing Spark, right? Like I'm a little more into the charm of it. But when I'm just doing me, I'm just speaking as I normally do. So yeah, that's a whole fucking. I guess I sounded more black when I'm doing Spark than when I'm my actual normal self. Fucking hell, that's something. That's I don't really think about it typically, but you know, yeah, I'm just gonna go back to not thinking about it. That's what I'm gonna do. Let's get into reading this article. Let's do that. Okay, so in 2017, fuck, Spark grew up in the ghetto. Yeah, I guess so, or in a jazz club. Yeah.
Jazz
In
club,
2017, yeah, I wrote one of the most controversial articles of my career, a piece for which I received literal death threats alongside hundreds of more banal insults and wishes for my imminent demise. As someone battle hardened by Gamergate, oh for fuck's sake, really? Battle hardened, really?
Were you either of you guys there for the OG Gamergate? Because I was one of those 4chan message board kids. I wasn't really a kid; I was still an adult by that point. But like, I was one of those 4chan message board guys during the OG Gamergate.
I would say not
the
really. I wasn't like
Gamer-
super big on the internet at the time.
Gamergate actually happened in this weird period in my life where I actually wasn't doing anything online. So I came in like right at the end of it, where people were talking about it, and I had to have someone explain it to me. And but, yeah,
Oh, sorry, go. I thought you were done. My bad.
no, I'm good. You're done. Go ahead.
Gamergate may be the reason for me my first wife's divorce. Like, I'm not even joking. Because Gamergate was one of those things where I
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
very
That's so-
invested. Dude,
kinda
no,
funny.
I was very invested in it, and because we were relatively right out of high school, I was probably around 20 or so when Gamergate happened. We were right out of high school, we were living together and whatnot, and it was her and I started having major fights over the Gamergate stuff, and that's where I found out that she was like And I don't know if
Leftist?
either of us knew it. I don't know if she really knew about herself, but yeah, she was a proto-leftist. She was a SJW. I was watching these cop videos, and, like cops arresting these women for protesting, and them screaming, "I'm an SJW," and my at the time wife was like, "She's in the correct. How dare this cop?" And I would go on later to be a cop. I wasn't yet, but I'm a former cop, and I was like, "What are you talking about? The cop is completely in the right here. She broke the law, this, that, and the other." And like it was all because I went into this sort of the Gamergate space and started causing discussions between me and my at the time wife that like realized how different our moral values were.
Well, that'll fuck up a marriage real quick, man. And it does seem like that's kind of what's been fucking up like male-female relationships here in the States for a long time now. But that's again a whole other conversation.
Oh, we can have a
Yeah, but
really
you guys have
long
heard that. Yeah, you guys have heard that though, right? That like men tend to like skew right politically, and women tend to skew left, and that's kind of part of the
At least in the West, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what's been like majorly contributing to the divide between the sexes here in the States for a bit. Like, I mean, obviously there's other things to it, but that's definitely one of them, right? Political disagreements tend to be a little harder to get past in a romantic setting. So
I would say the fact that people refuse to actually discuss them so that people can grow more into the middle together would be the actual issue, as opposed to men being left or right and women being left. But
me and my ex-wife never really talked about politics or whatnot, because like the first time I was legally able to vote, I was 18 when Obama was elected, and I voted for Obama because he spoke well. He said a lot of things about change, and I was like, and to be fair, and so I was like, okay, this sounds good. My ex-wife, you know, she was also a fan of Obama, the whole line, and like as the Obama administration went on, I was like, this is, and of course, me being a male, I was very invested in the politics, and I was following it, and I was hating what I was seeing. And she didn't care about any of that. She didn't follow politics, didn't watch the news. She was like, I just want to work on my cosplay and play video games, you know, because that wasn't something that interested her, which is fine. I mean, she doesn't have to be interested in that sort of stuff, but like, yeah, it was. So it was very much one of those. Once I started really following the news and getting invested in culture and current events and whatnot, it shed a light on some of the major differences we had morally.
I got you. Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes some things just aren't meant to be. But I mean, I hope you guys at least, you know, parted amicably.
Oh yeah, things are more or less fine. But okay. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting that like here we are in 2025 and this is not.
The legacy just keeps going.
Yeah. I mean, this is a tale as old as time sort of thing.
It really is. Anyway, yeah. So anyway, back to Battle Hardened by Gamergate over here. It takes.
Let's see if we can get through this article sometime tonight.
It's like the gayest thing you could fucking say. I swear to God.
Right.
It takes quite a bit for the scale of a backlash to take me by surprise. And while I knew it would piss some people off, I didn't predict the volume. I wrote an article suggesting that boss fights should be skippable. Imagine my temerity.
Of course you did.
I mean, is at that point like what? If you're skipping boss fights and like baby enemies aren't really doing much of anything either, it's like, why even play a video game at that point? Why don't you just go watch a movie or watch somebody else play a video game?
Just go play a puzzle game. If you can't handle that kind of conflict, just go play a puzzle game. Go play Hello Kitty Island.
Yeah.
I don't know. Go play. Yeah. Where's Mario? Go play that.
It's just this ongoing sentiment of like, not every game's going to be made for everybody. Just straight up, right? Just like not every movie's made for everybody, not every show's made for everybody. Things don't have to be made for everyone. That's it. And if you can't fucking hang with the boss fight, like here's the thing, I will at least give my respect to somebody who has a hard time with the boss, because I know it's not as easy for some as it is for others to figure out a boss fight, learn how to play a game, all that shit, right? But if you at least give it if you at least give it the old call, like Imarada's not good at parrying, right? But she has the dodge option, and she manages to work with that, right? She at least gives it a try and like puts her effort in to still enjoy the game as it was meant to be enjoyed. And I have respect for that. If you're gonna at least give it a try, I mean, even if you switch on an easy mode, right? As long as you still do it, right? As long as you still figure it out.
I don't play
then
easy
great.
Mode. That's
but if you're just straight up like, I can't do it, this is too hard, I need to fucking skip button, like, then why the fuck are you even here? Like,
I mean, for me, it's
go
like,
do something else.
We've talked about Bloodborne. I love the concept of the game Bloodborne. I would love to see the rest of the game. I have purposely avoided watching anything other than lore trailers and stuff, or lore videos and stuff about it, because I would like to experience the game. I can't even get to the first boss. I can beat the first mini boss. That took me a few years to do. Now I'm stuck on these two wolves that come before the first boss, and I can't even get past them. So, but I don't want them to change anything about the game. I need to to take the time and get better at the game, because otherwise I am asking people to fundamentally change the structure of something that they went through all the hard effort of creating just because I suck. And if I did that, I would be some kind of narcissistic monster as opposed to a green tentacle monster.
There you go. There's so many games I've never seen the end of, but for YouTube, I suppose, because I just wasn't physically capable of completing the later bosses. I've never finished the Metroid. Yeah, I've never finished the Metroid Prime game, for instance, despite it being one of my all-time favorite gaming series. There are other games I've been enjoying so much, but just had to abandon because every so often there would be a difficulty spike of such enormous disproportion that eventually I'd lose all will to try. And to be abundantly clear, this isn't.
Quick, can I make a comment? It'll be a quick one. But,
by all means, go ahead.
I vehemently disagree with the notion of saying that a certain franchise or IP or whatever, when it comes to video games, is one of your favorite of all time if you've not been able to beat the main entries. And maybe that's really elitist of me, but like, you clearly don't love it that much because you're not willing to put in the work or the effort to beat those bosses or to go through the next levels or whatnot. Like, Resident Evil is my favorite series of all time. I wouldn't be able to say that if I haven't played and beaten nearly every game in the Resident Evil pantheon, of which there's like 30 plus of. So like, you can say you like it, you'd be like, I liked Metroid Prime. Unfortunately, it was too hard to finish it, but it was a good game. But to claim it's one of your all-time favorites, and you've never even seen it through to the end, and there's 4 games, about to be 4 games in the series, fuck you.
Yeah.
I've beat more Metroid games than he has.
There you go. Yeah, and to be abundantly clear, this isn't just about my incompetence. There are obviously a billion boss fights I've successfully completed, but almost none I've even vaguely enjoyed. For me and millions of others, they are mostly tedious obstacles that get in the way of enjoying the rest of the game. But no, that's the satisfaction of victory. That's the point of the boss fights. What do you mean?
Don't like games.
If that,
Of the trial.
Yeah, it's like I think of AI Limit, right? I recently played AI Limit, which is like a anime-ish Souls-like thing, and I discovered while I was playing it through, I think it was like a tweet or something, that there's like a secret boss that you can get to get like the true ending of the game. If you don't beat this boss, then you can get like a good ending, get an okay ending to the game, but like the real ending, the one with like the extra cutscene, all that good shit, in order to get that, you have to beat the hardest boss in the game. And probably one of the hardest bosses I've ever fought in a Souls game. She was beating my ass all up and down for like 2 hours straight. But I fucking banged my head against that wall, and the feeling of victory when I finally, oh god, orgasmic. It was incredible. like the Herculean struggle against that boss fight that I went through, man. And the feeling of victory afterwards was just so fucking good.
There's an optional boss in Expedition 33 that when I finally beat it, I'm going to be so fucking happy because I've already probably fought him 15, 20 times, and you'll love him because you have to parry him. But when I finally beat his ass, I'm going to be so happy.
You will. That feeling of victory. That's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all for. What is this?
Yep.
No. Oh, sorry. We're just going there. There we go. So, but let's see where this person's going, shall we? So it struck me, why not just let me skip past them? Who loses out? Well, it turns out the answer to that question is in 2017 was very angry people. For reasons never quite comprehensively elucidated, my being able to carry on playing a game I like without finishing a specific fight causes them great personal injury. To skip over a boss is, I was told, both a moral and physical affront, and the addition of such an option would very likely destroy video games, if not all of society. Okay, well, obviously this person's hyperbolizing a bit, but I do believe this kind of destroys the whole point of a video game. Yes, actually.
I mean, part of the problem is if you go into a game like this, if you're building a game and you're thinking in your head while you're building it, I need to make sure that I include an option for these people that is easier, that actually distracts you from doing other things in the development of the game. Anytime somebody wants an extra feature, an extra something, the time that the developer is putting into making that feature for those people does take away from the time that they're trying to put into something else. I firmly believe that if someone wants to make skippable bosses in their game, they should be allowed to. I probably won't play the game because what that tells me automatically is that they are looking for a way to basically dumb the game down enough to reach the largest audience they can, as opposed to making a game as pure to their vision as they can. And that makes for a poor game. That is why a game like South of Midnight has skippable boss battles, because from the well, not from the beginning, I don't know about from the beginning for sure, but ever since they hired fucking SBI anyway, they had the idea of reaching the most broad audience, as opposed to making a game that was the purest type of game that they could make it, making a game to a specific vision, which is honestly the big difference between them and, say, Expedition 33.
There you go.
Real quick, I have to step away for a minute. Gotta put the kid to bed. I'll be right back.
Oh, go for it. You're right. You're good. You're good. But yeah, and it's like, yeah, Expedition 3 doesn't really pull its punches. Has an easy mode, you know, for people who really just can't keep up. And you know, I can appreciate that. Like, I don't think there's any issue with an easy mode, or say accessibility options for those who might be like hard of hearing or have bad eyesight or whatever the fuck, right? Like, this isn't about that. This is just about the very essence of what a game with boss fights is trying to do, right? It's meant to be a challenge at the end of a stage or at the end of the game itself, to let you kind of struggle a bit so that you can feel a little more accomplished when you reach that ending, that cutscene, that secret item, whatever the fuck, right? That you're trying to get out of like defeating this enemy that stands in your way. But that's kind of the whole point of what video games are, right? And it's what they've always been, because I mean, again, we kind of got to go from the point of games that, like, video games in general were mostly developed by dudes, right? And what do dudes want out of life more than anything, right? That feeling of accomplishment, the satisfaction of overcoming a challenge. And that's what boss fights are in video games. And that kind of like, it kind of like, it appeals to that male spirit. It really does. The masculine spirit, I should say. Like, because obviously you enjoy video games, Rada, and you enjoy boss fights and all that. So I mean, to cut you out here, that's not what I'm trying to say. But like, it is.
That's all right.
Well, no, it's just you're on the more masculine side, to be fair, to be sure. But you are not a man, no. But you get what I'm trying to say here. Do you understand what I'm trying to say at all? Like, okay. am I just fucking pissing in the wind here, or what?
For me, I guess, because of the way my brain works, I tend to try not to boil things down to male versus female. There is a group of people who strive to enjoy things with a challenge. Yes, that group does happen to skew more male than female.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It's just my brain is fucked up. So.
No, I get you. And yeah, it sounds like we have difficulty moments for this very reason. Yeah. Rada, since the marriage at least is the fact owner of a masculine spirit.
I have my own dick and it's fantastic.
Oh, Lord. Anyway. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is that this whole thing just kind of defeats the point of gaming for a lot of people. And I mean, honestly, I suppose I don't like necessarily like you were saying though, if people have to, like, people in game development have to focus on doing shit like this, it does take away from the actual, you know, good parts of the video game development, right? The parts you actually want them to be focusing on to make a fantastic game. I suppose skipping a boss fight though, it's like, you know what? I will say this. If somebody wanted to put that in the game where they literally just like put you past the boss fight, fine, fuck it. Just make sure that person doesn't get any trophies. No trophies for them. Like
Expedition 33 does have an option to turn on that auto completes all of your skills, so you don't have to push the A button and time them. It does have that, and you know,
the accessibility thing. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that kind of thing, but from what I can tell, it didn't in any way affect the rest of the development of the game. But the fact is that most game developers aren't capable of balancing that kind of thing out. They're just not.
That's fair. Yeah. Anyway, yet the months since South of Midnight released, I have yet to witness the collapse of humanity. In fact, I've heard only very few people talking about it. Well, to be fair, very few people are talking about South of Midnight in general, so...
Yeah.
You know?
Well, at least I'm not saying anything nice about it.
Yeah, not really. This is not the very first time a game has offered a way past tough spots. A fair few big-name games have had options to let you skip entire missions should you fail them enough. Red Dead Redemption 2 and Days Gone, for instance. while many others will offer to lower difficulty if you're flailing. But it's still vanishingly rare, and South of Midnight is the only instances specifically being able to skip the boss that I'm aware of. Let me know of other examples. And it harms no one, not even that guy, Dave, the one who still unironically says get good. It just lets more people play more games the way they want to. But I mean, at that point, they're not playing the game.
Yep.
That's the thing, right? There's a difference between giving you the option to make the game easier and giving you the option to just not play the game.
If you want to watch a movie, go watch a movie. Don't.
Yeah,
crap up
or
other
just
people's games.
or watch a YouTube Let's Play. A lot of people do it these days. A lot of people watch Let's Plays. It's become like a whole industry in and of itself, right? On YouTube, it's just that's Let's Plays of shit. YouTube and Twitch. So just do that then. If you don't want to actually, bother playing the game, then just don't do that and just go watch somebody else do it. There you go.
It's funny because we have. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, so to that point, then I don't even understand why you would bother with the mechanic in the game of just skipping the boss fight.
Yeah.
If the person's gonna do that, then he might as well just not even play the game and just watch somebody else do it. Like that's it, straight up.
Yep. But it's funny because we have game developers who actually want to make movies, and we have games journalists who actually want to watch movies. Why don't they get together and just watch each other's stuff? The game developers who want to make these movies instead of video games can make whatever silly little movie, and then the game journalists can just hold a controller while they watch it.
Yep. Ain't fair.
Match made in heaven.
Yeah, but you know what? It used to be commonplace. It was incredibly rare that a game didn't ship with a suite of hidden cheat codes. You'd find them in the next edition of your favorite gaming magazine, and then type them in to become invincible or have infinite ammo, and then blitz through the boss that was troubling you. Excuse me. Yet the schools remained open, the supermarkets still had toilet paper on sale, everything was still okay. If anything, not being able to cheat past an impossible boss is the crime against nature.
Okay, this is such a disingenuous argument because by very nature of using a cheat code, there's a shame there because cheat is in the name.
Like the word cheat, yeah.
I remember Tips and Tricks magazine. I loved using cheat codes after I beat the game. Like, if you're playing Grand Theft Auto and you're using the cheat code to make everyone in big head mode, like, all right, whatever. That's not changing the fucking mechanics of the game. You're not getting infinite ammo. That is this is a very disingenuous comparison.
I will say, in terms of Grand Theft Auto specifically, I did cheat before the end of the game, but that's because I was like fucking 12 years old and I didn't even care about the story. I just wanted to run around shooting people. That's all I played the game for. That's the only reason I played the game. So infinite ammo, yeah, by all means. Give me the free rocket launcher. Let me pull up a police helicopter. That's all I'm here for. I don't give a fuck what the story is. That's how I was as a kid, man. That's what I played those games for. Straight up. Obviously, it became a bit more nuanced as an adult.
As a kid, whether it be Vice City, San Andreas, whatever, I just like driving around and fucking with people.
Yeah.
That's how kids play GTA.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Yeah. Where was I? Where did I leave off? Oh, no, wait. Yeah, it's a new, this is a new paragraph. I'm fairly certain this has appeared in South of Midnight as a consideration for accessibility, and that's wonderful. It's worth noting the game even lets you skip combat, although given how dull it is, this seems to fix another issue entirely. Okay, so if you're skipping combat and you're skipping boss fights, what do you do? You're watching cutscenes? Okay, then watch a cutscene movie on YouTube. Like, at that point, you save yourself some fucking money. Don't even pay $50 for the game, right? Just go find a cutscene movie on YouTube and you're good to go. Why even bother buying the game at that point? Fucking hell. Oh, God. Let's see. In the last few years, we've seen a dramatic change in how AAA games are being made, with the needs of players put front and center.
And that's a net negative, by the way. Oh, we've seen AAA games.
I think that's a lie.
They're being made. Like, you're right. We have seen change how AAA games are being made, and look at how they're selling. Like dog shit in most instances. Yes, you've got your exception to the rule, but the vast majority of gamers are throwing a fit about AAA games. Why is indie destroying AAA? Why did Schedule 1 get like over 500,000 fucking players, and South of Midnight got like 6,000?
Well, my theory is that statement that they just made is a lie. That AAA games aren't putting players' needs front and center. They're putting their own fucking needs and agendas and bullshit front and center, and that's the actual problem here. That statement is a fucking lie. That's why I made that face just now.
They're literally just trying to make a game that will get them the biggest audience possible. And as just about anything that does that, it's not going to appeal to most people, because when you try to make something for everybody, you don't really make something for anybody.
Yep. 100% exacto mundo. AAA games are so bad that hentai games that was the joke of the industry make better products than them. I'm telling you, man. Like I was talking about Zenless earlier when I was talking about my week, man. It's like that's one of the best like stories in a video game I've seen. It's a fucking shit ass Chinese gacha game, right? But it's like, they actually do have some great writing in those games, a lot better than I'm seeing from a lot of AAA games these days, and that is sad. That is just sad. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, man. That's just really depressing. Well, that, and they make much harder characters too. So that's also very nice. I appreciate that. Giant jiggling asses. I can go for that. Which the West could do a little bit of that these days.
That before I had seen you, then I would have known you were black.
Well, to be fair though, to be honest, I go to giant jiggling asses because that's like the ZZT meme, right? But I'm more of a tits guy, to be honest. More of a boobs dude. That's my thing.
I'm a thigh guy. What can I say? I'm a thigh guy. So.
Well, okay, midriff first and foremost, but between like the boobs butt debate, I go for boobs. So
okay.
Yeah.
Between boobs butt, I agree. Yeah, between boobs and butt, I'm more of a tits guy.
Yeah,
no.
But
thighs,
midriff.
Thighs, I get people say thighs or ass slight, whatever. I'm a thigh guy first and foremost.
And I'm actually a midriff guy. Is like the main appeal for me. Like a nice tummy is chef's kiss. Anyway, though, fucking, where did I leave off? Few big name games launch these days without offering a wealth of incredibly specific options, allowing people to tailor games to their specific requirements. And again, accessibility options I don't mind, but this is going well beyond that. So, which is all well and good.
I have a problem with accessibility. And like, if your accessibility is things like helping people with color blindness, all right, obviously no issue. I'd be a fucking monster to have an
like
issue.
Partial deafness or whatever.
If your accessibility is like what Star Wars did, where it's like arachnophobia mode, it removes the alien spider. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I am an arachnophobe. I am straight up an arachnophobe. I will not turn on arachnophobia mode. I don't care how realistic those spiders are. I will sit here and scream while I'm playing the game, killing those spiders, but I am not fucking turning on an arachnophobia mode. It's a goddamn video game. That spider is not going to come out of the screen and get me. Unlike the spider that I saw in my corner and missed with my shoe, that will come and get me later. That's a separate issue. The spider on my screen is not real. It can't get me. I will still scream while killing it, but that's a separate issue. Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Anyway, or was I? Requirements, which is all well and good until you reach a difficulty spike boss fight in which all such amenities seem to get thrown out of the window. Oi, you be good enough at this bit, no matter your specific situation, or you're done playing. Well, I mean, fair. I mean, here's the. I feel like most games. Yeah, I feel like most games put like the really rough fucking boss fights usually as like an optional thing, though. To be fair. To video games as a whole, I feel like most of the really unreasonable shit is usually put as optional stuff. Like say the Organization 13 like rematches in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, right? Like those fights are like I've never beaten them. Because those fights are fucking unreasonable. Those are beyond what a normal human should be actually capable of. I've seen people actually do it, but like holy shit.
Hardcore gamer that wants to get sweaty and have that talent. But like also take Resident Evil for example. Resident Evil, you can get to a boss fight. The OG Resident Evil games are all about resource management. Should I run from the zombies? Should I hide from the zombies? Should I shoot the zombies? The whole lot. So when you get to a boss fight, your resources are going to be different every time, or maybe not every time, but different player to player. So yeah, I've been in a position where I've had to restart an entire Resident Evil game from the ground up because I got to the halfway boss part, and I had blown through my resources way too early in the game, and I was physically incapable of beating him. So guess what? That was on me as the player to not understand the game mechanics of how important item management is.
Yeah, I get you, because I probably would have had the same problem when I did the RE2 remake, because that was like the first real Resident Evil I like kind of went all in on, like played all like from start to finish. But I knew, because I had been listening to podcasts of dudes who were fans of Resident Evil. It's like I knew that like usually inventory management, ammo management, all that shit was really important. So I already had gone in with that mentality. I was able to make it through the game, clean, because I had already been very stingy with my ammo playing through the game, because I knew it would have been a problem if I did. Yeah.
Yeah, you did it the right way. When I was young and dumb, and it was 1999 or 2001 or whatever year it was, and I was playing Resident Evil Code Veronica, I was just spray and pray and killing every motherfucker I saw. And guess what? You get to the halfway point, you get on a plane, and it turns out there's a giant infected boss is on that plane. There's no going back. There's no backtracking. There's nothing. You're fighting that boss on the plane to progress. Now, you can do multiple save files. I was too young and dumb to do that, so I could have just gone back 1 or 2 saves had I been smarter. But the fact of the matter is, I had wasted all my resources on the lead up. I got on this plane. I had like 30 bullets, and that was it. You cannot physically kill the fucking boss with 30 bullets. I had to restart the entire game. Is that bad game design? No, because the game let you know for the first 50% of the fucking game, it's a survival game. It is based on you making correct choices. I made incorrect choices. The problem was on me.
You sucked, yes.
Fair enough. Don't worry, AAA games will not have to worry about hot characters under my new obscenity law, which every raunchy will result in a felony. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Aren't the Republicans trying to put up some fucking like anti-horny law or some shit?
Yeah, that's the thing going on. Real quick, Yokai, that didn't get implemented until Resident Evil 4. The game I'm referring to is prior Resident Evil 4. But yeah, there's a Utah senator that is proposing a bill to the Senate to basically put a censorship or ban on horny things. It's probably not going to go anywhere. But
it's not. That's not going nowhere. That's
a Utah senator.
Yeah, it's just gonna die. Yeah, no even need to talk about it. That shit's going nowhere.
I wouldn't guarantee that yet, but yeah, for now, I don't think we have to worry.
Yeah. Let's see. Fuck, I keep losing my place. Okay. But could South of Midnight be the start of a trend? And no, Dave, I don't mean I'm demanding that Souls-like games in which the entire point is mastering the techniques required for all 8 trillion bosses. All let me skip over every moment. I mean, it'd be brilliant if they did. I'd love to explore the lands between, because that place looks amazing, if not for all the immediate death. As games superbly?
Wait!
Superbly, I'm stupid. As games superbly copy one another with their accessibility options, could we start to see the boss fight skip button become standard? It's an impossible thing to believe in, because we're never allowed nice things. The gatekeeping around the topic is about as fierce as anything gets in this hobby, so many Daves horrified that others might enjoy a part of the game for which they have not demonstrated their worth. But I still allow myself a glimmer to stare through the crack in the wall South of Midnight is offered at the beautiful sunlight fields beyond. So I feel like we can just go ahead and encapsulate this whole thing to one meme that I'm sure you both have seen, with the big like fat white dude in all black with sunglasses on, standing in front of the door saying, join the hobby, come on in. Change the hobby, nah, door closed, fuck off. And this is too big a change to the hobby to even
Nerd
possibly.
Culture Bouncer, baby. Nerd Culture Bouncer. I don't know if that's his real name. That's why I call that meme.
Okay, yeah, I'll start calling it that too, because just calling him the fat white guy is kind of mean. So I'll start. Nerd Culture Bouncer sounds good.
I mean,
much
it's accurate.
I know,
am
but
just
still.
now realizing the chat is coming up on this this Stein here. That's fucking awesome.
The what's that?
The chat comes up. On
the cup.
That's
Yeah,
so awesome.
the mug. Gotcha. I was like, what the fuck is this Stein again? Oh yeah, it's a name like a tavern mug. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, that was actually Rose's idea back when she was still like helping to host the podcast. But yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. We decided to keep that for sure. It's solid. That and the can of pussy that Rose left behind. That's not going anywhere.
Can we move it a little over, because I don't think I want it.
No.
Just saying.
No.
No, I'm not gonna. Maybe over there by you.
I'm not gonna do that. No. Enjoy that. Anyway. Yeah. So, I mean, any other final thoughts, you guys? Or
fuck this guy.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, it makes my blood boil.
Fair enough. What else? You're going. We talked about that one for a good long while.
Yeah, and again in the chat, no, there is no adaptive difficulty in the original Resident Evil 2. Adaptive difficulty was not implemented till Resident Evil 4. I don't know what game journalists or not you've been reading, but no, adaptive difficulty did not come around till Resident Evil 4.
Gotcha. Okay, so this one's just kind of funny, right? So I think somebody mentioned the curse thing. That was you, Leon? You were talking about the curse thing?
Yeah.
With,
curse stuff. In fact, my video on that fucking flopped, and then it topped out on like 600 views, which is fucking terrible for me. While we have been streaming, it jumped up to like 1,400 in the last 2 hours.
Hell
I don't know what happened. 1,500 now.
Trending on Twitter, that's what happened.
Dude. Yeah,
the
video I released yesterday, the day before, that did not do good, has jumped up like 700 views in the last couple of hours. So thanks to all of you. Mad props. Appreciate you. Thanks. Because I worked really hard on that fucking video.
Good job. Like, do you want to do the rundown here? Like, because I could do it, but I mean, it sounds like you already did all the research. So you want to give the audience the story real quick?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's fine. So Kirsha, if you are unaware, is she's an up-and-coming VTuber, and by up-and-coming, she's got at the time of all this going down, she had about 77,000 subs. She's last I checked, somewhere in the 80,000s now, because as controversy does, it only makes someone more popular. So good job, Cancel Pigs. You played yourselves. She has expressed. She's been known to express very quote-unquote controversial opinions. By controversial, I mean she's right-wing in a space of a lot of leftist VTubers, and so
and a Nazi apparently, you know.
Yeah. She's a Nazi. She's a white supremacist. She's all this stuff, and she made in my opinion, very non-issue statement about Shiloh. What was her last name? Point is, the girl that used the N-word to the black kid, and then got the GoFundMe that she ended up getting about $500,000 on a GoFundMe. And what Kirsha said, which I think was completely reasonable, was. I don't condone what she said. I don't think what she said was right. However, you can't be surprised something like this has happened when we've been going down the road we've been going when it comes to race relations, and there's people trying to divide everyone on race of all sides. Completely fucking reasonable. She wasn't defending what Shiloh said. Nothing. I think she's entirely correct. This shouldn't come as a shock to anyone. Well, Vice decided to write a hit piece on her, and by Vice, I mean one of Vice's writers, who is a radical trans individual who is also a VTuber, who is a failed VTuber, did not manage to get any sort of sponsorships or join any sort of I forget what they're called in the VTube space, but basically management style
companies,
VTuber,
like
management companies.
She didn't go corpo.
She didn't go corpo, and so this individual wrote a hit piece on Kirsha, and for the most part, no one really paid attention to it. Like, you had the same people calling her a Nazi and whatnot, but those people that always called her a Nazi, until it came to a head that this gaming company that had put out an indie game that wasn't good, by the way, that had middling reviews before Kirsha joined them.
Crime City was it called?
Yep, Crime City. Crime City was a middling indie game that had mixed reviews at best, that nobody liked or was playing. It was doing just a few hundred players a day. Kirsha somehow found this indie game, fell in love with it, and for free was doing massive promotion of it, just saying on her streams, "Come play this, it's awesome, I love it," the whole nine. To where eventually Crime City reached out to her, said, effectively be our ambassador, be the spokesperson for this game. And when she did, they shot the fuck up on the charts. They went from having a few hundred players on average to about 7,000 because of Kirsha's influence. So then this Vice article comes out, written by this Troon that has a very sketchy history, and without any conversations with Kirsha, without any sort of attempt to mitigate the situation, they just drop Kirsha as their sponsor and say, yep, we disagree and disavow her, everything she stands for, the whole nine, and effectively started a cancellation campaign that, I don't know if it's fair to call it cancellation because it's the only sponsorship she's lost, but even so, it is an attempt to foil someone's income based on their online personality, and that is the short version.
Okay. And yes, so that all happened, but what I found especially funny is a little development that happened not long after that. So do either of you know the name Nyara VT?
I've seen it on Twitter.
Not on top.
Okay, so Nyara VT is another ongoing trans VTuber. And Nyara decided to weigh in on this whole thing, and initially
this
was
is new information to me. This is not part of anything I covered. Interesting.
Yeah, this is new. This is recent, like a couple of days ago. Okay, what's up, Rada?
No, I was saying I've actually just seen this stuff on Twitter today.
Okay, and this is so perfect that it almost feels like it was scripted. Right. So what happened here is that Nyara again weighs in, and this Nyara is known already in the VTuber space, not for anything good. Apparently, big fan of the idea of child transitioning, and very vocal about that. So so was so was in VTuber news for that recent, like a couple months ago, I think, and getting shit on heavily for that, but decided to jump in on this. And essentially, initially was praising Crime City for, doing what they did by, turning their backs on Kirsche, right? And they're like, you know what? Just for that, I'm going to do a stream of Crime City just to show support for this company, right? And then, right after that, you get this tweet from Nyara.
Oh, okay.
You want to read this?
I did use this tweet in my video. Yeah, I didn't realize this is the person that did it. Yes, I used this tweet. This is so good. This is so good.
So, okay, let's read it real quick. Okay, so I've learned Crime Boss features Chuck Norris, who is homophobic slurs.
Pro-Trump.
Yeah. Caricatures of black people, misogyny, and AI art. Is this why these people supported a shitty game and pretended to like it until the devs dropped Kirsche? Is the bar so low for them? And immediately my thought is, motherfucker, it was that low for you! You decided to try and pretend you liked this game just because they did something you liked and fucked over a creator that you disliked. A creator, by the way, who actually did like the game. Like Kirsche genuinely, she was supporting it when there was nothing in it for her. Like this game, nobody knew about this fucking game. Nobody cared. She came along and loved it, right? She actually did care about them, and they dropped her like a bad fucking habit. And what they got in return was this. It's so fucking poetic. It's amazing.
This isn't the only version of this, by the way. So I have a screenshot from Steam of someone called Alt F4 played this game for free on PS5. It's a bit bigoted. They use the phrase candy ass, which is a gay slur. Also, people of color showing caricatures that wouldn't be out of place in a racist 80s movie. So yes, the people you tried to capitulate to, congratulations, they hate the game.
Shocking.
Oh man, and it's just like it's so like the poetic justice of it all, right? Like it's so fucking good.
What Crime Boss has been doing on the Steam forum pages.
I have not. Are they deleting posts? Are they deleting posts?
They're deleting pro-Kirsche posts and leaving anti-Kirsche posts. Yep, you called it.
I knew it. Those motherfuckers. Wow, that is goddamn. Oh, it's is this a community manager thing again? Is that what this is? Because it feels like it might be. I'm not sure.
It could be. But I don't know if it's a big enough studio to really be a community manager issue.
Yeah.
Since, it could just be a retard issue.
Also, just like the person who helped make the game, it's like a small team. Yeah. But Yokai1235 says Mama Akko invited Naira to talk once, and he then turned it into a debate because of how much of a narcissistic asshole Naira is. I don't know. Yeah. I love Mama Akko, bro. Mama Akko, he is straight up fucking G. Like, dude goes all the fucking. I love Akko.
Yeah, I've been hanging out more on Akko's streams on Fridays and Saturdays, and yeah, we always have a great time. It's always a lot of fun. Akko's great.
I've had him on a couple times. Like just a fascinating individual.
Yeah, Akko's the homie for sure. But yeah, I think Akko actually told me about that. That he had like a little debate with Nyara, and it was a rough going, but they managed to I guess agree to disagree by the end of the whole thing, and I guess that's good. Usually better than conversations with leftists typically go. So
right,
small mercies, I suppose.
I would be very curious what this Nyara person is saying in the background, because I don't trust that type further than I could possibly throw.
Oh wait, no, I remember now. Nyara actually did have a comment about Akko after the fact, and it was that they hope that Akko will break out of their egg eventually.
Oh wait. dude.
They called Akko a fucking egg, man.
When people, dude, I hate when people accuse Akko of being trans. Like, he's said, like, it's openly in his fucking bio on X. Like, I'm a dude in real life. Like, he likes the Japanese gyaru aesthetic. Guess what? I've watched Hokkaido Gals are super adorable. I love that anime. Like, you can put on a VTuber of a fucking female and not actually be a tranny. It's fine. Maybe you just like the aesthetic.
Let's face it, having tits makes you more money.
Yeah, yep. That's straight up. Especially in the VTuber space. That reminds me though, that's one anime. I don't know if it was I don't know if it was Hokkaido Girls or called something else, but I remember there was an anime I saw recently a clip of where like the whole conceit of the show is that like it's maid cafes, but the maids operate like fucking Yakuza. So
okay, that's certainly not Hokkaido Gals, but I would love to know what this is. That sounds
dude. No, the clip that won me over. I saw a clip where it was like a maid about to do like a little like maid cafe performance, right, where they like sing an anime song or whatever, and like at the start of the song she starts singing, and then she gets fucking shot like by someone in the audience, and then she like looked like she's about to keel over. But then she just fucking does the song anyway with the bullet hole still in her. And it's like, holy shit, this is amazing.
Dude, that is so, I
gotta figure out.
Akiba Maid War.
Akiba Maid War. Yeah, that's the one.
I'm adding that to my
man, I gotta watch that so we can talk about it. Because that shit's amazing. Just that one clip sold me on it, man.
That's the sort of shit you should watch instead of motherfucking
Ironheart. Ironheart. The Acolyte, yeah. Absolutely.
Maid War, okay.
Akiba Maid War, yeah, it was absolutely. Fuck, yeah, absolutely. So super into that idea. But yeah, as far as this whole thing goes, it's just, it's so easy to take Kirsha's side because it's just such a clear-cut like situation of them of betrayal and then justice, right? Like it was so swift. It was a matter of days between the offending
bullshit too.
Yeah,
well, it's actually been going on for about a month because this same candy ass writer that wrote the Vice article wrote a different hit piece on Kirsha a month ago. That one just didn't pick up an fraction. So this person has been actively trying to get Kirsha canceled for about a month now, and now finally is seeing some sort of success.
Yeah, I mean,
didn't it start with her U2's plushie dropped and she reposted that picture with where someone had some questionable shit in the background? Didn't it start there?
Well, that came after the second Vice article, but yes, people started hitting up U2's and being like, how could you partner with this person? And Kirsha's like, you know that U2 just does short-term contracts, and this was from like November to January. Like, we already don't work together anymore. What are you... People don't understand how it's actually kind of crazy to me, and sometimes I get this from my viewers as well. And like, no shame to them because since if they don't do it, they don't know. They don't really know how the back end stuff of content creation goes. It's like, most folk don't just turn on a camera and start talking. There's a lot of back end stuff that goes into it. That's what makes it a legitimate business. That's why I don't like when people are like, oh, why do streamers get paid $1 million just sit there and stream? It's like, well, no. If you're a big content creator, if you're an Asmongold or an XQC, and I've never watched XQC, but I'm just going to assume, or like a Charlie for people.
There's a lot that goes into it.
Like, there's a reason there. You can be up Say Spaghetti, they're making all this money the way you would be like professional athletes, but it is a full-time fucking job. There's a lot that goes into the off-camera side of content creation.
Absolutely. Like I think about how Asmongold puts out what, like fucking 5 or 6 videos a day, right? And it's like if you understand the work goes into putting out one video, right? Like Rada knows this, you know this, I know this.
And people, those are all pulled from his live streams, yes, but that means he has to hire editors to do that, which means he has to have payroll, which means he has to have an official business on record. Like by the end of the month, hopefully Words of Paradise is going to be an actual licensed business. That's my next goal. It's like there's a lot of this shit that's not just pull up an article and read it or whatnot, you know.
And there's nothing the fact that he's. Yeah, and there's nothing the fact that he's got to like be sitting there and talking for hours on end, right? As he reacts to all these different things, right? Like to put out as much content as he does, that is like hours and hours of just talking and talking and talking about all these different things, man. Like that's considerable. And obviously, like, and he was talking about this on stream, because I think, God, what was it? there was some video, he was reacting to something, but he was talking about this very concept of, yeah, I don't really like to talk about this shit because I know nobody fucking cares. Like, obviously, I know that there a lot that goes into my work as a content creator, but I didn't know nobody like fucking cares to know about that because, you know, they work, you know, actual like physical labor jobs and whatnot. They don't want to sit and hear me complain about what I go through because perception is the one thing that matters when you're in this industry, right? It's what people believe when they look at you. What they see is you sitting there and talking and playing video games and whatever. But they don't, obviously, they don't see everything behind the scenes of all that, right? It's like you're a fucking idol who's like, you're always smiling and happily and bubbly and giggly, and behind the scenes, it's like the worst fucking shit imaginable sometimes, right? When you're deep in the yeah,
dude. Hassan took heat, and understandably so, when he was saying that, like, his job is harder than being a coal miner or whatever. Like, no, fuck that. Why am I saying, like, yes, there's stuff that we do behind the scenes that is actual work. Nobody's gonna sit here look, anyone who's on the internet is making money on the internet, whatnot. You're fucking blessed to be doing it. No one's saying that you're not. It's like,
God,
this
if
is
only,
a fucking dream job. So yeah, when Hassan said that dumb shit, like, no, I work harder than a blue collar worker. No, the fuck you don't. It's just also not all. It's not as easy as turning a camera on and talking, but it's certainly no fucking blue collar working in the coal mine shit. It's a very nice happy medium.
Anybody can turn on a camera and talk, but the fact of the matter is there is some degree of skill behind getting your stuff out there so that people actually see it and being at least likable enough or whatever that somebody finds your work then interesting enough to continue indulging in it. It is definitely not a physical labor job. It's an entirely different skill set. One is much harder than the other, being the physical labor job.
I should know. I do both at the same time right now.
So. No, there you go. See, and he knows that this is a fun job to get if you can get it. If you can get the people to pay enough attention to you, but in the end, anything. And one of those things that's really frustrating in life is you always have these people out here is like, well, you know, if you're doing something you like, you never work a day in your life. That's not true, because no matter how much you like something, if you're doing it day in, day out, day after day, eventually it does become monotonous. It does become difficult. It does become boring, and it does become work. But the fact is everything at some degree is work, but I'll stop there because I have a whole philosophical thing behind that.
I mean, life's work, man. You got to earn your keep. That's all there is to it. However, if you do that, there's always gonna be something to it. But Asmongold understands that when you are an entertainer, like, nobody fucking cares how hard you're actually working to be entertaining. They care that you're being entertaining.
They care
while they're coming to watch you. Yeah.
Right. Nobody asked if the clown was sad.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up, Agliachi. Juggle the balls. That's what everyone's gonna say, because that's what they're here to see, is you juggling the fucking balls. They don't give a fuck like how many times you broke your wrist learning how to juggle or whatever. They want to just see you juggle the balls. That's it. Nobody fucking cares. Exactly. And people who understand that are gonna end up having a much easier time getting the job done in that regard. And that's what it is. But anyway, I suppose that's kind of all we have to say about this. That's just a still feel-good story, to be honest. You know? The fact that Crime City immediately got fucking dunked for their stupid bullshit.
Just fucking felted by their audience, dude. Have you gone under any Crime City's posts on X, like the actual official posts from them? They are getting so felted. It's amazing.
I have not, but I will maybe go do that later when I'm feeling down, man. I might just go see how people are kicking the shit out of Crime City, and it'll just make me feel good in the inside, you know. Things I'll keep in mind.
I saw this earlier, Bear. You should look at that in the Discord.
All right. I don't want to go too much longer, but there's like at least a couple more that I really wanted to get to. I have like 4 more stories, but let's do like 2.
I don't know how much time you guys got. I got all the fucking time in the world. It's my Sunday night, but I don't work till 10 p.m. tomorrow. It's only 11 p.m. or 10 a.m. tomorrow. It's 11 p.m. my time. I'll be up for a while. Probably gotta make a video or what and something to drop tomorrow. But beyond that, I'm good. So.
Oh. Okay. I mean, well, yeah. Again, there's just a handful of things left. I did really want to talk about this one because, again, Rada, I know you don't much care for like the gotcha stuff, but this is interesting in a more general context. So
hey, I'm good at zoning out when I need to.
You mean
no, I'm serious.
Zinzla's zoning out.
He's good. He's good, Chad. That's why we brought him on. But no, seriously.
I saw this. I wasn't because I'm not big in the gotcha scene as well. I wasn't sure how big of an issue this was, but I did see this article.
Well, the thing is that this could change like the way monetization works for a lot of games, even outside of gachas, considering what's like being gone after here. So Genshin Impact introducing age verification for US players. Failure to comply will result in account suspension. Right?
Wow.
So, in response to getting slapped down by the U.S. Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, over their manipulative and exploitative business practices, developer MiHoYo, known as Hoyoverse, has announced that they will soon be implementing mandatory age verification requirements for Genshin Impact's American player base. As in, if you're under, I'm guessing like 16 is going to be like the cutoff point for now, but hopefully it goes up to 18, right? Considering
I would think
how much
18
fucking
has
gambling.
to be.
Yeah, I'm not super. Maybe you'll have the detail in the article here. Let's see. As previously reported, late January, the FTC hit MiHoYo with a 20 million USD fine, which is probably nothing for them, to be honest. They make that in a month, so they don't give a fuck about that fine. But, you know, that's just like, that's the get the ball rolling, right? That sort of thing. After finding the developer was both illegally collecting the data of Genshin Impact's young players and using a deceptive virtual currency exchange to obfuscate how much they were spending on loot boxes. Ordered by the government entity to update their data collection and gacha marketing practices, MiHoYo confirmed the first such update to their operations on May 9th, informing players via a news post made to the official Genshin website that going forward, they will be required by law to age verify US player accounts. The age verification process will be rolled out on all US players by May 20th while login. Oh shit, that's like next week. Holy fuck. If I already have one, or account registration. Explained to Cognisphere, the MiHoYo publishing branch responsible for Genshin Impact's operation, please ensure to provide your month-based age operation by July 18, 2025. Failure to verify will result in account suspension, in-game friends and chat records will be deleted, and no further notifications post-suspension due to inaccessible account information as required by law. So this could end up being a absolutely fucking massive shift in gacha gaming and in gaming, because this extends past the whole age verification thing. There's actually more to this, and I got a video of someone explaining what all's going on here. I think I put it in the topics, but it's kind of wild how far this actually goes. Here we go, right here. Genshin lives are finally getting shut down. This shit is crazy.
You ever notice how spending money in games never really feels like spending money? Like you're not dropping $20 on the banner. You are buying it with Primo Gems.
My shit's taking a second. Hang on. Full screen.
No, you're good. Take your time.
Full screen. Oh, there we go. Okay. Full screen. Got it. Okay, got it. Here we go. Yeah, but check this shit out, chat. It's crazy. I was gonna make sure. Yeah, okay. It's coming through on stream.
Blue Nights or event tickets. And half the time, the store looks like some kind of cosmic Chuck E. Cheese. But instead of tokens for skee ball, you are trading real money for disappointment. And we all just sort of accept it. I mean, we joke about it a lot. We make memes, right? Haha,
What? What's
Should we be hearing something?
Oh, fuck. I just realized I've actually been sharing my screen to you guys this entire time. God damn it. Hang on. I got it. Oh, wait, not that. I forgot I wasn't sharing my screen this whole time. That's the one thing. I knew I was forgetting something.
I thought it was just about the subtitles. You're like, I don't want to get copyright struck, so I just got.
No, I was supposed to be sharing like we're supposed to be looking at all the articles we were just going through together, and I usually do the share screen for that, but I completely fucking forgot to turn that on since the start of the stream. My goddamn. All right, hang on. All right, so let's take from the top. Jesus.
You ever notice how spending money in games never really feels like spending money? Like you're not dropping $20 on the banner. You are buying it with Primo Gems or Lunites or event tickets. And half the time, the store looks like some kind of cosmic Chuck E. Cheese. But instead of tokens for skee ball, you are trading real money for disappointment. And we all just sort of accept it. I mean, we joke about it a lot. We make memes, right? Haha, I spent $10,000 and I got 8 Wolves Gravestone. The jokes are funny until you realize they're
it's a weapon, right? He'll explain it a little more intricately here in a second. Just stick with me here.
Covering up a system designed to bleed you dry. And yet no one in power ever said anything to change that until now. You don't walk into a grocery store and buy 700 snack credits so you can maybe get a bag of chips, right? But in games, that logic is everywhere and it works. It works because it is supposed to confuse you. Blur the lines, make you feel like you're spending less even when you're not. And yeah, maybe you knew that already. God, you're so smart. But the point is, no one with power ever did anything about it. Not really until now. Because this week, the the FTC, yes, that FTC, finally stepped into the ring, and instead of targeting some sketchy mobile clone app, they aimed straight at the clown of gacha predatory system Genshin Impact. Let's dive into it. The FTC has stepped in and said, enough, at least in the United States. The era of mystery money might finally be on its way out, starting with Genshin Impact. Under this new regulation, if a game sells you something with premium currency, it has to clearly show you what you're getting in return, not in vague in-game units, real-world dollar terms.
Yeah, this has actually been something that has been on the horizon for a bit, and that
yeah, I remember hearing about this before.
Yeah, if there's going to be and this for any sort of mobile game, an in-game currency, the in-game currency has to equate to real-world dollars in a way that you can so like if something is 599 gems, it will have to state that it costs $5.99. As opposed to like if something's $5 and you get 270 gems, like there's no simple equation to break down how much money you're spending. So yeah, this has been a pretty hot topic issue that's I've seen a lot of gaming streamers talk about for probably a couple years ago, or for a couple years now, but for the idea that the FTC is actually stepping in and doing something about it, that's not inherently a bad thing. I was expecting this to be like I was expecting this to be a bad, because like I won't lie, I'm pretty libertarian, dude. Fuck the government, fuck all three-letter agencies, including the FTC. But these mobile game companies are incredibly exploitative, and so I'm seeing the positives here, even if I don't like the idea of it being government based.
Yeah, and it's like when you start getting into exactly how much money is tied up in these fucking these systems that they use to get people to spend more, like you really start to be on the FTC side on this one, because this is just a thing that is going to make these games more bearable overall. Like, hey, let's give them a minute here. It's this shit gets a little crazy with the figures.
If you're buying a
I don't know about bearable, but definitely more transparent at least.
Yeah.
pack that gives you like what, 50 pulls, you will see right there on the page, this is $100. And yeah, that math works out to about $1.98 per pull, which
$2 for one pull. That is probably not going to get you what you want, because like a 10 pull, let me put this in perspective, right? I've played these games and usually free to play, like I just kind of grind out the little events or missions, whatever the fuck, and just get the currency that way, right? I have done pulls on like banners, like, and Rod has seen me do this. We've done them on stream from time to time for funsies for the audience. But I've done like sessions where I've like did like 80 or 90 of these, and then finally pulled like the 5-star character, whatever, and then lost the 50-50 and got some random asshole instead of the one I was actually trying to get. And then I dump another like 60 pulls in and finally get that character. And at that point, like I said, I've done 160 pulls, right? Like, just do the math on that. If we're doing 160 pulls with $2 per pull, like how much fucking real money are you spending on that banner? No, right? It just gets kind of wild at that point.
I did the same thing with, back in the day, it was Fire Emblem Heroes, and then after Fire Emblem Heroes, I got into Dragon Ball. What was the Dragon Ball gacha?
Dokkan Battle?
No, not Dokkan Battle, the other one, not Dokkan Battle. But I was afraid to get into Dokkan Battle. They had two Dragon Ball ones running at once. I didn't remember what the other Dragon Ball one was called. The point is, and then I also got into Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. And that was the one that really fucking got me. I was putting way too much into Star Wars Galaxy Heroes to the point where I just full on deleted the fucking app. So, but yeah, I'm gonna look it up now. What's the Dragon Ball one? Go to the App Store real quick, and I'm sure it'll be one of the first things to pop up when I type in Dragon Ball.
Mihoyo Gacha, you need 50 pulls to get a 5-star character without the 50-50 pity.
Legend, Dragon Ball Legend.
I thought soft pity was like 80 pulls in Genshin, or did they reduce it? If they reduced it, all the better. But what was it called? Legends, you said?
Yeah, Dragon Ball Legends.
Dragon Ball Legends. That does sound vaguely familiar.
I got stupidly into Dragon Ball Legends, got stupidly into Star Wars Galaxy Heroes, stupidly into Fire Emblem Heroes, and like, I would have like a celebration if I happened to get a 5-star character on a free pull, because it never fucking happens. It was like, holy shit, I didn't have to spend money. Like, it was getting bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's only getting worse in these gacha games now, man. Hang on, give it a minute.
Cents per pull, which is a little bit wild because it means every time you do a 10 pull, you are basically lighting a $20 bill on fire. Because now, when you hit that summon button, you are not just throwing some abstract points at a banner, you are spending $2 every single time. And that is not even factoring in the pity system or the 50-50 gamble to actually get what you want. It completely changes the mental framing. Before it was like, oh, I got 3,200 gems, I can roll. Now it's, do I really want to spend $6 for 3 shots at a 0.6% chance?
Do you? It becomes, yeah, again, it's the mind framing of like actually seeing the amount of money right next to the percentage. It becomes a lot easier for people to really internalize that at that point. Especially the stupid fucking children, who most of which play these games, you know, the kids in high school or middle school who jump on these games, right? And have no fucking concept at all of money and how it exists, right? Because not old enough to get a job. Maybe in high school you can get like a part-time job. But like when you're in middle school, and some of these kids are in middle school playing these gacha games, they don't know what the fuck a dollar is worth. They don't know. They know they need like $10 to pay for their lunch at the cafeteria maybe, but like, yeah, their mom gives that to them every day for school or whatever, right? Fuck, it's something else.
That difference matters. And the irony is, companies know it matters. That is why they fought so hard for years to keep it abstract. And when the cost becomes visible, players think harder. And when players think harder, they spend less. There has already been a wave of reactions on Reddit and Twitter. Some people are calling it a Genshin W, which, let's be honest, it's not. Genshin did not volunteer this out of goodwill. They are complying because they have to. The W here isn't for Genshin. It is for the consumers finally being told the truth. Look, there is this weird trend right now where people are trying to spin Genshin's compliance with the FTC as some kind of a dub, like, wow, transparency, Hoyoverse is really stepping up, that is my $1 million company, hail Dawei. And I just have to say, like, no man, that's not what this is. This wasn't a moral choice. They didn't wake up one day and decide to treat players better. Not even
for the Devil May Cry fans, MiHoYo did not in fact wake up to justice. Sorry, it came to mind when I first was watching this video. I was like, yeah,
that was very good.
Thank you. Ron didn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm glad you got it, Leon.
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, fuck.
A long time either. They updated the store because they had to. The FTC regulation made it mandatory, and Hoyoverse did the bare minimum not to get fined. That is not virtue, that is legal compliance. And when you really think about it, it is kind of telling that just telling the truth about how much a poll costs feels like a groundbreaking move. People forget, these systems have been in place for years. These companies have been perfectly fine letting players unknowingly spend hundreds without ever saying, hey, this is actually $2 per roll. They had every opportunity to be transparent before the regulators got involved, and they didn't because
obfuscation
is profitable. So no, this isn't a goodwill update. It is a forced pivot, not a character arc. Let's not start handing out gold stars for basic honesty after half a decade of grift. The moment you make a cost of a poll visible, it starts messing with the conversion rates. Let's walk through the numbers, right? If you spend $50, that gets you about 24 polls. $100 gets you 50, and already that should be raising eyebrows because pity in Genshin starts at 90 polls. So you could drop $100.
Okay, so pity did not in fact get reduced. It's still fucking 90 goddamn polls, which again, like he just said, what, 100 gets you 50. So, and obviously the money packs are like 50, 30, 100, right? So if you want 100 polls, you're spending $200 fucking dollars. Holy fuck. Obfuscation is lying with no words. Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, that's what all these additional like currencies are for, right? The primo gems, the stellarons, or whatever the fuck they in whatever game, right? It's to put a step between your real money and your ability to pull on the game, so you're able to like there's like some sort of mental detachment there to keep you from really understanding how much real money that you're putting into these fucking games. And it's like, here's the thing. I've been where you've been, Leon. I've dolphined a bit. I'm not a whale, but I have, like, whenever I've gotten overtime at work and I've gotten some extra money.
I like it.
Yeah, Yeah, that's the one for people who like, you know, who go in every so often, like a little bit harder than they normally would, right? And again, like when I get overtime and I got like a bunch of money in my paycheck, I'm like, fuck it, I'll splurge a little bit on Genshin, you know, they got like, or not Genshin, I don't fucking play Genshin anymore, that game's garbage. Like Wuthering Waves or something, it's like, oh, that character's coming out, I really want to pull him, I want to make sure I have enough for him, I'll put like a 20 in there, why not, fuck it. So I've done that for sure. But I'm an adult, right? I understand how much my money is worth. I work fucking hard for it. I really do. I do warehouse work, right? That shit's rough. So I know exactly how much that money is worth to me. So I do not wail, because that would be fucking retarded. But a lot of people who are children, or even some adults that just have like, you know, what's the word? The gambling problem.
I don't know, my mother
compulsive, like compulsive gambling issues.
Gambling, yeah.
Yeah, like there are adults who like actually struggle with that sort of thing, right? And they get into this sort of game and it becomes a fucking problem for them really quick, because that's exactly what it is, right? I'm not one of those people, but I know those people are out there, and I know Hoyoverse is happy enough to prey on them. So, you know, this sort of thing, it really does go a long way.
To stop
and you want to know the sad part about all that?
Factor in the
still would probably rather play these games than most of what's coming out of America right now, or the West right now.
Yeah, like exactly. That's the problem.
Even fucking worse.
Exactly.
50-50. Now let's do the math on actual cost of a guaranteed 5-star. Assuming you lose the coin toss once, you are looking at 180 pulls. Multiply that by $1.98 per pull, and yeah, you're in the $475 range for one singular character. No.
And it's like at that point, do you even need to hear anything else? Do you need anything else after that?
Different stream I was on. That is why you can have a shitty fucking mobile game that has maybe, I don't know, 2,000 to 5,000 players.
Yeah.
But as long as like 100 of those players are whales, your game is sustained. You're making profit.
There you go. Exactly.
These games are made just to capture the few whales that are there. And it was they like a handful of whales, 100 people out of the 5,000 players can sustain the back end operations of the entire game of the company.
I'm glad I don't play MiHoYo games. Well, look, you brought up Girls Frontline 2, Yokai, and it's like that's the same shit. Or even Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves is a little better, right?
Yeah,
they got guaranteed weapon banner at least, but like all the Galaxy games are like this. Yeah.
Star Wars Galaxy Heroes is made by fucking Disney. That's an American company.
Yeah, and like any of these games that you could like think of, like Final Fantasy's got like 3 different gacha games, fucking, I don't know, Summoner's War, Dokkan Battle, Dragon Ball Legends, fucking, what's that one? Grand Blue Fantasy, right? There are many, there's hundreds of these fucking games. They're all doing the same shit because they
out there for all the popular anime. I bet fucking Attack on Titan has one. I bet One Piece has one. I bet the one Solo Leveling has one, or at least it's gonna have one.
Like, it does have one. I've seen the ads on Twitter.
Yeah, find popular IP, make game successful, because of this the way that these are set up. And again, as much as I want to blame the companies, and there is some blame to be had on the companies, a lot of this is also on the blame of the players for accepting this. And that's one thing, like, we have allowed this to happen, and because people are, gamers specifically, are so weak-willed, they don't often vote with their wallets. We're starting to see a change in that, and I'm glad to see a change in that. But I was talking to my friend Bex Electronica. I don't know if you're familiar with her or not. She used to do a lot of gaming content, and she's pivoted mostly to movies because, like, while she is a gamer, she's kind of discussed with most gamers, and she says that most gamers are consumers by heart, not customers, not fans, but they're consumers by heart, and that they will not. They might talk a big game about not buying XYZ, but they will never go into action and do it. And frankly, she's not wrong. I can talk all day long about how much I hate Capcom, and even if I boycott 90% of Capcom games, bro, when Resident Evil 9 comes out, I'm buying that bitch day one, and I know I am because I'm a sucker for fucking Resident Evil.
I get you.
But it's not like you buy every single one of them just because they're Capcom.
Right.
Yeah. It's gonna make back. Like I haven't cared for a whole lot of Capcom games recently, but when Monster Hunter came out, I was there day one. I was ready for it. I was on board immediately, and a lot of that had to do with the fact that I was able to play like a demo before, because I put out like a little beta test or whatever before the actual game came out. I was able to play it myself, get my hands on it for free, discovered that I liked the way it felt a lot, and I was very excited for the full game. And I had a good time with the full game. But it doesn't mean I'm down for like everything Capcom does, obviously.
Right.
Because Capcom fucks up a lot. There's a whole history on Capcom's fuck ups. But
oh, bro, I've been talking about the degradation of Capcom since like 2008, but that's a different conversation.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm hoping. Oh, go ahead. What's up?
I think that when it comes to what gamers will and won't do, there's a section where, especially people like us who get on the internet and yell loudly about things, that forgets that most people don't pay this much attention and don't have any clue and don't really care. We do, we care a lot, but we are not the majority of people. We are a small minority. It's funny when you look at the internet, the number of people who actually talk on the internet is like 20% of all of the accounts out there. The other ones are really quite quiet and dead and really aren't. I mean, some of them might be reading this stuff, but they're not paying attention. So they just, they do what they want. So
that's why Hollywood is being felted more than gaming, is Hollywood slowly learning this. When you've got Blacked in America, New World Order, or whatever it's called, it's an MCU film, and it makes $400 million worldwide in a franchise that's used to making $1 billion. Like, I think that when it comes to movies, us content creators on YouTube, X, whatever, I think too many people are underestimating the normies. I think that people are voting with their wallets when it comes to movies. The movies are becoming flops and flops and flops, and why? Because people are waking up to this.
Well, and more people watch movies than game.
Well, but that's not true. Well, I don't know numerically which one is more. Gaming is a bigger industry in terms of making money, but is that because more people game, or is that because gaming is more expensive, therefore it makes more money?
I would think it probably maybe has a lot to do with the fact that it's more expensive, right? Consoles obviously cost a lot more than a movie ticket, and games sure as hell do. So, it might be that. I feel like movies still have a wider appeal in general, right? I mean, my parents don't have any interest in playing video games. Most people's parents don't, but everyone's parents likes watching a good movie. They'll go for the theater for that. So, I feel like just in general, and again, I'm not going off any numbers here. I'm not going to pull any statistics out of my ass or anything, but just a general feel as a person, what I feel seems to be the case around me is that I feel like movies are probably still a little more universal than games are.
And also, Yokai says dead internet theory. I wholeheartedly believe in dead internet theory. In fact, I did an entire podcast episode of my conspiracy theory show on the dead internet theory. I 100% believe that is a real thing.
Yeah. No, because you don't need to pull a new character to play the content. The base character can carry you by the entire game story and hard content, unlike MiHoYo games. Yeah. If we're talking about Wuthering Waves again, Wuthering Waves doesn't really have an issue with power creep, at least not yet. Whereas Genshin, Star Rail, not really Zenless, but those other two have massive problems with power creep because they're trying to sell you a new character. So of course they're going to make that character way stronger than the old ones, and they're going to make the content harder to match. So it's like,
that's the problem with bad game design in general. Because let's take video games out of it. I'm a big Magic the Gathering player. I'm a tournament player, the whole nine. And power creep has been an issue in Magic the Gathering because how do you keep enticing players? You make everything a little bit stronger. The next pack's a little bit more stronger. The next booster, the next set, whatever. And you can't play in a tournament in 2025 with a badass deck from 2012. That deck may have been badass in 2012. That's Weenie Hut Jr. now. And to me, that's just bad game design. Now, maybe it's bad game design intentionally because they want to keep making money out the power creep, or maybe they just don't understand how bad the power creep is. I like to attribute it to the malice because I think the Wizards of the Coast is a garbage company that sold the soul to the devil. But that's just me.
No, I get you. Power creep is just a thing that's always going to creep into anything that has an ongoing kind of structure to it, whether it's PvP or PvE or whatever, right? There's always just going to be okay, how do we get people interested in the new thing? We make it stronger than the old things, and then maybe once enough people complain, we we do a balance patch after the fact, right? We were talking about Marvel Rivals. I think maybe they nerfed certain characters right after they came, they let them be strong when they came out, so people would be interested in them, and then they nerf them later to balance it out later, so that sort of thing. But the Hoyo is a problem where power creep is just a constant thing where, and especially bad with something like Star Rail, right? The turn-based one. Where a character from one patch ago might become completely worthless compared to the one that's coming out in the following patch of the one you're currently in, right? And it's extremely noticeable and horrifically bad. And especially with what what was her name? Fucking Casterus, right? Casterus brought in global passives as a thing in the game for the very first time. And what that is your team, your whole team, your entire roster gets a buff just because you pulled this character, even if that character is not in your active team when you're playing, right? And Casterus gave you a free revive for all your already party members. If they die, you get one free revive, even if she's not in the team. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? That's fucking ridiculous.
Magic the Gathering did similar things. They would have these characters that, like, as long as they're in your deck. Now, it was for a specific type of the game called Commander, which isn't tournament legal. But the point is, like, as long as they're there, you get this buff. You know, things to that effect. And, like, I started my channel 2.5 years ago as, like, an anti-Wizard of the Coast channel. And then, but even then, while I don't like Magic the Gathering, I'm looking at the Final Fantasy set and, like, I'm glad I've got strong force of will. I'm not gonna be buying this because I don't support Wizards of the Coast, but goddamn, this Final Fantasy set's incredible. They've got 15 different Sid cards that are all the same but with different art, and the joke is that, like, because Sid is always the same, he just looks different in every Final Fantasy. Like, that's clever, that's good, that's lore accurate. As a Final Fantasy fan and a Magic player, I love this, but I need to stick to my fucking guns and not buy this goddamn product.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, and people like all these companies are doing all kinds of stupid bullshit to, like, nickel and dime people with these packs and these crossovers and all this shit. Like, Endymion brought up the thing. Apparently, I didn't know this, but apparently, Diablo 4 is about to have a Berserk crossover. Did you hear about this shit?
Yes, it is. Endymion doesn't like me, but yes, it is.
Oh, I didn't know you guys were aware of each other. But I know a lot of people don't like Endymion either, but I appreciate him for, like, some news that he shares from time to time. So
yeah, he's not a fan of me, but it's what it is. It's fine. He and I have streamed together a couple times. He doesn't particularly care for me, but he makes good points now and again. I've said this in my videos, like, while he and I don't like each other, when he's right, and I'll acknowledge when he's right.
Yeah, and then I'm kind of the same way, right? Like, because you can, like, hate people, love people, whatever. But if somebody makes a good point, I'll acknowledge it, even if they think they're the worst scum shit of the earth, right? If my birth father made a good point, I'd still agree with them, even though it's a piece of shit, right? So
yeah, if Hitler said you need to drink water to stay alive, you're like, well, goddamn, Hitler ain't wrong, like, you know.
So much easier just to hate everybody. It works so
fair.
so much better.
Super fair. But Endymion brought up a good point when he was talking about this crossover, right? Because Diablo is one of those games where it's like, this new pack costs this amount of hell coins or whatever the fuck, right? And you can buy hell coins, but only in this pack that's like $100 to get this many, right? And apparently each pack for the Berserk crossover, is going to include, like, costumes for look like Guts or Cast or whoever, right? And if you want, I think there's like 4 of them. If you want all 4, it's going to be like fucking like $200 or some shit to get all the content.
I mean,
for that
that's
crossover.
Just a more egregious example of what Capcom did with Street Fighter 6 when it came to the Ninja Turtles. Like, they had one Ninja Turtle skin for each turtle. They were like $15 a piece. So if you want all 4 turtles, you're paying like $60, and they're just fucking.
You're paying the price of the game, right? Yeah, you're essentially paying the price of the fucking game at release. Actually, well, wait, was it 70 or 60 when it came? It was 60, right?
No, Street Fighter was 60. Street Fighter 6 was 60.
Okay, yeah.
In fact,
I got special edition, so I wasn't super sure.
I was in a position where I was like, I could only choose one of the 2 new games, like, it's because the Diablo 4 and Street Fighter 6 dropped at the same time, and I was like, I'm a big Street Fighter fan. I was like, I'm gonna get Street Fighter 6, but my buddies fucking Atreus and Hypnotic were like, no, get Diablo 4 so we can all play together. Man, I was like, all right, I'll go with Diablo 4 so I can play my homies. And it fucking sucked. I didn't even like Diablo 4. I was like, motherfucker, I could have played goddamn Street Fighter and at least probably enjoyed it because I'm a Street Fighter fan. But no, I want to play with my friends. Motherfuckers.
No,
maybe you should have waited for Path of Exile 2, eh?
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I haven't played Path of Exile 2. Actually, I need to get on that. I need to try Path of Exile 2.
Hey, dude, let's play together sometime. I need to play more. I've been running some characters on that. It's good stuff. Let me know if you want to sit around and play some Path of Exile, man. I'd be down. Because I feel like we definitely get to hang out more after this. Because you're great. Oh, yeah, I like you, buddy.
Yo, what's your ex? I want to get you on the show. Let's talk. Let's hang. Because I've been
the
fuck out of this.
Absolutely. As long as it's not like a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday show. Because again, I work on weekends, so yeah.
And then Tuesdays he's here.
Yeah, Tuesdays I'm here. So
my main show is Monday afternoon. So.
Oh, there you go. Okay, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'd be down. It'd have to be on a non-D&D Monday. Fuck, sorry, my schedule's so full of shit. Because every other Monday we do D&D.
I've been, again, being anti-Wizards of the Coast, I've been a DM for like fucking 10 to 14 years at this point. Like, so, I get it.
So here's the thing, man. I'm in my first D&D campaign I've ever done.
Really?
Yes. This is the first one I've ever done. But here's the thing, right? This campaign's been going on for like 2+ years now.
That's a good campaign.
It is. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a hell of a lot of fun. We started doing Curse of Strahd, right? I'm sure you're familiar.
Curse of Strahd's. I don't run modules. I usually do everything home. Like follow the rules of the game and do a homebrew story. But Curse of Strahd's a great module. I love Curse of Strahd.
Yeah. The thing is, though, we finished the actual module, but then we started jumping between different dread planes and shit as like part of a continuation story because our DM was like, I kind of want it to be where you guys can actually get to level 20 and fuck around with like level 20 characters and have fun with all the crazy shit you can do. And I'm like, okay, yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna keep it going, sure. So we're just gonna keep going, and like the whole conceit of the story now is that this weird doll took the crown of Barovia and ran away, and now the fucking dread plane's gonna collapse on itself. So we got to go get it back to save the dread plane and all that shit, right? So
that's fun. That's sick. What I would usually do when I run campaigns is I make them between 3 to 6 months long and give my players about a month or two break to do real world stuff, and then come back, do a follow-up campaign like set in the same universe. If your characters survive, you can play the same characters, or if you want to play a new character, I'd have your old characters be like cameos, things like that. And we ran like a 5-part campaign, and it took about 2 years. We were doing 3 to 6 months, take a couple months off, 3 to 6 months, take a couple months off, things like that, and it was great.
Absolutely. And like I'm looking forward to like doing other campaigns. Absolutely. I mean, obviously, I only have so much time to work with, so just this one is enough to deal with right now. But
a new addendum to a sequel to Strahd. I think it was called like the Inheritor of Strahd or something like that. Just released or is about to release they're doing a sequel to Curse. I hate 5th edition though. I'm a 3.5 guy, but so I run all my campaigns. But that's another reason I homebrew. I run all my campaigns at 3.5 because I don't like 5th ed. But that's just me being an old head D&D fan. So.
No, I got you. Our DM also hates 5th edition. She's been talking about like just recrafting 5th edition entirely, like from the ground up, and just making her own like homebrewed version of the entire fucking edition. So she's been working on that on and off. She's been editing like rules of 5th edition as we go through to make things a little more balanced, etc. But yeah, I've been having a great time with it, and I look forward to like the next like new campaign we're gonna do at some point. She's also been like thinking about doing it like a fucking Dark Souls 2 themed campaign, and that seems like it's gonna be a lot of fun when we get around to that.
I've done Silent Hill and Resident Evil themed campaigns for like horror campaigns. I love doing themed campaigns.
Absolutely. Yes, I'm looking forward to doing all kinds of cool shit with that. But what were you talking about again? I really forgot. Oh yeah,
we were doing the monetization of gacha games. My bad.
And yeah, like so my hope with this whole thing, right, is that again they're making it more transparent of how much money you're spending, and obviously the age restriction, all that. My hope is that this is going to hit MiHoYo's bottom line hard enough that they're actually going to have to start being more reasonable with their monetization. And I'm hoping that extends to like other games that have like ongoing bullshit, like Diablo 4 or Call of Duty, and any of these games that have like shitty monetization. Because like the Call of Duty Turtles DLC thing they did, like that was almost as bad as the fucking Street Fighter one, or actually worse, I think. Because I think that one was like upwards of like $120 something if you wanted to get everything, right? So like more on the cost of the fucking game itself. It's ridiculous. So I'm hoping that the FTC's like incursion here starts.
Okay. I'm usually one of the suckers that buys the Battle Pass in Pokemon Unite because I love Pokemon Unite. So like I fucking understand.
Yeah. So I'm kind of hoping like the FTC's incursion here just starts fucking with all of that, right? To where all these game companies have to start being more reasonable with their pricing so that it's like not so fucking like awful trying to get all this extra content that they're making for these games. Because like I can't help but think of something like Expedition 33 again, right? Like I bring up this game a lot these days, but it's because it's just because
Expedition 33 is the perfect example of how to do a game. You got a single player game with no DLC, with no loot boxes, nothing. Here's a $50 game that this game, if it came out in 2006, probably would have been a nothing burger aside from like how amazing the story was. So maybe it would have taken off based on that. But the point is, this is how games were made per normal in like 2006. So it's a rarity now.
Yes, and it's a fucking miracle, and I love it.
Even before that.
Well, I used 2006 because it was like that's like the latest. After that's when everything went online and started being a cash grab.
Yeah. And I think about like when I was getting ready to buy it, and I saw I fucked around. I think it was a demo. Might have been a demo or something. But I watched a lot of playthroughs, and I got a lot of people's opinions. Like, man, this game looks like it's going to be an amazing fucking time. And I look at the store page, right, and it's like, oh, they got the $50, and they got their little $60 special edition. Comes with like a good like grip of costumes for the characters or whatever. And it's like, I don't even really like the costumes. I looked at them that they give you. I don't even like them. But like because of what the game was, I just paid that extra $10 anyway because I want to support the studio. I want the people to make more shit like this because the vast majority of the costumes and all the really good costumes you can just unlock by playing the game. You explore the world, you beat challenges, and you unlock cool shit in game.
Fucking in game unlockable, dude. I can goddamn stand on fighting game. Oh, you buy a fighting game? Hey, every character's unlocked from the beginning, motherfucker. I want to unlock these characters. That was part of the reason I would go through, like, I would play Kim's campaign, then Ryu's, then Chun-Li's, then Cammy's. Why? Because different people are going to unlock different characters. Like, stop giving us everything already unlocked from the beginning. There's no replay value in that shit.
Yeah, that's what I appreciate about what was it? Smash Ultimate? Because like in Smash Ultimate, they gave you the base roster of like Smash 64 and then unlock everyone else by fighting them. And it's like, that's awesome, actually. Me and my friends made a fucking game out of that because when we first got it, I think I brought my Switch over to my friend's place and like all of us got there was like 10 of us and it was like 8 or 10. But we were all like got in there, right? Because they had the 8-player Smash matches you could do, and we'd all fight each other. And then when a character shows up at the end of that fight, we're just like, okay, you take this one. You take that one. I'll take this one, and we just go to work against the NPC fights. And it was back before they nerfed them too, so they were actually pretty fucking hard. Like some of us got our asses beat. It like became a whole fucking like night. You know, it was a whole fun thing that we did. Just unlocking characters and shit. It was great.
I loved Brawl. I know it's bad, but I loved Brawl. I loved Smash Wii U, but I was one of those dudes in the camp that like it'll never surpass Melee. Melee was the god tier. The others are like, hey, I'm glad they keep making these games. Then Ultimate came out. Smash Ultimate like lives up to the name Ultimate. It is. I never thought there'd be a Smash game that I love more than Melee, but here we are.
We're talking about the pricing of like the Switch 2, and it's like I didn't go from the pre-order either. But if they announce a new Smash, I'm probably gonna get myself a Switch too. I'm gonna break. I'm gonna fold instantly. I'm telling you.
New Smash or new like full mainline Zelda, I'm in. One of those two, and you've got me.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be in it for Smash though, since Sakurai was apparently working on fucking Kirby Air Ride 2 this whole time. So, which is also really cool, actually. I mean, I almost folded for that.
2 or 3 years.
I almost folded for Air Ride 2 because I loved Air Ride as a kid on the GameCube.
The original Air Ride is the only Kirby game I've ever actually played.
Really? Huh. There's some pretty good ones,
I
man.
never played the OG Kirby's or anything growing up. It was Kirby Air Ride on the GameCube was the only Kirby game to this day I've ever played. No shade to Kirby, I just never had an opportunity to play him. I didn't have those games growing up for whatever reason.
Man, I wish they had made like a new like Kirby and the Crystal Shards, right? Because that game was fucking. They did something in that game that they've never done again in a Kirby game, and I have no idea why. In that game, you could combine powers. That you like, there wasn't a huge roster of powers in that game, but you know how like you eat an enemy and then you get like a sword or spikes or whatever the fuck, right? In that game, you could eat 2 enemies at the same time and it would combine into like a super ability that was like super sick. And they never did that again for some reason. That was like the only game they did that mechanic in a Kirby game. And like, fuck, that was so cool.
Dude, that's
kept that going.
Loads of fun. Now, while I may not have played any Kirby games since Air Ride, I fucking loved the anime growing up. Kirby right back at you, dude. Every morning on the Fox box, I watched that shit. Fucking loved Kirby right back at you.
I tell you, man, the theme song just comes to my head randomly.
Dude,
Sometime.
While I was saying that, while I was expositing how much I love that fucking anime in my head, I'm like, Kirby, he's the star of the show. Like,
Kirby, he's the star of the show. It's more than you think. It's got maximum pay. Kirby. It's so good. Yeah, it's great. Oh, man. New Smash will happen. It's the primary seller of their console. Oh, yeah, of course. Like, Sakurai could die and they'd fucking put out a new Smash at some point anyway. Like, it's gonna happen. Absolutely speaking truth, that was my favorite Kirby game for just that reason. Yeah, Crystal Shards was so fucking good. But yeah, all this aside, yeah, I mean, I think we pretty much got the idea. I don't know if there's anything else.
Weapons. If you want the weapons too, hope you're ready to go again. Weapon banners have their own pity, and it's even worse. You could be very realistically end up spending $900 plus to get both the character and their best in slot weapon. That is not an exaggeration. That is just the math. People on the
yeah. So you get it. It's fucked. It's ridiculous. So. I mean, we kind of said all we need to say about this, but yeah, I'm just kind of hoping that this is going to lead to an evolution of like gacha monetization, because shit needs to change. It's too ridiculous. Even the ones that are a little more lenient are still like ridiculous with how much or how easy it is to spend like these hundreds of thousands of dollars, and especially with so many kids in the ecosystem of these games, it's like it feels so fucking scummy. It's not great. Something needs to be done about it. So hoping the FTC just straight up bends these guys over on this one. I'll be honest. I really hope they get fucked by the FTC on this. I'm sorry.
I can't argue that at all.
Yeah. Hate weapon gacha, yeah. Again, that's part of why I like Wuthering Waves, right? Because Wuthering Waves, there is no fucking 50-50 on the weapon banner. If you pull a 5-star, you got that weapon you wanted. So great. That's all I had ever wanted. You know? But anywho, all that aside. Okay, this one's just funny. Do why? But apparently Snow White got a second run in theaters. And it ate shit again.
Oh my god, that was hilarious.
And apparently this was for Mother's Day weekend or whatever, right? Like,
Yeah, they put it back in for Mother's Day because apparently what everybody wants to see for Mother's Day is a little girl lose her mother and then totally destroy a beloved movie that they probably grew up with and enjoyed watching.
Yeah, I suppose so. Eh? And it's funny, right? Because me and Rod immediately went to fucking what was his name, Morbius on this, right? It's like they kind of pulled a Morbius, even though
I thought of too when I saw this story. Yeah.
But the thing is that they didn't have the Morbius setup, right? Because the thing was, like, Morbius became like this super popular meme on the internet, and people were making, like people were memeing the fuck out of it, and they're all joking.
This sort of did too, because everyone was making all those AI Rachel Zegler things, like.
Oh yeah, the comments of like the songs of the YouTube comments, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah,
those are fun.
But I mean, those were shitting on the movie, like, because like the thing with the Morbius memes was that the joke was people were like going there to hear him say it's Morbin time, or they were super excited to see the movie, right? Because he's gonna morb or whatever, right? All that stupid shit. So like there was sort of an understanding that somebody could misinterpret that as real, genuine interest in the movie. Like you could kind of see how they could fuck that up. But with the Rachel Zegler thing, is like nobody has done anything but shit on it. Memes, jokes, whatever. Like it's just shitting on the movie. So what would possess them to think that putting it in theaters again would be a good idea at all? At all. Like is this just trying to recoup the costs of the production? Because is it just a Hail Mary? I don't know, man.
It was just well, maybe if we put it out now that all the hate's quieted down, maybe we'll get some people in and not realizing that no, we just all hate you.
The internet's hate never truly dissipates. It might get quiet, it might go to the background, but it'll be there and ready. If you fuck up again, it comes surging right back. And never has that been more true than with this occurrence right here. Re-released its live-action Snow White remake this past weekend has resulted in one of the most humiliating flops the studio has ever experienced. And that's saying something in the post-Wish era. Oh my god. Yeah, fucking Wish. Jesus Christ. These numbers are amazing. Hang on. Initially intended as a crowd puller for a Mother's Day weekend, Snow White was dropped into over 1,300 theaters across the United States. The result, a pathetic haul of just over $200K, averaging just $50 per theater.
$50 per theater. Yep. Truly amazing.
Oh, it's so depressing. Or not depressing. What's the word?
Hilarious.
I don't remember the word I was going to use, but it's amazing.
Oh man, I can't. The result's so dreadful. It evokes memories of Sony's ill-fated Morbius re-release. Yeah. Just became a meme for how disconnected studios can be from their audiences. Disney, it seems, didn't learn the lesson. Yeah, holy shit. Original release of Snow White remake already stumbled hard out of the gate, laden with controversy from the start. The film starred Rachel Zegler. And yeah, this all we already know. We've been over this several times. And all that. Yada, yada, yada. Re-release nobody asked for. Disney logic behind the Snow White re-release remains unclear. Was it a contractual obligation with theaters? A misguided test balloon for potential awards campaigning? A last-ditch effort to boost streaming hype? I still feel like it was that last one. I feel like a desperation move or something. Whatever the reason, it backfired spectacularly. Bringing the box office reject back into theaters. Yeah. pretty much. Just 2 months after audiences already rejected it is, at best, wishful thinking. At worst, it's a complete misread of market conditions. Unlike glitzy films such as Revenge of the Sith or The Lion King that enjoy profitable re-releases thanks to enduring popularity, Snow White was already tainted by controversy, lackluster storytelling, and the stench of political baggage, and audiences simply don't want to see it again. Yeah. I mean, what else is there to say? It's just funny. Everyone just chat. I put this in so you could all just have a little laugh in between all the dour stories, all the crazy shit. Just a nice little laugh for everybody. I felt we needed it. I need more AI songs. Yeah.
About.
I hope so. I hope there's like an AI. I don't know what that channel's called, but they do the AI song. They should do one. There's got to be some really great fucking like YouTube comments about this somewhere, about the re-release specifically. There's got to be, or Twitter or something, right?
Yeah, but that would imply that people knew about the re-release. I don't even know if the majority of people knew about that.
Not until
Fair
after,
point.
yeah.
Fair point. Oh man, that's an achievement no studio should be. This remake by Conscious is now remembered for tanking not once but twice. That's an achievement no studio should be proud of. Yep. Womp womp, I suppose. that's a womp womp moment. God damn. Okay, but hey, why don't we circle back to Nintendo for a bit? We've already been shitting on it a bit, but there's a new thing to shit on it about. Yeah, hear about this shit? Huh? Anybody hear about this one? Nintendo can and will brick your Switch console for modding and piracy according to new policy update. I'm sorry, what's up, Dale?
So I'll probably have some unpopular opinions on this one because I got
by all
roasted
means,
for
let's
my
go.
take on this during my other stream.
Let's go. I'm curious. So let's read up and see what's going on here. Nintendo has fired a warning shot at would-be hackers and modders just weeks ahead of the Switch 2 launch. Tweak your system or engage in piracy, and you could lose it for good. In a quiet but sweeping update to its user agreement, Nintendo is now states it reserves the right to permanently disable your console, yes, brick it, if you're caught attempting to pirate games, run unauthorized software, or tamper with any of the system's protections. You acknowledge that if you fail to comply with the foregoing restrictions, Nintendo may render the Nintendo account services and/or the applicable Nintendo device permanently unusable in whole or in part, the new agreement warns. The update, first reported by GameFile, marks the first revision to the user terms since 2021, where the old language merely told users not to reverse engineer or modify their accounts. This new iteration takes a sledgehammer approach, leaving little doubt that Nintendo intends to get aggressive with piracy enforcement on the Switch 2. So, I mean, would you like to open up, Leon, since you apparently got a few bombs to drop here, or?
Yeah, well, this... now, I'm not defending the practice, but I feel like it's worth noting. This is not a new practice. Microsoft did this with the Xbox 360. Nintendo, in fact, did this with both the Wii and the 3DS. This is commonplace amongst companies to have, for game consoles that have internet connectivity, to have the capability to brick your systems if you do, usually to break the law with them. Now, I'm of the opinion that if you buy the system, it's yours. You can modify it in whatever way you want. So if Nintendo were to brick your system for that, that is wrong. However, when it comes to the piracy side of things, yes, that not only makes sense, but I think is actually warranted from these companies because you are at that point literally breaking the law. I knew a dude back in that 2000, somewhere between 2009 2011. He jailbroke his Wii, got like over 120 plus games downloaded onto it or whatnot. Didn't run an update for years. Then his idiot little brother turned the Wii on, ran an update. It bricked the Wii. It may have gotten in legal trouble if I recall. I don't remember if they did or not. But like, so look, once you buy the product, it's yours. You can do with it what you want. However, you cannot engage in illegal activity with it. You can buy a gun. You can't go out and fucking murder somebody. Once you do that, you've broken the law. You get in trouble. So yes, having the back door to brick your system has been around since at least the 360 era. And isn't inherently unwarranted. It just depends on how far they are going to go with this potentiality.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, as far as all that you just said, I'm kind of with you, right? So as far as piracy goes, obviously they can't just let that slide, right? Because they got to sell the game. So if somebody's just going in figuring out a way to pirate the games, like the downloads, and obviously they got to do something about that. They're still a business, so fair enough on that. As far as the modding goes, that's like my point of contention, right? Because I think again, like if you buy the damn console, it's yours, and if you're just modding shit on your end on your own specific copy of the game, it's be like it's the same reaction I have when what's it called Nexus Mods, right, tries to give you shit for modding big tits or modding out body type A, body type B, whatever, right? Like go fuck yourself. I bought the game. I should be able to fuck with it if I want to. If it's my own specific copy,
player game, it's
then
not
fuck you, right?
Online play with other players. Yeah, I agree completely.
Yeah, so that's me where I'm at with the modding, right? So if you want to mod your games on the Switch too, I think that should be fine. Piracy, fine, fair enough. Like they have to do something about that. That's fair. But the modding, it's like
Nintendo's reaction to, and I could be wrong. It's purely speculation. I think this is Nintendo's reaction to what happened with Tears of the Kingdom, because about a week before it hit shelves, a modded Switch and copy of the game found itself in the hands of a consumer who was able to then put all the files online, and people were able to run Tears of the Kingdom on their Steam Deck. Now, is this an appropriate response to that happening? No, I don't think this is an appropriate response to that happening, but it is a thing that happened, and I get why Nintendo wanted to protect their IP. Tears of the Kingdom wasn't on Steam Deck for a reason. It was a Switch exclusive. Like, what was done there was technically illegal. So there's a very weird gray area here between what is within the rights of Nintendo as a company with their IP versus consumers' rights of once you purchase something, it's yours. This is a very dangerous one that I don't think there's an inherent, at least as of right now, until we see how Nintendo implements this when the Switch 2 is out. I don't know that we can have a clear answer on whether this is okay or not.
I think what'll be interesting is seeing how this interacts with the law that Washington just passed, which was a right to repair law, where you have the right to repair your own objects, which includes opening up and fiddling with, say, your Switch. So
I've already done plenty of my PS5 controllers. So
imagine if Samsung took you to court because instead of buying a new remote control for your TV, you opened up your remote control and fixed it.
I mean, there are places that want you to do that. I think California actually might have laws about having to take your cars to mechanics as opposed, or to the dealership as opposed to fixing it yourself.
Fix it yourself.
I used to do taxes for a living. I get this a little bit different because it's not something physical. It's a bit more ethereal because it's just a program. But when I was doing taxes for a living, I would do taxes for all 50 states, or maybe it was like 37 states. Point is, the majority of the states. California had a law where if you were using a tax software, TurboTax, TaxSlayer, whatever, you would need to buy a third-party audit protection program as well. And it was because California wanted to protect, at least what they said was they want to protect both you and the company from potentially getting audited. Like, if you're going to get audited, you can't sue the company like TurboTax for, it being their fault, things like that. And so yeah, in my opinion, that was wrong. Like, if you decide to take the risk of buying a tax program and doing your taxes yourself and submitting them, and you fuck up and you get audited, well, that's on you. California should not be passing laws to force you to buy a third-party product that gives you audit protection. But again, it's fucking California.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Again, taxation theft. I don't agree with taxes in general, but
yeah. I also think there's something to be said about, because I don't remember whose video this was, but I was watching a video by the way, I should probably go ahead and say this before I continue. I almost forgot. But Glaive Keo is the person who put out this video that we were listening to earlier about the Genshin stuff. So, you guys should go give him a subscribe, give him a like or something, because it's a good video. Glaive Keo right there. So yeah, give him some love. Yeah, my bad. Almost fucking, we had reacted to a video, I didn't even give him credit. Fucking hell, that would have been very not okay, chat. You got to give credit people when they make good videos. But anyway, look at it, I'm doing my best here. Okay, I'm forgetful. I'm an old ass man. But
fuck you.
Okay, so I think there's something to be said here for the argument of like convenience versus pirating, right? Because at the end of the day, convenience will beat out piracy if the convenience is, good, it's reasonable. The problem with Nintendo is that they've had an ongoing crisis with convenience in the way they've like put out games and whatnot, especially when you're talking about like porting forward older titles. Like, for example, the Wind Waker, right? You got Wind Waker HD, it's trapped on the fucking Wii U right now. And I know they're going to be doing the thing where they have the what was it called, the Nintendo Switch Online like upgrade thing where you'll be able to play like GameCube games on it now. But it's like, what if I don't fucking want to pay like more yearly for the Nintendo? What if I just want that one really cool GameCube game that I want to play? Why can't you give me some sort of option to just buy that one game that I want and not have to deal with your whole fucking subscription thing? Well, obviously it's because they want you to buy the whole subscription thing so that you have you paying on a monthly or yearly basis, right? Obviously.
Not everybody has the money for this shit right here. These are, well, actually, this one I've had, this I've had since fucking release. This I had on release, and then like an idiot, I don't know if I sold it or gave my brother, whatever, had to rebuy. But the fact of the matter is, these games hold their value exceedingly well. Maybe people want to play these fucking games, and you should give a way for them to do it, because if you truly think these are great games, you're the one that made them, Nintendo. Give the access for them, you motherfuckers. Yeah,
exactly. And that's why there's this sliding scale between like convenience or lack thereof and piracy or lack thereof, right? People, when it's inconvenient to get what you actually want, more people will turn to piracy. But if it is more convenient to get what you want, and you're treating your customers with respect, then they're going to want to support you, and they'll just pay what you're asking for, because you're probably asking for something reasonable, or you're making it easier for them to get what they actually want from you, right? And that's why, like, the meme of like, oh, it's totally morally justified to pirate Nintendo games, because Nintendo's been so shitty about this sort of thing for so long now. And I believe they really would be doing a much better job to mitigate this problem if they were to just be more reasonable with accessibility of these titles that people want, right? If they were more convenient in general. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. That's like, I understand they need to protect themselves from piracy, obviously, because piracy is illegal.
There is no good goddamn reason why it's easier to play the old Aladdin and Lion King games on Switch, but not Twilight Princess.
Exactly. No, 100%. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm getting at with this, where it's like, yeah, if they would have a much better way of fighting piracy if they were just better about being more convenient, because people will gravitate towards the convenient option, because a lot of people fear fucking around with like the pirating option with modding their consoles, because they're afraid that they'll end up accidentally bricking it or whatever. Right? I was like that. I'm kind of still like that. I don't want to fuck with my Switch or my PS5 or any of that, because what if I accidentally break it and then I'm out $500 or $300, whatever, right? I'd rather just buy it directly if the price is reasonable and it's easy enough to do it, because it's convenient. And I don't want to fuck around with the technically illegal option, right? Even if it's only like barely illegal, like fucking LimeWire or whatever, right? But that's
more
that's
than
where I'm
barely
at.
illegal. I mean, you're talking about a $10,000 fine in many of those cases if you're caught.
No, true. But I mean, often do people get? I never got caught using LimeWire, and I used the fuck out of LimeWire. So it's kind of
people get caught more than people realize. It's just that it's such a massive thing, and it's not like anybody ever goes out and publishes it on TV when they finally go out and hit these people for it.
Yeah, true.
It's
but
something
more people get away with
quietly.
it than not. So that's why piracy continues to exist.
Get away with a lot of things than not.
Yeah, true. But like piracy is just such a simple crime that like more people engage in it, right? Than
theft is
trying
theft.
to rob a bank. Yeah, it is. And and again, like Leon was saying, it's not something with a clear-cut, simple answer. But I do believe a better way to go about combating it is just to be a better storefront in general by focusing on convenience. So
possible. It's always better.
I thought it was in reach. It's not. I actually have a LimeWire T-shirt that I fucking bought from goddamn Hot Topic. I was like, how hilarious is the irony that like we went from LimeWire as a symbol of saying "fuck you" to the man to now being able to buy LimeWire merch at the fucking mall. Like,
just shows how it happens when you get old.
Within distance, because I was working on a stream a couple days ago, but I guess it's not where I thought it was. So
you're good, bro. What were you gonna say, Rada?
Anytime it's easier for someone to take something than it is for them to buy it, they're probably going to take it. And then you have to analyze how much people think their money's worth. It's just like they're talking about these $80 games and stuff. That's only going to work for Nintendo because Nintendo's really the only one that has that market capture. Everybody else, people are either going to pirate it or they're not going to buy it.
Yeah. And, you know, it was also funny, the fact, especially with when we're still in the Switch era, but like before the Switch 2 was even in consideration, right? With the Steam Deck, you brought that up a minute ago, and it's like, yeah, a lot of people pirated Switch games on Steam Deck, and part of it wasn't even just the fact that, you know, you get it for free that way. A big part of it was the fact that Steam was so fucking garbage that almost every game would run better on a Steam Deck than it would on a Switch, right? I immediately think of fucking Age of Calamity, which was the Dynasty Warriors Zelda game, and how that shit would like hit like 15 fucking frames every time there was too many enemies on screen, but it would probably work a lot better on a Steam Deck than one on the Switch. And I'm like, fuck me, man. Like, as somebody who was just a, you know, regular Switch owner trying to play that game, is like, I really want to play this and I really like it, but God, just looking at it is killing me.
I'm a competitive Smash Bros player. We talked about it earlier, but your online system sucks. Build your online infrastructure. I'm tired of fucking losing because of lag, not because of my lack of skill.
There you go. Exactly.
If they would improve their service, people would be more willing to pay for their service.
Exactly. And then you wouldn't have to worry about piracy quite as much. It'd probably still be there. You know, some people are just going to not want to pay no matter what the price is. But
like the reason the GameCube had those mini discs is because they were so terrified of discs being pirated. And like copyright law is so strict and fucking insane in Japan. Like it's very easy to shit. I come off. Someone made a meme and like about me on X and put like they used the I'll leave the multi-billion-dollar company alone. They put my fucking face on it. It's like I'm coming off as a Nintendo defender, but it's like, well, no, I'm not defending Nintendo. What I'm stating is that like Japan just has a different copyright culture than the West does. Now, I think their copyright culture is inferior to ours. They don't have fair use. I think that's fucked up. But at the end of the day, it's this. I don't think this is only a Nintendo problem. I think this is a problem with Japan, Japanese companies, and the reason we see it most often with Nintendo is because they are a worldwide, massively public-facing company. They're basically the Disney of Japan, so they're impossible to ignore. But I bet you see this with other Japanese companies.
Absolutely. Nintendo does rub me the wrong way at times, like with that case of using that supermarket in Costa Rica because of using Super Mario for its name when the market predicts Super Mario Bros. Yeah, we talked about that story a while ago on this podcast. Yeah, I remember that shit. The lawsuit against the Super Mario Costa Rican supermarket. That shit was because the guy's name was the guy who like ran the fucking market. His name was Mario.
It was Mario, and it was a supermarket. Yeah, we talked about that on Saturday Night last week. Yep.
That shit was crazy. Yeah. So yeah, shit like that. Yeah. So it's like it just feels like Nintendo's been gradually losing a lot of that goodwill that's built up over most of its lifespan. But like in these last few years, it's just every little thing seems to just like be shittier and shittier. The Pal World lawsuit, this whole thing with the ridiculously rising cost of the games and the console itself, and you know, this obviously with the whole like, you know, hammer and sickle approach to the goddamn you know, piracy issue. I don't know. It's just I used to be a Nintendo kid, man. I used to love Nintendo so much. I never thought about any of this, but as time went on and things got more complicated, it's been getting harder to defend them.
I still am a Nintendo fan because like when it comes to purely the quality of the games, they put out finished games that are good on day one. They don't glitch. Like, yeah, except Pokemon. Pokemon's except for the rules. Like, name a Mario or Zelda or Metroid or Kirby or Star Fox game that was bad on launch. No, dude, Nintendo cares about the quality of their fucking games. And if I'm gonna pay $80 or $90 for any game, honestly, it's gonna be a Nintendo game because you know what? I still go back and play Super Mario World, dude. If I was to count the amount of hours I put in Super Mario World my entire life, like it would be fractions of pennies per hour. Like I'd probably put thousands of hours in Super Mario World, replayed it God knows how many times. I don't even know what my parents paid for Super Mario World when it came out. Those games were expensive back in the day, so probably $80-$90. Who knows what $80-$90 was in the 90s compared to now if you adjust for inflation. But let me goddamn tell you, I bet I put enough time in those games that the dollar per hour value is fractions of fucking pennies. Why? Because Nintendo at least puts out quality.
I actually did a video on the price of video games, and you got to keep in mind that the $50 back in the 1980s, which I mean was back, you could get games easily for the cost of about $50. It's about $124 in today's money. because of inflation. So what they were paying then is still less than what they want us to pay now, but there's a whole bunch of other factors that go into that. In the end, no matter what they say is their reasons for raising the costs, unless they're giving us the value back, people aren't going to pay for that. And Nintendo is one of the few that, like you said, actually does give you that value back. Or at least they try. They also have a market capture of a lot of families and normies who, again, don't pay attention to this stuff. So they're just going to go ahead and pay that money because that's what they want. They want Nintendo, which is a culturally embedded brand at this point. You can find very few people who won't understand what you are talking about when you say Nintendo.
I mean, how many moms said, "Oh, I got you a Nintendo console," and you for Christmas opened up a fucking PlayStation 2. To them, Nintendo was just synonymous with fucking video gaming. Like, look, I use Super Mario World. The game came out in what, 92? Let's do a recent example. Let's do Tears of the Kingdom. I paid people threw a fit. Why is a Switch game that's just 7-year-old hardware $70? Let me tell you, I put in probably 500 fucking hours on Tears of the Kingdom because I loved that goddamn game. It was worth at least and again, value propositions are going to be subjective. They're going to be different person to person. But I feel like I got my goddamn $70 out of Tears of the Kingdom. Let me tell you.
Yeah. So it's also it's an objective or subjective matter in that regard. But you know, it's yeah. But I mean, this whole thing is just, I don't know. It's just and again, I like Nintendo still too. I do, and I want to play Nintendo games. I definitely want to play fucking Donkey Kong Bonanza or whatever that shit's called. That looks fun. But I don't know, it's harder to justify it to myself the way I used to, right?
Well, now you have more stuff that you have to worry about in terms of what you're paying for and everything. And you know, with the economy doing less well than it has in the past, people are going to be less willing to spend that money. That's just kind of the way it is.
Yeah, true. But I mean, the other things on top of that, like just the scummy Nintendo things that have been happening on top of that, it's like, I probably don't want to really support Nintendo while they're doing this stupid bullshit, but I still like Nintendo games. So I'm like, yeah, that sort of thing. I still pieced that I paid. Oh, pissed. I paid full price for my Pokemon Platinum and broke in 3 months. Oh, oof, rough. That's rough, buddy. But yeah, all that aside, we've spoken a lot about Nintendo tonight, but the one thing we haven't talked about is the thumbnail for this stream.
Yeah,
so why don't we talk about
Let's
probably the biggest story in pop culture in this last week, and is the fact that Kanye released a new song, and it's quite a song, man. It's something.
And let me tell you, Jazz, having just met you, my heart goes out to you. Like,
You motherfucker. Okay, so let's just put it out on the table, right? Kanye has released a song called Heil Hitler.
Now that everybody's over their emotional reaction to those words.
I was like, my emotional reaction is what my emotional reaction right now when I heard about this. Man. I just started fucking laughing. Like, how can I not just start laughing? It's the goofiest shit I've ever heard. And yet it's real, right? Like, how am I supposed to react to this? What am I supposed to say here?
Here's the question. Have you heard the song?
I have, yes. So here's
It's so fucking catchy, dude. It's so catchy.
No. Hang, because like, it's funny, right? Because I'm so curious. I gotta hear this song. What's the deal with this song, right? So I put it on. I'm listening to the lyrics, and obviously the lyrics are horrible, right? And I'm like,
the lyrics aren't horrible.
Well, sorry. What I mean is that, like, in terms of the the Nazi sentiment of the song, it's not great.
Maybe
it's not
here's
a great
the part where I get in trouble, because I don't think it's a Nazi sentiment. Yes, it is the words Heil Hitler. That is absolutely.
Let me finish
go
my bit here. We'll get to that. I promise you. But yeah, so I'm listening to it and I'm like, and you got to look at the stream for this. This is more of a visual gag, right? So I'm listening to it and lyrics, I'm like, it's like kind of grouping. like I got this look on my face. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, I mean that was definitely
It's like, say what you want about the man, but he's still like a master musician, right? Like he still knows how to make a fucking beat, and that shit kind of slapped. I'm just
I feel like we're gonna talk about this. I need to break out my do-rag. Give me a sec here.
Oh, for fuck's sake. This fucking guy. All right, okay. Yeah. Oh, he's got the classic like black shiny one too. Oh yeah. I actually had cornrows at one point when I was in like middle school. I wore one of those fucking things for a bit, right? Oh, that's good. That's good. Now I actually wear like a little like nightcap when I sleep, like my hair, right? This is
I
growing
do
back.
too sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like some like spray in like leave-in conditioner and just kind of put that cap on and go to sleep. Keeps my shit very nice and silky.
Fucking Minority Hunter Zoro instead of Pirate Hunter
Nice.
Zoro. That's clever. Like, Electric Angel.
Well, no, that's not even. That's actually an ongoing meme, right? Because apparently, like every like boss enemy that Zoro ends up fighting in the anime is like black or like
I never noticed
or
that.
like dark skinned or in some way, like they got the lips or whatever, right? Like so people started calling him fucking like Black Hunter Zoro, right? Like every main enemy he fights is a black person. So, is it a white nightcap? No, it's black. I mean, I think it's white on the inside, but it's black on the outside.
Here he is. Here he is.
You guys talk about this for a second. We'll grab this fucking thing.
I'm really
Hang on.
trying hard not to make the obvious joke.
No, go for it. I'm gonna grab this real quick. Hang on.
I know the obvious joke is it's just like him. Black on the outside, white on the inside. Anyway, I don't know what are we supposed to be saying, because I wasn't sure if he'd made his point.
Okay. But it's funny, right? Because like when I was looking for the song itself on YouTube, I actually ended up finding one of the first results was Michael Knowles examining the video, and I kind of agree with what he was saying, right? Because like the first few lyrics are Ye talking about, oh, they fucked me over on my bank accounts, and my wife left me, and I can't see my kids and all that shit, right? Like clearly he's just kind of disgruntled in general with this song, right? And then of course the final lyrics are N-word Heil Hitler, right? Over and over again, and like the guys all chanting and all that shit, right? And it's like Michael Knowles talking about, it's like, yeah, it just seems like right now he's just like a really angry person. He's just trying to lash out in general, and he's lashing out against like the culture of like, you know, being very careful about how you say things and all that shit. And it's like, to a point, I kind of get it, right? Because like again, we at the fucking at the Offensive Tron podcast, we have the proud chud shirt, right? Like, because chud was a fucking insult we hear all the fucking time, but like we decided to like take it back and own it, right? And I'm not ready to start like heiling Hitler or anything, but I imagine that's like that's where this goes. That's the extreme of that sentiment of like reclaiming all these words. Because like, you know, people will call you a Nazi, a fascist, a transphobe, a racist, a sexist, all this shit, right? On the internet, to the point where none of these words even like nobody fucking gives a shit anymore. But I feel like this song is kind of like the most extreme of that kind of sentiment in a way. That's what I feel like that's what I'm getting from it. I don't know. You guys agree with that at all?
Well, I think when people are examining the song, what they're missing is the words he says right before it starts going into Heil Hitler. And he says, they made me a Nazi. And then it goes into that. And the reason for that is when he was fishing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, he actually said they made me a Nazi.
Yeah. But he also used the word villain specifically in there.
Because, not because he's trying to say anything specific about Hitler. It's about the fact that he's saying they forced me into the position where I might as well say it. And people are getting so emotionally wrapped up in the fact he's using the words Heil Hitler that they're not actual. And actually they're making his point for him in many ways, is that people aren't actually listening to the meaning of the words. They're reacting to the words and going off of their reactions. And I really feel like that's what most, I mean, I get very uncomfortable listening to the song because of the words that they use. The music itself is very well written, very captivating. The way he wrote that chorus, yes, I was sitting there listening to it thinking, fuck, this is catchy, but I can't be walking around saying these words. This is not happening. But at the same time, I have to.
You're a black husband. You can walk around and say all this shit.
I can say the first word, the other two words are the ones that have the problem.
Also, hang on real quick. Chat, so here's my nightcap. Chat, here it is. There it is. That's the outside of it, and then yeah, there you go. There you go.
Oh, I feel so much safer now. I feel so much safer.
It really is just like him, but it's a very nice bonnet.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rada. Continue. Sorry, you're on a roll there. Go ahead.
But I do think that to some degrees, some people just don't. It makes an important point that people have problems coming to terms with right now, and that is the fact that these words have power because we give them power. And yeah, like you said, a lot of them can. It's partly about taking back the power of the words, obviously, and it's about moving on past that so that when someone says those two words, I can say Heil Hitler a little more easily than I can say the other
N-word.
word, but that's because of the way I was raised. There's really only like 3 occasions I've used the one with the hard R, and one of them was because I was eating a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and my lovely husband showed me what he's put on Twitter that got him suspended, and I read it out loud because I was enjoying my Cheddar Bay biscuit. So
yeah, but even then, because you had one of the biscuits, like, it didn't even come off with any sort of enunciation. So
but like the reason I can kind of get like almost understand this, right? Again, no, I'm not gonna go in on Nazi sentiment here at all. I'm not gonna start Sieg Heiling or any of that shit. But like as far as I kind of get this similar sentiment with the N-word, right? You're just talking about that, and I was talking about this on Akko streaming the other night. It's like, yeah, no, my mission is to like destroy the N-word's power. Like straight up, that's one of my missions in life, is just straight up destroy the N-word's power, because it has no power over me, but I know it still has a lot of power over other black people. You know, they'll still chimp out when someone says it, and like me, like I use fucking like I use persona logic for this, right? Or it also exists in Expedition 33, where it's not even the fact that I block the damage type of the N-word, I fucking absorb it. Right, I heal when people use it against, like, because I just start laughing. I have a great time. It's almost like, even if they're using it against me in anger, like I'll just start fucking giggling, because I'll think of like the Chappelle Show, or like when I used to play like Call of Duty World at War online, or like fucking Modern Warfare 1, all that shit, right? Like I find the word hilarious. I really do, and I would love to make it so that my entire race could feel that way, so that they're just not, you know, again, chimping out every time they fucking hear it. Like, because there should never be a word, any word, that has the power to just make you enraged to the point of like attacking someone. That's stupid bullshit, I believe.
But I mean, I think that's the same thing that putting Heil Hitler in the song's done, is it's totally erased people's ability to listen to the rest of the lyrics and understand what he's actually saying.
Yeah,
because he's not saying that people should Heil Hitler. He's not saying anything that has anything to do with anti-Semitism or anything like that. He's literally saying, I was basically chased into this corner, so I might as well just say what pisses you guys off.
Yeah. And of course, his main energy is the Jews here. So
make content now, partially because we believe everything we're saying, but partially because like it's gonna get a reaction out of the people we want to get a reaction out. Like, I know I've done both. Like I've done videos where like, yes, I 100% agree with what I'm saying. That's why I'm making it. That's 90% of my videos. There's the other 10% that's just like, yo, let's troll some motherfuckers, and they're gonna fall for a hook, line, and goddamn thing. Like,
I'll be honest,
oh man,
I think I might be broken, because I'll say something that I think is gonna piss people off, but then they just come in and say, yeah, you're right, and I'm like, shit, what's wrong with me?
I get you. You know, it's really funny though, because like, did you guys see that Piers Morgan had Kanye on for an interview about this?
I watched the whole thing. By the whole thing, I mean the 17 minutes.
Rana hasn't seen it.
I watched Piers Morgan fucking every day. Well, before we get into Piers Morgan, so I just my thoughts on the song real quick.
Go for it.
First of all,
I'm just bringing it up.
It's a catchy fucking song. Ain't no denying it's a catchy song. But the other part of me is like, Kanye has always done shit like this. I don't know why people are surprised. Like being provocative is what sort of catapulted him into the mainstream. Kanye has always been there's this amazing story. And I love this because I don't like Kanye, and not because I think Kanye is racist or whatnot. I was like, I'm a fucking punk rocker. I'm a metalhead. I do like rap. I like 80s and 90s rap. Once rap hits about like 2005, it sort of fell off for me. So there was this story about Kanye West going to one of those like music award ceremonies or whatever, and he sat next to Corey Taylor from Slipknot, and Kanye unannounced, unprovoked, whatever, stood up. He's like, yeah. Rock used to be the big thing, but now rap is the new rock, and I'm the new rock star. I'm the biggest of them all. And Corey Taylor looks up to him and is like, nobody knows, nobody cares. Sit down. We're here for the thing right now. Like, basically saying, yo, stop making this all the fuck about you. And, like, it's such a great moment. But, yeah, Kanye has always done anything and everything he can to be sort of like the center of attention. So even if you want to say his new Nazi arc, if you want to call it that, is a cry for help, or is him trying to maintain relevance or whatever, nothing about it is genuine, and that, like, I do not for the life of me believe that Kanye would sit down and be like, all right, let's string up some motherfucking Jews. Like, I don't think that's really his fucking MO. I think that he's just a narcissistic attention whore who wants to make music, and let's be real, makes really good fucking music. He's talented in the booth.
I mean, I'll be honest, outside of this song, I wouldn't know a Kanye song if you hit me in the face with it. So this is probably the first one I will be able to actively enjoy, identify in the future. But yeah, I mean, I was talking to Sheep about it, and he said basically the same thing you did, or I was saying something, and he looks at me and goes, yeah, didn't you know this is just who Kanye is? And I'm like, yeah. Well, no, I didn't know, so fuck off. So...
Yeah, but I will say
I like Kanye more now. Like, I won't even lie. If anything, I like Kanye more now because as a punk rocker, this is the spirit of punk rock. Going against the narrative, against the government, against the mainstream media, against the powers that be, just doing whatever the fuck you can to say fuck you to the establishment. This might be the most punk rock Kanye has ever been, but he's doing it through rap, and that speaks to me as an OG punk rocker.
Now, I'll be honest. What got me with the song is that I could feel his, I'm sure is his, well, what I project, I guess, as his emotions. Because I really do think when it comes to his kids, he hurts about the fact that he can't see his kids. And it bothers him. I think a part of it is also, narcissistic power trip thing where it bothers him that he has all this money and all this supposed power and he can't get his kids using that either. So I think that probably bothers him a little more than the emotional part. But I mean, the emotion does come out in the song though. And that's part of what makes a good song is when you can evoke the emotion of the creator of the song within it. So it's a well done song, and it does everything I think he planned for it to do.
It's true enough. But I think my favorite thing of this whole thing, at least for now, is the Piers Morgan interview, because
2 years ago
you're talking about like trolling, right? And just shit disturbing for shit disturbing sake.
Piers. He comes off like such a bitch in this. He really does.
He is a bitch.
Yeah, he definitely can be. I think the actual interview starts like around here.
Legal team, looking at all of these contracts together. After that moment happens,
OG interview from that's right. He plays up.
I'm sorry.
No, you got the right one. I forgot. He played a segment of their old interview before he did it.
About whenever it's done. That nuance right there, it's idiotic. It just shows the hate that you put out for people that put love. There's so much love in the art that I put out.
What do you respect? What are you talking about?
We have to admit this is somewhat entertaining. This is going to be laughed at by many people.
A recent live stream with his friend Sneeko, and both Sneeko and Ye join me now. Well, welcome to Uncensored. Ye, we haven't spoken for a while. How are you?
I'm doing good. I don't use the term West, the whole drop the slave name idea.
Okay, so we just call you Ye, yeah?
And the funny thing here is like I don't really know. I forgot to actually look it up. Was West not like a name that he uses? Is that like a state? Is Kanye West not a stage name? Is that like the actual name?
Dude, remember when Prince was all like, "I'm the artist formerly known as Prince," and he was like a fucking like genderqueer symbol?
Oh, okay. So it's one of those
Ye
things.
is doing the same thing. He's no longer
Okay.
Kanye West. He's not Ye West. He's just Ye.
Yay.
Okay, but like, so I'm clear though, because Kanye West was the name that he chose for himself. That's not like his birth name, or is that
No,
his
yeah, I'm
first
pretty
name?
sure. Let me make sure. I'm pretty sure that's his birth name, or I mean that's
okay.
his stage name, or his original stage name.
Okay, like, because I could have sworn like his real like name was something else.
Yeah,
Like,
he has a
I
different name, if I recall.
From the
Okay.
net, born Kanye Omari West,
Oh,
according to Bear.
that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I
someone,
guess that's
I
real
don't know who
name.
it was, but someone else said I was watching a podcast. They're like, while Kanye was always like sort of over the top, he didn't like break until his mom died, which makes sense because I remember at one point, like motherfucker did for all of his weird ass, being a character thoughts. He loved his mom. I remember at one point he had like mom as number one shaved in the back of his head back when she was still alive. Like, dude did love his goddamn mom. And apparently, for people put some pieces together, when she died, is when he started like going real off the rails.
The masses and the people who should step up for him, like he stepped up for the people. Yeah, well, people are fickle, so probably not gonna get anything going there. But anyway, was it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, look, when I last interviewed, we had a long conversation. And since then, a lot has happened in your life. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity to try and talk to you about some of this. How would you say your life is at the
Just
moment?
immediately dicking around on his phone.
I mean, you see that view?
Yeah.
That's it. That's all he's got to
Your
say,
life
man.
is good?
Well, judge it on the view as the answer to how my life is. Judge me by the view.
Well, the view is Mallorca. I've been there. It's a beautiful place. And
I
for all
love how
intents and
because of Pierce's
purposes,
accent, it sounds like he
seem
says the
very
view is
relaxed and
mediocre.
happy.
Yeah,
That-
that's what I thought he said the first time I listened
I
to
had
this.
to rewatch this like 3 times when I first saw this. It was like, did he just tell Kanye that view is mediocre? Because fuck you, that view is not mediocre.
It is not, isn't it? And I wonder if Kanye heard it wrong too, honestly, like the way this interview kind of goes from here, right? I'm wondering.
No, I think he meant that. I don't think he meant it, but I think he meant to be provocative with that.
Well, no, I think he's like saying the name of the place or something. What did he actually say?
Yeah,
there?
it is like,
As
it's like
the answer
yeah,
to how
I don't know
my
how to
life
pronounce
is.
it, but yeah.
Judge me by the view.
Well, the view is Mallorca. I've been there. It's a
Oh,
beautiful.
you meant him.
Mallorca.
Yeah, he's saying
Yeah.
Mallorca.
Yeah.
I thought you
Yeah,
meant
so-
Kanye. Never mind.
Yeah, but we thought Pierce said mediocre the first time we listened to it. Is what me and Leon are saying. Anyway,
place. And for all intents and purposes, you seem very relaxed and happy. That is in direct contrast to your public image at the moment over the last couple of years, led by your ferocious... Well, hang on, let me finish the question. Led by your ferocious use
No,
of...
but I already disagree. It's not in contrast. There's so many people and artists that are championing the idea of someone being able to just express who they really are and have been able to go through the war of being attacked by the banks, being attacked, by the banks. That's the best way to...
by the banks, man.
Yeah.
Which banks, man? Run by which people would you say?
Yeah, considering I actually talked about this on stream because I actually debated. This has been about 3-4 months ago now. I don't know if you know the channel or not. The Aristocrat Utensil.
I've not heard of it, but that's a great name though. I will say.
It's a great name. He got a lot of subs. He's a pretty big channel, and he is a legitimate anti-Semite. He does not like the Jews. So he came on my show for.
Just for I should probably bring up right now that my stepdad, who's a great guy, is a Jewish New Yorker. So, and as far as my view on all that, it's like I like Jews a good bit. I think Jews.
Yeah, to be fair, I didn't hop on this show and get a look at you and be like, yeah, nah, this motherfucker, he definitely hates them tiny hats. Like that was not the vibe I got from you. So like, but yeah, no, I had a debate with the Aristocrat Utensil on my show, and I was like. And he used a lot of the same talking points Kanye does. Is like, they're in control of all the money, this, that, and the others. Like, and live on the show, I pulled up the top 9 financial CEOs in America. and 6 of them were Irish, 2 were Jewish, and 1 was like from I think American actually. So it was like, if you want to find a reason to hate the Jews, go for it. Find a reason to hate the Jews, but at least don't use verifiably false information, because it's actually the majority of top of the line bankers are Irish. So if that's where your issue is coming from, is the financial state of things, you kind of got to be blaming them drunks.
Now, I will say that just because your name appears to be Irish doesn't mean you don't, in fact, practice Judaism.
True. I mean, there's the religion and there's the ethnicity, and my stepdad is a Christian, but he's ethnically Jewish, so it's a different thing there. He is a South African. He also hates black African, and he hates the American Jews.
I don't even know what I am.
Yeah, well, you can 23andMe it later, I suppose. Yeah.
Hell no, I ain't giving the government that info.
They already have it.
There's a neutral bank, small hats.
No, I'm Spanish Native American. I grew up on the Cherokee Nation. I was making a joke. I'm Spanish and Native American.
Oh, cool. Is it? And there's like no white in there? Because
well, no, Spanish is white. Like not like from Spain. Like no, my family's history name is Cisco. But no, my ancestors came over. I think the reason there's a lot of Native American in me is because you know what happens when the
Spanish
came over to but I grew up on the Cherokee Nation. I'm like 8th Cherokee or something. Well, my facial hair is so patchy.
Oh, patchy. Nah. I got that. Yeah. I got that. I caught it.
Wasn't
Took me a second
to make a joke, but yeah, that was well done.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's do the rest of this real quick though. This is only gonna last like another minute. But yeah.
But to be attacked by the banks and to still be here with this view is that's the win. So I think I'm in contrast to your contrast.
Okay, but the point I was going to make is that I watch what you put out on X. You got 32 million followers, so you're one of the most followed people.
See, wait. Now look right now. You're not gonna take inches off my dick, bro. Like, how many followers do I have?
Well, how many is it?
Dude, first time he said this, I thought he was asking how long his dick was. So you're not gonna take inches off my dick. Well, how much is it? Like, I thought he was asking how big Kanye's dick was as a joke. I really did. I had to realize. Oh wait, no, that's not what he means.
No, he's being metaphorical with just a little bit. Oh fuck.
Over there.
I thought it was 32 million. How many is it? You obviously know.
Don't help them out. You know they.
I'm told it's 33 million now. So congratulations. You're slightly bigger following than I thought.
No, congratulations. Your information is correct. You're not just some, dude trying to sub. I'm a gift, bro. You know what I mean? Why do all you people in media act like you haven't played my songs at your weddings or graduations or at funerals or when your child was born? You take somebody that's living like
he has a point here. Like, it's a weird point, but he has a point. Let me. So
I feel like half a point. I don't know who's playing a Kanye song at a funeral per se.
I was trying to figure out who's playing a Kanye song at a birth.
Yeah, the childbirth.
His most famous album is called The Graduate or Graduation. Either way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So graduation. Yeah, at a graduation, a birthday party, at a funeral though, and at a child. If you're ghetto as fuck, yeah, maybe, but like,
dude, if I'm gonna be playing a rapper's song at a funeral, it's gonna be like Will Smith, and it's gonna be like, his in the summertime or something. It'd be like, let's something a little bit certain, not summertime. There's a Will Smith song that's like real nice and slow and like laconic, and it's like, okay, that's the Will Smith song. That's the rap song I play at a funeral.
Yeah, sure.
And I would have to go with Bone Thugs and Harmony Crossroads. So
there you go. Right. Wait, is that the one where it's like, I tell you all about it when I see you again? Is that one, or is that something else?
I think it's that one. I think so, but it's been a long time since I've listened to the song, so don't hold me to that.
No way without you,
maybe Chasing Forever. Chasing Forever is Will Smith song I was thinking of. Chasing Forever is the one I'd play at a fucking funeral.
I like that song though. It's a good one.
I think we're thinking a different song because
maybe. Okay, which the only Will Smith song I can think of at a funeral is Wild Wild West. Really? Wild Wild West at a fucking funeral, bear.
And why not Men in Black? That would be perfect.
See you again is Wiz Khalifa.
Was it Wiz Khalifa? Okay.
So we know you all sound alike.
You've heard one black rap song. You've heard them all.
That is what's called a throwback. A callback. Sorry, a callback.
Fucking hell. God damn it. Anyway, yeah, it's almost done. Let's wrap this up.
And a Michael Jackson, and you just take all this time to just like that nuance right there. It's idiotic. It just shows the hate that you put out for people that put love. There's so much love in the art that I
with
put
all
out.
due
There's
respect,
so many-
what are you talking about? I haven't said anything.
What are you talking about? It's 30. Okay, now you're not taking accountability or responsibility.
Literally, you said it. You implied I haven't played your music. Of course I played your music.
No, sir. This is what you get for now. We can circle back when you can count.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And
Where's he gone,
Sneeko there's like, huh?
Yeah, that's it for Ye. But it's nice to meet you, Piers.
Where's he gone?
I think he's going back to work. There's several things he's working on. I was not aware he was going to leave like this, but it seems like he got upset about the...
So it's all just a game, is it? Is that the idea?
Followers. I mean, life is a video game, is it?
Yeah, so we don't need the Sneeko section, but I just wanted to give you guys that real quick. That was the whole interview with yeah.
Have you watched the Sneeko section though?
Yeah, I did. I did watch the Sneeko
It's
section.
so fucking cringe. I love it.
It's
It's honestly better than the fucking Yay stuff.
It's ridiculous.
I don't dead
but yeah,
name.
so,
I'm progressive.
no, you're good. You're good. This is the only time I've ever felt bad for Sneeko, and then he started talking. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, man, this whole thing has just been absolutely crazy. The reactions to it, the conversations about it. I mean, say what you want about the man. He knows how to fucking start a party, I guess.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like Aziz
ended and started
Aziz
some.
Ansari, I think is stand-up comedy is to me the greatest form of art ever, and I don't like Aziz Ansari. I think he's a bad fucking comedian. However, have you ever heard his bit on Kanye?
I feel like I might have, because I've definitely listened to at least one Aziz Ansari stand up.
Yeah,
it was pretty alright.
He's got this bit where he's like, "Yeah, I ran to him at a club, and he wanted me to come back to his house and do some private stand up. And when I got there, he's listening to his own music, and I was like, Kanye, you own songs?" He's like, "Yeah, these beats are dope." Like, Kanye, bro.
I mean,
yeah, I remember
he's
this
not
bit.
wrong.
Yes, I remember that.
Can you imagine if I like invited some friends over and they walk in and I've got like my own YouTube channel playing on my big screen and they're like, "Are you watching your own shit?" Fuck yeah, these opinions are dope. Like, no, I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
I'd be, holy shit, my stuff got on the TV. How?
I can sort of understand this. Again, as a singer, I can kind of understand this. When I feel like I've done a really good like performance of any particular song, I might listen to it back a few times. Just see if it's like, oh man, if there's anything I can improve, or man, oh, I did that one thing really, really good. Oh, I hit that note perfectly. Fuck, that was awesome. I will suck my own dick a little bit sometimes when I feel like I've done a good job on a song. So I kind of get it.
I won't call up like 4 or 5 buddies, and be like, "Yo, let's come to my place. Let's do a Magic the Gathering tournament," and then make sure I've got my own YouTube videos on when they all walk in the door to play Magic together. Like, I don't go that far of sucking my own dick.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm not gonna like sit there like with somebody and like put on my like. I'm bringing a girl back to my place, and be like, "Yo, Alexa, throw on my recording of whatever the fuck song," right?
Girl, I got something you gotta listen to.
Alexa, throw on the jazz version of Just the Two of Us. She's like, "Oh, I love this song." Like, I sang it for you. No, Alexa, stop! Alexa, stop! No, Alexa, stop! Sorry, mine went off after I said that.
Oh man, no, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Oops.
I feel like I want to try that just once, right? Just to see, like, I was like, what would some random woman think about like my rendition of the song? It's like I put that on. I don't even say it's like it. I don't even acknowledge that it's me.
Vibes,
like I wait until she's like, "Well, this version, who is this? This isn't the original, right?" It's like, "That's me, girl." I'm like, and then I just pull my dick out right after. I just pull my dick out right after that, right? Like,
oh god. Yeah, you might as well. Go right ahead. I'm sure it'll be fantastic. Surely won't be any police charges after that or anything.
Listen, this is the move, all right? This is.
Oh, no, that's some straight up gamer strats. I want to know how that goes down.
Oh,
I want you
fuck.
to try this and report back to me.
Just put a camera in the corner of the room facing your back that way we don't have to see anything, but we can see her reaction.
Oh my god.
You put that up on TikTok.
Oh man. Oh, fuck me.
Fucking Tiny walked off.
That's other programming strapping. When I think of that one fucking joke article where somebody's like, how do you approach a woman when she has a fireball and a crouching DP, right? It just shows her crouching like fucking Guile in Street Fighter 2. Oh, fuck. Some memes are legendary, I tell you.
Agreed.
Anyway, please do that. We need the story. Man, maybe if I got down like that, maybe I'd try that at least once, see what happens, right?
So next week is what I'm hearing. We get the story next week.
No. I said if I got down like that, which the implication is that I do not, in fact, get down like that. So
I don't understand what this get down like that means. So
it's not my thing. I don't do that sort of thing in the white people parlance. I don't do that sort of thing. Does that work for you?
Remember, I'm green.
Okay. I was like you want me.
How dare you say that about my mother?
I'm a little rusty on my fucking abyssal. My bad. Holy shit. I tell you what though, Leon, there are some times where you're like sitting so still that I can't tell if the feed broke or not.
Oh no, my bad. No, I have to. So the way my mic setup is, if I'm typing something, I have to focus really hard on typing to make sure that like I'm not hitting typos and stuff because I have to type around my mic, and so it's like I
do that. I do that too. I do that too. That's fair.
I'm lucky. I don't have to do that.
Fuck. So anyway, yeah, the Calnasia, it's hilarious. I kind of get it. I kind of get it, and the song is pretty catchy. So I don't know. What else do you say? What else do you say about it? I don't know.
That's about all that's all you really can say. It's a catchy song. Man's crazy. Wild. That kind of thing. Yeah.
All right. Well, fuck. I guess we can get into questions then, because I don't know what else we got at this point. I'm out of stories. Docket's done.
The poll.
Oh yeah,
first.
we got some pretty strong contenders this time, so we can do that first. Where are we at? What do we got? We put up the thing here. Title ideas. So let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think schizophrenically interesting definitely needs to make the cut because we can only do 4 options, right?
Yep.
Leon, so we got to figure out which of these 4, right?
Okay.
Skip the meth, eat steak, I think is pretty good. Hooked on Ebonics definitely needs to get in there. Absolutely.
Okay.
And then
I'm very happy you provided so much to this show. Like, I'm gonna be real, it makes me feel pretty good.
You did great, buddy. You did great. I don't know, between the last 3 that we didn't choose yet, what do you guys think? The dairy comes eventually. I'll suck the black lady dick and speech depreciation coach.
We already got the hooked on Ebonics, so we can drop the last one. So it's really between the dairy comes eventually and I'll suck the black lady dick.
I just don't know if we can actually have.
Eventually, is that like title wise? If you're not Japanese or you don't know the context, it'll just read like dare. So like the dare comes eventually.
I
you guys know what dare is?
No. What? Dare?
Because we were at the beginning of the show, we were talking about tsundere, yandere, or remind me of the context.
Dare, yeah. No, I got you. I mean, if you're a weeb, you get it. You know?
Yeah.
I feel like enough weebs watch shit like this, so.
Okay.
But my thing is like I'll suck the black lady dick. I don't know if that one's gonna like pass.
YouTube might get grumpy about that one.
Yeah, pass the check on that one. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, let me just put the Dare one in there. I feel like Hooked on Ebonics. I feel like that one's a strong contender. I think it's going to win. I think Hooked on Ebonics is just strong.
Hooked on Ebonics.
I have started the poll.
right.
We got 17 people here. I'd love it if at least 9 of you would vote.
Questions? What do we got?
Now let's look at our questions. After I get these to... I don't want to end it. I just want it to get out of my way. There we go. NDA. In Nigerian accent. Leon, why are you YouTuber?
Do you want the actual answer to that?
I guess. Fuck
Yes,
it.
give it to us in 5 minutes or less.
I can do it in 5 minutes or less, absolutely. This is my third attempt at a channel. First one, I had a falling out with the creator. Second one, when I was doing videos, I got my apartment got broken into and robbed, and I took about 4 or 5 years off YouTube. And now I started doing it because my second wife left me, and I need a creative outlet so that I didn't wallow in depression and wondering what could have been. It's like if I could just focus on creating something, maybe I can get over my lost marriage. And here we are now, and I'm doing better than I've ever done. And sometimes I watch my own videos back, Kanye style, think that, yeah, this is what you fucking lost out on, girl. Like I'm getting really close to a point where I can be doing this full time and like quit my job. I'm not going to probably for a couple years, but like I could be doing this full time. Like, bitch, you had the opportunity to be here with what could have been, the next thing on YouTube, and you opted to bounce. So sucks to suck.
Not her
bitch.
loss. Yeah.
Like, bitch, isn't this Asmongold right here? Like, what you doing? Who the
dude,
fuck are you?
have to clean
Who the
house.
fuck are you?
I don't know about Asmongold, but I get comments under my videos all the time to be like, "Yo, why are you like the discount moist critical?" And someone started calling me the damp scrutinizer, and it makes me so happy. I've gone on streams and introduced myself as damp scrutinizer instead of moist
That's
critical.
great.
Wait. I got it. Asmon mold.
Oh.
Asmongold, see, that's good too. Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you, dude. I will absolutely tell you. I will put my next video. I'll go on StreamYard where you can type in your name. I'm gonna put Asmon Mold.
Let's
Nice,
fucking
yes.
go.
Mold and all caps. Asmon Mold, 100%.
That's beautiful. Love
All
that.
right.
I will wear a
was-
white V-neck T-shirt and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
'Cause I
Get
do
a little
have
stain
one.
on it. Get like put a stain on it somewhere. Get just a little like brown stain right on the nipple or something. I don't know.
Of course, you'd specify the nipple. NDA. Jazz, have you heard of the TikTok meme that gingers are now considered black people? Does that mean it's now cool for helmsmen to use the hard R?
I mean, again, like I'm at war against the N-word. I think everyone should use the hard R, right? The power of the N-word must fall. This is where I'm at. This is what we're doing. So in terms of that, yes, I suppose ginger should have the N-word pass. I'll give it out to everybody for free. That's what I'd do. If it were me,
Well, there you
man.
go, Leon. If you needed one and you didn't already have 3, there you go.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
be real. I've said the N-word with a hard R a few times on my own streams. Very rarely, but like I've done it at times. Like sometimes it's necessary.
The way
Fair
I
enough.
was raised, which is funny because my mother can say it a lot easier than I can, but the way I was raised, I actually have to pause and work
be
it up in my
critical.
brain before I can say it. It is one
I
of
just
the
wanna let you
weirdest
know that
things.
You're acting like a.
Huh?
Like, well, you said you had to pause. Like, I just want you to know that you're acting like a.
Yeah.
I'm muting my mic. So I have.
Yeah,
no,
that's
fair
basically what it is. I have to pause and I have to take a second. I have to take a breath, and then I can say it. But unless I'm eating a Cheddar Bay biscuit, then I can just pop it out anytime. I don't know what it
Although-
is about the Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Prompt out in the chat says I prefer discount AJ Styles. I get that one a lot. Like I don't know if you guys are wrestling fans or no, but like I get discount AJ Styles a lot.
I'm vaguely familiar, so I get it.
Junebug says, not really a question. So many new games out this month and new 2.0 of old games too. Man, I'm so broke. Well, June, I hope you find some money to buy your games.
Fair, bro.
And my girl
I get
Sylvia
it.
are playing Doom on stream right now. I've got her up on the alt
Hey.
account. I've got you guys up on my main account, you up on an alt account, her up on a third alt account, so I can make sure to give everybody the watch hours and stuff. Is like, man, I can't wait for Doom. I cannot fucking wait. for
I'm
Doom.
getting into it tomorrow. That's the plan. So
I will be
I,
playing Expedition 33.
Oh, yeah, we were talking games we've been playing in trophy hunt. I was telling you I've been trophy hunting. I've also been trophy hunting the remaster of Star Wars Bounty Hunter. If you remember that game.
Oh, I do. That one's good. That one's good.
Is my second favorite Star Wars game of all time. So I've been playing the Steam version that's got like achievements and shit. Bro, I fucking love Star Wars Bounty Hunter.
It's really good. It was an amazing PS2 game, man. God, I still remember it. So good. So fun.
A silent villain. Be honest, Jazz. How many times did you listen to the new Kanye song on repeat?
Like twice. Yeah, like twice was enough for me. And then
I've
like
got one listen on you. I've listened to it 3 times. The first time I wasn't sure if it was a good song or if I was just buying into like the meme. But like by the third listen, I was like, nah, like this kind of bangs. I ain't even gonna front.
a little bit.
Grew on
Just
him.
a little. Oh fuck.
Silent villain. Talking Pokemon. Favorite 2 Pokemon. Mine, Ninetales and Tauros.
Easy. Manectric and Jolteon.
2 favorites: Infernape and Luxray.
Oh, of course, the black guy's favorite's an ape.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, listen. I've always thought the Wukong was fucking cool, and Infernape is literally just a flaming Wukong. So.
No, see, it's funny you say Luxray. Like, my favorite type is Electric type, and I do like Luxray, but I feel like Luxray is just like a more emo version of Manectric, who is my favorite Pokemon. So like, I've got like a chip on my shoulder against Luxray.
I think Luxray's design is cooler, but that's just me. That's just me. That's fine. Yeah. We're allowed to disagree.
I like that one squid one and that one horse one.
The squid one, like artillery? Are you talking about artillery?
I don't know.
Oh, and the horse one. Do you mean Rapidash?
Oh, okay.
Ponyta Rapidash?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
There's also Mudbray from the fucking Alolan region. The fucking horse.
No
in that
idea.
one. With the
Oh,
horse and the mohawk.
Mudbray is like the heaviest Pokemon of all Pokemon, if I recall. Mudbray's even heavier than Wailord.
Yeah, motherfucker's heavy as shit. Made a horse out of lead. I don't fucking know. It's just weird.
That is very weird. NDA, Leon, Amarada, what would you do in exchange for sucking the black lady dick? I would not do it.
Man, here's the dealio. I would need to know the offer because, like, if someone was to tell me, Leon, we're going to literally cast you as Spider-Man in the next fucking Spider-Man movie. All you gotta do is suck a black lady dick. I'd be like, alright, bitch, get hard. Like, I want to be Spider-Man. Like,
they're gonna let you be Spider-Man. You can't even fluff up yourself. Like, what the fuck?
And the ironic part is, I could be like, that was my Miles Morales moment. That's like.
fucking canon event.
Yeah, especially when that thing it came, it shot like a cannon. I'm going too far.
Oh Lord!
I had to dodge out of the way, and when I did, it killed my Uncle Ben.
Oh, that's okay. Uncle Ben slipped and died anyway.
Holy fuck!
Degenerates. Electric Angel. For the guest, who is the best character in One Piece, and why is it Bon Clay?
You're wrong. Let's see. Is it showing on camera? I can't tell until. Yeah, there we go. This is the best character right here.
Wait.
Buggy.
Oh, it's Buggy.
Fucking Buggy.
Okay. Buggy is a fun character. For sure.
I do like Bon Clay, but no, Buggy is my favorite character in all of One Piece. Yeah, you probably can't tell from because of like how dark my background is, but I've got like a wanted poster for Buggy behind me. I'm a massive fan of Buggy.
Very cool. Very cool.
All right.
I like Nico Robin. That she's hot.
Nico is my favorite, probably of the Straw Hats. It's like between her and Usopp.
Yeah. I think her powers are pretty cool, and she's also hot.
I like me some Nico Robin. Yeah, I like me some Nico Robin.
I got my Nico statue, but it's in the living room, not here in my bedroom. So
nice.
Yeah, I got the Nico, the Nami, and the fucking god damn it, what was her name? There's the name of that one bitch that like really loves Luffy.
Boa Hancock. I love Boa Hancock.
Yeah, Hancock. I got all 3 of those in the living room. So
yeah, so in my living room, I have a shelf. It's the glitter and glamour line of statues, but instead of One Piece, it's Dragon Ball. It's the glitter and which are like sexy versions of it's Videl, Bulma, Android 18, and Launch.
Sick. I think you see a Vegeta back there on your shelf right now.
Yeah, there's a Vegeta, there's a Broly, there's a Goku. I've got couple Goku statues. There's a Ace from One Piece, Rock Lee from Naruto. Rock Lee is the single greatest anime character of all time.
Sick.
Got Krillin back there, and a Ganondorf. I think that's all of them.
I got a Vegeta up on the shelf over there. I got this amazing Broly statue back over there where he's like charging one of those fucking green energy ball things, and it's like wrapped around his hand and shit. It's so sick. Yeah, man. And I got a lot of Shantae statues, like Shantae from the Way Forward game series, like the half genie dancer, the purple ponytail. I don't know if you ever played that one. But
off screen, I also have a Sonic that's been signed by the voice actor, and then you can't see it because of the way the mics are set up, but there's a Carnage from the Spider-Man comics and a Vault Girl over there as well, because I am a big Fallout fan.
Fucking sick. Oh, you know what? Crown jewel in my collection, I have Makoto Nijima riding her Persona motorcycle statue.
Oh,
that
bro,
one that cost me like 300. That cost me like $300 fucking dollars, man. But that's my crown jewel right there.
Bro, did you get the Persona Royal? Like, I got the Ultimate Edition of Persona Royal that like came with the mask and everything. I fucking
there it is, buddy.
My man, my man.
Me and this dude. I love the people you bring on the show, Rod. I really do. You get more of these guys. Bring them on. These guys are great. Like, here's the thing, man. I was a Joker cosplayer. I got a whole Joker Persona outfit. I got the dagger. I got the mask. I got the gun. All of it.
I
will send you some pics, man. It's great. Hey,
I would love to see it because I want to do a Ryuji so bad, dude. Like Ryuji is literally like best friend goals. He is ride or die, that motherfucker.
He's great. Fucking love Ryuji. Absolutely. I mean, my favorite member of the Phantom Thieves is Makoto, because I just love Makoto. She's adorable. She's great.
I also love.
Plus, she punches shit. Love me a good punch girl.
Is it? It's not Tsubasa. Oh fuck, I'm blanking on her name. Tech girl, Ginger. Why am I blanking on her name?
Oh,
it's not Tsubasa.
Fuck.
I can't help you.
Hang on. I know her name. Hang on.
Why am I blanking? It's killing me that I'm blanking on her name.
Something Sakura.
Yeah, because she's old man Sakura's adopted daughter. I'm blanking on her first name. It's killing me.
Yeah, same. Fuck.
Yeah, thank you. Chat. Yeah,
Futaba.
Not Suba. I was wrong.
Not Tsubasa. Futaba. There we go.
Futaba.
There we go. Futaba. That's the one. Thank you, Bear. Yeah, Futaba's great.
Dude, I remember the first time I played Persona 5.
I romanced her. I romanced her on my first playthrough, and then I did Makoto on the second one.
My first playthrough, I accidentally romanced the Panther. I remember her real name, but Panther.
On Takamaki.
Yeah, I accidentally romanced On, and I didn't mean to. I didn't know I was taking the romance option, and I was like, well, fuck, because I wanted to romance the gothy mommy doctor. She was my romance.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to do a second playthrough, so I romanced the woman I wanted. I think I've romanced everybody but the chess player. I just need to do a playthrough where I romance her. Then I need to do a playthrough where I romance everybody to get Sojiro's chocolate. But yeah, no. I've not romanced yet.
You were insane, bro, because like every fucking playthrough of that game was like 120 hours. I couldn't do it just to romance every
120 hours. Yeah,
Jesus.
But Persona 5 is it's not necessarily my favorite JRPG of all time. That's probably Final Fantasy Tactics, but I do think Persona 5 is the best JRPG of all time. I think it might be.
It's really good. It's really fucking good, and like Metaphor was also fucking amazing. I'm very excited to see what.
I haven't played it yet. When I get the new PC, that's another one I'm gonna play because Metaphor is like medieval Persona. I cannot wait to play Metaphor. Super
sick. The thing I love about Metaphor as opposed to Persona is the fact that you're like, you know how usually when your main character has the ability to do all like different personas and shit. Mm-hmm. In Metaphor, everybody can use every persona that you unlock.
Really?
The whole team can do whatever you want.
Are they
not that I know of. I haven't finished it. I need to go back and actually finish it. I have no idea. Same people, yes.
The Shin Megami Tensei and Persona games are technically linked. I didn't know if Metaphor is also linked, but like just maybe in the past, does it like use the same monsters? I don't know yet.
I have no idea. Like the fact that there's like literal, like existing in the world, like beasts, like fucking minotaurs and shit. I have to feel like probably not. Or unless like some weird magic shit happens to like lock all these things into the fucking Mindscape dimension that they all exist in a Persona, right? So I don't know. I don't think so though. Again, I haven't finished the game, so I couldn't really tell you.
I can't wait. I can't wait to play Metaphor. I'm very excited for it.
Man, just when you have your first fucking fight and you hear that battle theme, that's just gonna move you, man. I mean, literally, you can just start. That shit hits so hard. It's such a good battle theme.
Every single Persona game, I don't doubt that'd be the case because every single Persona game has just banger music.
Like, actually, you know what? Fuck it. Hang on. I'm gonna spoil you on just this one thing. This song is so good. Hang on.
As a musician, I'm down. Let's hear it.
I got the best way to do this too. Pringus. I don't know if you're familiar with Pringus McDingus, the animator, but they made this amazing fucking video with the song. Listen to this shit real quick. Yeah, you listen to the whole thing later, but it's so great, good. Right? The music is amazing. Yeah, man, and like there's a bunch of other great tracks in there too. The music is fucking phenomenal. It's the guys who make Persona, right? They make phenomenal soundtracks. Yeah. So
I love how Haru's over here just like these fucking weebs. Like,
yeah. Well, that's basically what I'm thinking.
Listen, okay, Rada, but here's the thing, right? You like turn-based games too because you've been playing Expedition 33. I would recommend Metaphor as well. I think you should give it a try.
It's one I want to play eventually. There's so many games that I want to play.
Fair enough.
But yeah,
fair enough.
No, I read some stuff on it. It's like, this sounds cool. So check it out.
Do you play your shit on PC, Rada, or do you do console? You play your shit on PC or do you do console?
PC mostly.
Yeah,
okay, good to know. Good to know.
Yeah.
I'm mostly
what's your
PC
birthday
master race. It's in February.
Curiosity. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, it's February 15th. I'm freaking day after Valentine's Day.
Oh, cute. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Anywho. Yeah. So, what? Any other questions or
holidays for various reasons? Yes, there are more questions.
Sorry, questions. Let's get back to those.
A silent villain just says Donkey Kong for some reason.
Okay.
Not a question mark. Just a statement.
Okay.
NDA. Did you find out you could rob what?
Wait, sorry. Actually, in regards to this, I have a question. Just real quick for Leon. We asked this before, but I'm going to get Leon's answer. Leon. Bro. Good question for you.
You went Leon, and it went silent. Like you.
Well, hello? Well, I didn't say anything. I was waiting for an answer.
I thought that the mic was like Leon.
No.
His mic shit.
I was waiting for like a yeah or like a huh. Yes, like anything.
He's trying to flirt. It's okay.
I'm listening intently. Let's go.
All right, Leon. Conky Dong or Danky Kang?
I've never heard Conky Dong until now, but I will say I like that better than Danky Kang. Danky Kang's the one I'm familiar with, but I like Conky Dong better.
Okay, this is where we part then, because like I'm a Danky Kang kind of guy. So
I never heard before.
I think it sounds funnier.
Exotic, so familiar, not familiar. So exotic, so like unique.
Well, Conky Dong's just the two first letters switched around, man.
Right. But yeah, no, I'm familiar with Danky Kang. I like how Electric Angel wrote it in the comments. Dank E Kang, like King K rule. So yeah, Danky Kang, that kind of does work in that regard.
Yeah, fair.
Both
I think it sounds funnier.
Sanic. Both are better than Sanic.
I agree. We can compromise on that for sure. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
I have no idea what's going on here.
Fake gamer. Fucking hot.
I'm okay. No, it's called being old. Whatever you're talking about probably happened in your teenage years where I was out working or some shit.
You're good. What's up?
Did you find out you could rob hookers after banging them in GTA from a friend, or were you a horrible human being like me that found out through intuition and experimentation?
The former.
I found out I could rob hookers when I would steal from my mother's purse, and my mother actually is a hooker, or at least was. I haven't talked to her since 18.
Fuck! We got real there.
You didn't bang her
opportunity
first,
to get real. He's weirdly quiet right now, Rod.
No, it just popped out. I'm sorry.
What was the question? What did you say, Har?
I said I hope you didn't bang her first.
Yeah, no, I did not. No, she.
Okay.
But I have heard stories where, like I was young, I was a baby, I was in like the little like carrying, seat, the car seat or whatnot, and like she would take me to her client's house, and she would just sit me on the table while she like did her business, and then she would pet me up and take me along. Like,
You.
yeah. I'm not joking when I say my mother was a prostitute. Like that's a real thing.
No, I
assumed you were
believe
serious.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
people usually don't joke about.
In the chat, how you doing, you beautiful bastard?
Like people usually don't like just drop that as a joke, Film
I know
comments
a lot of
explained.
people when I say that my mother was a prostitute, they think I'm just making some sort of weird esoteric your mom joke, but like no, it's actually true.
No, the way you said it, I completely understood that you were saying that your mom was in fact an actual prostitute. It's just like if I said my father was a bastard, I don't mean that sarcastically. He really was.
Yeah. So we do get it. We get it. Oh my god. Anyway,
we can all bask in the feeling of having terrible parents.
True. It is more common than you think.
At least one. We had one terrible parent and one awful parent. It's just two of us the terrible, or we had a terrible parent and a great parent. I don't know why I said awful parent. For two of us it was our mother, and for one of us it was our father was the great parent.
Yeah.
Niad said in the chat what I stumble into. Well, we just had like 4 hours of great conversation about pop culture, and now you stumbled into the Q&A session where things are getting a little weird, and I love it. So you stumbled into the
5 hours, to be fair.
5 hours, damn.
We've been at it a bit long, yeah. That's fine.
Last question.
It flew by. I wouldn't even know.
No, it was a good time.
It did. It was a good time.
Now, see, I knew who to invite. Electric Angel, Rada, have you read Shadow over Innsmouth and Color Out of Space? Yes, actually, I have read both. On my streaming channel, you can listen to the video where I read them out loud for on stream. I really should reread them and put those on a channel or something. That was one of my thoughts, but time is an issue.
No, time is a flat circle.
I've not read Shadow over Innsmouth, but I've heard of it because I was watching Vati video about Bloodborne, and apparently the latter half of the Bloodborne DLC was inspired by Shadow over Innsmouth with the fucking fucked up fishing village. So that you'll probably catch that when we get there, Rada. So
yeah, no,
did you guys play the Lovecraft inspired game, The Sinking City?
Yes,
I have not. Rada has
played it twice and a half. Yeah, really good. They're actually coming out with a sequel. If you saw that,
they are. I actually needed to donate to the Kickstarter because I want to support that studio. Because I people had issues with it when it dropped. I guess maybe it had a lot of technical issues. By the time I played it, it had already been out for a year, and it played like a dream. I fucking loved it. So yeah, I'm very excited for the Sinking City too.
It's funny because originally it came out, and then there was a bunch of not copyright, trademark, property issues with it. So the people who have it now were actually fighting another company, and they went back and forth, and finally the people who have it now finally got ownership of it, and they actually re-released it and put in a bunch of fixes and stuff. And then
I wonder if I played the re-release version then.
Yeah, you probably
did. It I was still married at the time, and I've been divorced for 2.5 years now, so it was probably 3.5 to 4 years ago when I played it. But it's been out for 5 years, I think, so.
I think the re-release came out, I want to say about 2 years ago. Hold on, I have my copy.
No, I probably did play the original version then. I bought it on Switch just on a whim. I went to the eShop and just searched by genre and searched horror, and I was like, oh, Sinking City. Oh, it's Lovecraft. All right, let's do it.
Where is it? Isn't it in here?
I wonder if the update. I wonder if it did an update that would affect my existing game. I wonder if I could check because
there was a problem with the old games versus the new games. Yeah, if yours doesn't say the Sinking City remastered, then you would be.
Mine was just the Sinking City. It was not a remastered version.
Yeah, so yeah, because I played the original version and then I played the remastered version. So, I mean, I didn't really have any problems with the original version either, but I played it on, oh God, it was when it first came out. So I don't remember which console I had then. That would have probably been the PS4?
Yeah, I don't know if the Switch version had the same issues as like the PC, because obviously, oftentimes PC versions are a bit more buggy, things like that, because there's a lot more going into a fetch. But playing on Switch, I mean, I loved it. I loved the Singing City. So yeah, when Singing City 2 drops, I'm very excited for it.
I want to say I played it on the PlayStation 4 when it came out.
I got all 3 endings for it. I got all 3 endings for the Sinking City.
I only got one ending, but yeah, it's a fun game, and I'm curious to see what they do with the second one.
Agreed.
So
well, I'm happy for you both.
Yeah, Jazz, the Shadow over Innsmouth is actually a pretty short story.
Oh,
you could probably finish that in an hour.
Maybe I'll check it out.
I've got the entire Lovecraft collection on Audible. It's like 56 hours. I've listened to about like 12 hours or something of it, and I'm really enjoying it, but I'm not anywhere near finishing it. But yeah, you can get the entire Lovecraft collection on Audible. Every single story he ever wrote. It's so far so good. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely go for that.
Lovecraft stories that I've read just about all of out of on stream too. So
I've definitely had like whole binging sessions of like YouTube videos doing like deep dives on like horror movies and horror timelines and shit. So I could definitely go for something like that, like an Audible collection of just a bunch.
Yeah, Nuxtaku did a great video. It's like reacting to every Lovecraftian monster history or whatever. It's like an hour something long, but it was a super fun video.
Yeah,
Mayor, I
like Nux in small doses. I can deal with Nux in small doses.
Yeah.
I'm an unabashed Nux fan. That's my dream, is to eventually at some point get big enough to have him on the show. I would love to fucking talk with Nux. The dude, I don't know what it is. There's like there are very many content creators out there that's like, man, I really want to talk with him. But Nuxtaku and most recently it was AJ from the Y-Files. And not Tectone, AJ from the Y-Files. I don't know if you know that channel, but I got to meet him at the Vegas meetup, and
cool.
I didn't even fangirl when I met Stan Lee, but I fangirled when I met AJ from the Y-Files, and I felt like such a fucking loser.
Gotcha. It's and here's the thing. It's like, it's not that I mind Nuxtaku's personality or anything. It's just like when I watch him when I watch him react to something, I get annoyed because like he'll pause every like fucking 20 seconds to say something, and I'm like,
people get on the meme for that, but in my mind it's like, I do that because the algorithm. I never want to get a copyright claim or anything for what I'm reacting to. So yeah, I pause stupid often when I'm reacting, but also I have shit to say a lot of the time. So like,
that's
I get
fair.
being annoyed with that, but also the algorithm is such a bitch.
I get that too, but like it's to me, there's like a good balance when you're talking about reacting to shit, where it's like, don't be the Hassan where you literally get up and fucking leave the room and just like the empty chair watches the video, right? But don't be the guy who's like saying something every like 5 fucking seconds. You're kind of like, because then you're shattering the flow of the video too much, right? Like let the person you react to say some stuff, and then you say some stuff, actually, and then, like give him a minute. Like that's all. That's all.
I did a reaction. I did a reaction on stream on Sunday to it was like a 20-something minute video about the history of soy being put in food. I don't do reaction videos very often on video form. I do on stream all the time, but in videos I don't do a lot of reactions. But like the history of soy being put in food was such a great video, and I think it was a really good reaction that I'm gonna clip that and use it as tomorrow's video, because I knew soy was bad. I didn't realize like how bad until that video. Was like, okay, I need to clip this and make it a video for my channel, because hopefully it'll just spread the word of how terrible soy is.
Unless it's soy sauce, then it's delicious.
Soy sauce.
I say the same thing in my video. Yeah.
Love me some soy sauce, man. Absolutely.
Well, the fermentation is actually, when it comes to soy, an important.
Fermentation is the difference. That's why soy in America is different than soy in Asia, is because they let it fucking ferment. We don't. We just do soy with a bunch of GMOs, and like that actually gets brought up. You're 100% correct.
Yep. I know.
All right, you guys should definitely go check that out then. But is that it for the questions, or?
That is it. That is it for the questions. Okay. And Hooked on Ebonics is the winner of our poll.
Let's go. I do it. Good shit. All right. Well, I suppose all that's left to do is to shill. Leon, would you like to tell the people about what you got coming up and where they can find you?
Sure. I do 2 to 3 live streams on my own channel a week. Monday is my main panel show, where we do very similar to here. We start off covering what we're positive about just in life or in media or whatever. Then we go into the degradations of the internet. I have a crew that I roll with that's sort of the main countercast crew. In fact, Miat from Film Comics explained in the chat there's part of it. And then we always have one special guest. I will love to have you on, which you and I talked about earlier. That'll be great.
Absolutely.
And then that's the panel show on Friday nights at midnight Central Time. We do a sort of late night show, try to emulate like the original late night format, the OG Conan Bryan, the OG Conan O'Brien, Jay Leno, things like that, where I interview somebody. This week we have Carol Brown, who is part of the Rippaverse. And then if we hit a certain tier goal on Sunday, if we hit a tier goal on Friday, we do a Sunday special stream that is either reacting to viewer request videos, gaming, or if we hit super high goals, we'll do a very long stream that's both video reactions and gaming. They've recently been making me do the Fallout 3 evil run, which I've never done because I feel terrible when even in video games, if I make bad choices in video games, I feel bad. And they're making me they're making me blow up Megaton, they're making me kill NPCs, and I feel so fucking disgusting, but I'm letting the chat dictate how I play Fallout 3. So that's all been fun. And then
I totally get you though, because I'm also like Paragon at heart. Yeah. So like whenever it's like be the good guy, the bad guy, I love just being the good guy, and that's me too.
Agreed.
Sure.
It's so like dude, they had me murder the sheriff of Megaton. I was like, I've never done this before. How could you do this? But it gave me Billy Sims' key to his apartment, which I've never gotten before because I've never killed him. So like, I guess I'll at least get to go to his apartment and see what he has. Like it's been a wild Fallout 3 stream, so we're gonna get back to doing that. And then every day or nearly every day I do videos. So check those out. I've got a few recent videos I would love for you guys to see. They're a lot of fun. I've actually very recently changed up the style of which I do my videos. It's not just reading articles anymore. There's a bit more editing and a bit more quality control to the way I do them. So yeah, I would appreciate that if you guys, subscribe, watch the videos. It would mean the world to me. This has been one of the, I hope this does not sound insulting, because I mean it's a compliment. Anytime somebody I'm not familiar with or I've never streamed with before asks me, like, will you be on a show? There's a bit of a reservation there because I've done that, and there's been some really, really bad streams from people that don't know how the fuck to stream. And so I was like, going into this, I was like, I trust horror. I think it'll be a good show. But this has truly been one of the best, like, first impressions of being on a stream of someone I'm familiar with I've ever done. Like, I fucking love this. Apparently it's been 5 hours, and I didn't know. It fucking flew by. So, like, excellent props to you two.
Like, I would invite you somewhere bad. Holy shit.
I thank you. I do try and do my best to make sure that I got a good docket. I can move through the stories, at a reasonable pace. I give everybody their chance to say their piece.
Done if me and horror didn't stop you every 5 fucking sentences.
Well, listen. Here's the thing, right? Because if obviously you want to try and keep a reasonable time frame for a stream, but if the members of the cast, the members of the panel are having fun and they're discussing and and the conversation's flowing, that's always a good thing. Never like put the kibosh on that. Let them speak their piece, and obviously people are gonna be keep their time in mind anyway. So if you just let it rock, it'll probably work out. That's where I'm at.
Yeah,
with it, anyway.
I don't think I've ever been a guest on anyone's stream aside from Stupenzo that goes more than 3 hours. Sometimes he goes 4, 5, 6, 7 hours, and like I love that because Stupenzo's my friend. But beyond that, I do not normally do this. This was truly a absolute pleasure.
Well, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you here. Honestly, it was a lot of fun. Can't wait to hang out more with you, man. Whether we're doing podcasts or just playing video games or whatever, bro.
Hanging and playing games, which I'm so down to do.
Hell yeah, absolutely. We talked about Packs of Exile 2.
I would love for you as a black man to murder black people in Resident Evil 5 with me. Let's go.
I would love to, actually, man. I need to do another Resident Evil for the like Halloween anyway, like the month of October.
Hell yeah, October.
And another beautiful bromance is born.
And if you want to look into some Monster Hunter, once you get that PC fixed up, man, I'm your Monster Hunter guy. So come on, some monsters. It's gonna be fun.
I'll need you to get me into the cult of Monster Hunter because I played the one that was on PS4.
I will do it.
What was it, Monster Hunter World?
PS4 World. Yes, that was World.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, but I didn't fall in love with it. Like I didn't quite understand the hype. I was like, I like this, but I don't know why everybody rants and raves about it. So maybe you could indoctrinate me into the cult of Monster Hunter.
I will do so. I will take any chance to do that to anyone at any time. 100%. Let's do it. Fuck. Okay, but yeah, absolutely, man. I went in and dropped the sub because I'm definitely want to check out your videos and shit.
Thank you so much.
I'm into
that,
it.
Homie.
Yeah, man,
And
absolutely.
then you guys should go and follow each other on
on Twitter.
I was gonna ask
Twitter
you
X.
what your X was. I was gonna wait for backstage. But yeah, let me know what your X is so I can follow you 100%.
Yeah, we'll do that. But Rada, why don't you shill yourself, and then I'll shill myself, and then we'll wrap things up here so we can call it a night.
Okay, for shilling, I'm still getting this schedule thing figured out, but that'll be hopefully in the next week or so. I'm thinking about kind of rebranding my streaming channel as well to bring it a little closer to my video channel so that, people don't get confused between the two. Like, I know Leon was wondering who's Critic that they're talking about in the chat, and that's actually me because my other channel is the Abysmal Critic where I put out videos. And
Which used to be Abyssal Critic. I've always called you Horror Armor because you and I have taught since back when you were only doing Twitch stream. So you didn't go by that at the time. So I didn't even know that people just call you Critic. Like when I hear Critic, I think Nostalgia Critic, and so it's like to me you're Horror Armorata. I didn't even know people call you Critic. So that's like oh shit. All right.
I mean, a lot of people. The video channel blew up all of a sudden because of Dragon Age. So I mean, a lot of people know me more by that than they do Horror Armorata, and it's like, what do I tell them to call me? It's so I let them call me whatever they want as long as I know they're talking to me.
Yeah, that might be the hack though, Leon, pronouncing it horror. I should do that because every time I try to say horror Amorata, it sounds like I'm saying horror Amorata. So
how do you think I got any notification?
I've always said horror. People say I sound retarded.
Well, I think it works because I whenever I say horror, it always sounds like I'm saying horror. So, that might be the play. Horror. There we go. Yeah, that works. Go with that.
That's funny. So, but yeah, I mean the whole. But I'm trying to get those two a little more aligned just so that people don't think they're two entirely separate people. I mean, I do two different things on them, kind of, one's live stream, one's video, but I kind of want to bring them closer together so that they can live in a nice symbiosis. But I'm figuring that out. I'm figuring out a streaming schedule. I'm figuring out a video schedule. But there will be stuff coming up in the next few weeks. There will be Expedition 33 streams. There will be one for Thursday for sure. I'm kind of 50-50 on tomorrow night. My uncle's coming into town, so I may not be able to do it tomorrow night. But probably Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe Sunday. We'll see. 50-50 on Sunday too. But yeah, so at least Thursday, Friday, Saturday, there will be an Expedition 33 stream. I feel like I'm getting close. I feel like I'm getting real close to things. So please. Well, no, you know what? You guys don't even have to show up because I'm going to play whether you show up or not. So, but if you want to come show up and hang out, I'd appreciate it. That would be fun.
I can't do it. I
want to come support, but I can't do it. You need to play the game on your own. Yes, okay. I understand that entirely. But if anybody else is curious about seeing what the later stages of the game look like, come hang out. But yeah, that's all I really got right now. I hope to have something more solidified next week, but we will see.
Gotcha.
Because I'm terrible.
Sounds good. Chat, tomorrow is Violence Day. All right. We're jumping into Doom the Dark Ages for the first stream. That's going to be the afternoon stream. And in the evening, I'm jumping back into First Berserker Kazan. All right. Just all violence all day. Get super into it. Get ready. Kazan and Doom Guy. Just killing shit all day long. It's going to be amazing. And then for Thursday, I'm finally doing the family hunting stream because Asta finally has a PC that can play Monster Hunter. So me, Asta, Patho, and Rosa are all going to play Monster Hunter together. It's going to be great. And then in the evening, of course, on Thursday is going to be the big Share the Stage karaoke stream. That is the stream where I bring on a special guest, and the one this time is very talented. You guys are not going to want to miss her. But it's also open to you, the viewers. Halfway through the show, the stage opens to everybody. So if you guys like to sing, or just fuck around with some karaoke, come on in, sing with me. I would love to have you there. It's going to be a good time. That's going to be 5 p.m. on Thursday, PST. 5 p.m. PST. Come swing by for that. But yeah. With that all said and done, I guess we're pretty much wrapped up. Hooked on Ebonics. It's been a great stream. It's been a fun episode. And I hope we see you guys all next week. It's non-guest episode, so Asta will be back. I've been talking to a friend of Lumi's. Amalgamite is her name. So maybe we'll get her for next time. Unless you already had somebody in mind.
I didn't have anybody lined up yet, so.
Okay, cool. So I will talk to Amalgamite. And she's great. She is extremely racist. hates women. You know, she's gonna be a fun guest.
Cool. So we'll get along great.
Yeah, because Rod also
Or
hates
we'll hate
women,
each other, which we already hate each other. So we're right on track.
There you go. Amalgamate. Yeah. So I'll see. We'll see about if we can get her on for that the one after next week. But yeah, lots to look forward to, guys. So please do keep an eye out, and hopefully we'll see you there. But for now, we are done. So you know the deal. Go get something to eat or something to drink. Make sure to get some fucking sleep. Rest is important. And just, take care of yourselves. And we'll see you next time. Good night, everybody.
Bye.